Chapter 1551. The saber was the tyrant of weapons, boundlessly tyrannical. The sword was the ancestor of all weapons, the sharpest. One could not use the edge of the saber to block the other party's sword. Xiao Chen attacked from below. He gently raised his saber and chopped the incoming sword intent in half. This was the boundless starry heavens, dotted with stars and a picturesque heavenly river. This was also the final battlefield of two outstanding talents. Many people did not know what the outcome of this battle would be. Compared to the demonic god's vast invasion, Chu Chaoyun chose to be more hidden. Although the mysterious phenomenon in the Kunlun continent was strange, most cultivators did not know what was going on. Furthermore, they did not know that a battle that would decide their fate was taking place in the depths of the starry heavens. In fact, not many people knew about the name Chu Chaoyun. However, more and more peak cultivators of the Kunlun realm came to know about this battle. The many sovereign martial emperors and primes of the heavenly starry ocean landed beside Ying Zongtian and the others. They looked at the depths of the starry heavens from a great distance and saw two upright figures. They were like two resplendent stars, making the surrounding starlight appear much dimmer, unable to cover up the sharpness of these two. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun both stored up their auras, locking their gazes on each other, not wanting to miss out on any detail. Vaguely, there was an invisible clash between the two of them. This resulted in the divine item that the Qianwu Emperor left buzzing and trembling continuously. Xiao Chen did not dare to attack rashly because he did not have a deep understanding of Chu Chaoyun. He had not fought with Chu Chaoyun for so many years. Xiao Chen did not know Chu Chaoyun's strength or combat style, so he could only wait and see. As the two faced off, their auras soared. Whoosh! The moment their auras reached their peak, Chu Chaoyun made the first move. He thrust his sword forward, gathering all his aura at the tip of his sword. His movements were like flowing water, incredibly smooth. His grasp of timing was very precise. However, the most brilliant thing was his understanding of the sword. The strength of the sword lay in its sharpness. It was indestructible and could break through anything. Chu Chaoyun was able to instantly gather all his aura at the tip of his sword without any gaps. It was sufficient to show that his attainments in the sword Dao had already attained perfection. The strength of the saber lay in its tyranny and violence. However, a tyrannical aura was not something that could be achieved in one go. He needed to keep accumulating, and the more he fought, the stronger he would become. Of course, if the opponent was weaker, he would have the advantage right from the start. There was no need for him to accumulate his strength, so it didn't count. Xiao Chen was the #1 saber cultivator of the current Kunlun sect. He understood this principle better than anyone else. The best choice was to retreat, temporarily avoid the sharp edge, and wait for an opportunity to strike. However, when faced with Chu Chaoyun's most advantageous attack, he absolutely could not retreat. Once he retreated, there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they absolutely could not retreat. There was only one word: fight. Before the sword arrived, the sword aura had already arrived. This sharp sword aura blew Xiao Chen's long hair backward. The cold light at the tip of the sword grew closer and closer to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shouted ferociously and chopped down with his saber. At the crucial moment, his saber coincidentally met the tip of the sword. Chi! The saber and sword clashed, and sparks flew. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the sharp light in each other's eyes. Xiao Chen forcefully blocked this thrust. He felt his hand, which held his saber, go slightly numb. Blood seeped out of his palm. Needless to say, he was clearly at a disadvantage in this exchange. In such a situation, Chu Chaoyun clearly held the upper hand. He should not have clashed head-on. I thought that I had already improved very quickly. Unexpectedly, you were still able to keep up with me. Chu Chaoyun, it looks like you have suffered a lot in the past few years, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could not lose his momentum. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "This is talent. It is not something that can be achieved just by suffering. Take another sword strike from me." Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, he twisted his wrist slightly. His sword aura did not decrease, continuing to stab at Xiao Chen's forehead. At such a close distance, Chu Chaoyun could easily send out a second sword strike. However, Xiao Chen would find it difficult to send out another saber strike to block the cold light at the tip of the sword that had yet to fade. Because there was nowhere to store energy, Xiao Chen could not execute his saber aura smoothly. It was like an assassin using a dagger to get close to him, preventing him from using a long weapon. Oh no! He cannot dodge this sword strike. Emperor Forsaken, who was watching from a distance, exclaimed. He started to worry for Xiao Chen. What an incredible swordsman! It is hard to imagine that the Kunlun realm has such a strong sword Dao expert. Even though Ying Zongtian did not like Chu Chaoyun, he had to acknowledge Chu Chaoyun's attainments in the sword Dao. Xiao Chen can only retreat. The heaven-punishing corpse god shook his head slightly. Being at a disadvantage right from the start was not a good sign. Dang! However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen blocked this sword strike and still sent out another saber strike. Xiao Chen spun around at an unimaginable speed. Then, when he turned around, he sent out a dangerous saber strike. To most people, Xiao Chen did not move at all. They only saw a saber light blocking that sword strike in an incredible fashion. After the second sword strike was blocked, the aura gathered at the tip of Chu Chaoyun's sword slowly dispersed. The sharpness of the sword strike was significantly weaker than it was at the start. At this moment, Xiao Chen finally turned the disadvantageous situation into a draw. Metallic clangs rang out continuously. Before the sword strike faded completely, Chu Chaoyun chose to attack quickly. Sword images filled the sky like a storm, charging at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen fought steadily, countering the moves as they came. In just a few breaths, the two exchanged 100 moves. A strong saber intent and sword intent spread out continuously as the saber and sword clashed. The saber intent turned into resplendent light that could be seen clearly from far away. The metallic clangs of the saber and sword clashing formed a storm-like melody. It stirred the heart and made one's blood surge. This was the most exciting melody in the world. As the saber and sword clashed, the instant the two brushed past each other, a mysterious phenomenon appeared behind them. A flawless moon appeared behind Xiao Chen. Under the moon was a vast sea with dragons hidden in the water. A powerful imperial city stood behind Chu Chaoyun. The imperial banners fluttered on the city walls, commanding the world. The two were still evenly matched. Neither side showed any signs of being at a disadvantage. The two brushed past each other. The probing had already ended. Next, it was time to fight to the death with full power. Dao! Xiao Chen shouted, and Dao Might appeared. A Dao disc appeared behind him, giving off a faint light. Carrying a boundless Dao Might, Xiao Chen soared into the air and took the initiative to hack down with his saber. Dao! Who knew? Chu Chaoyun shouted, and a Dao disc appeared behind him as well. He had also comprehended the great Dao energy of the sword Dao, and was not much weaker than Xiao Chen. The saber and sword clashed in the air again. Blood leaked out of the two's mouths as they looked at each other in surprise. Xiao Chen spun around, and the Taiji saber domain appeared. His body hid in the Taiji saber domain. Holding his saber, he charged over once more. The yin and yang energies in the Taiji diagram under Xiao Chen's feet each turned into a saber dragon. One was bright and one was dark, appearing and disappearing. Chu Chaoyun pushed off with his feet, and light and darkness flickered around his body, forming a black and white sword domain. The two started fighting again. The Taiji saber domain and the black and white sword domain merged, clashing endlessly, clashing intensely. They were like two huge invisible gears that merged together but spun in different directions. Ka, ka, ka. The sounds of the clash shook the air. Everyone who heard it felt their hearts tremble, reaching deep into their souls. These two are truly evenly matched. With their cultivation of the saber and the sword, it is hard to tell who is stronger. Indeed, it is hard to say who will win and who will lose in this battle. I really wonder, where did this Chu Chaoyun suddenly come from? He is so inconceivably strong. He is the Qianwu Emperor's descendant. Everything is easy to explain. Don't forget, 10,000 years ago, it was the last Qianwu Emperor who severely injured the Qing Emperor, giving the Thunder King the opportunity to sneak attack. The breathtaking battle in the distance deeply shocked all the spectating primes and sovereign martial emperors. Be it Xiao Chen or Chu Chaoyun, their attainments in the way of the saber and the sword far surpassed that of their peers in the Kunlun realm. The exquisite martial techniques they displayed already baffled some of the primes, who could not understand their true profoundness. Chapter 1552. Up in the starry heavens, the battle between Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun grew increasingly intense. The Taiji saber domain and the black and white sword domain layered over each other. Countless sabers and swords made of light soared up from the overlapping domains. The two exchanged 1,000 moves, but neither managed to gain a clear advantage. As the two exchanged attacks, they brought out the advantages of the saber Dao and the sword Dao to their fullest. Both sides had reached the peak of their respective saber Dao and sword Dao in the Kunlun realm. They were stuck at the same bottleneck. This was due to the Kunlun realm's status, which could not compare to the outside world. If the two went to the outside world, their vast accumulations would allow them to quickly break through their respective bottlenecks. However, right now, it was clear that the two could not break through their bottlenecks. Just by relying on their saber techniques and sword techniques, it would be hard to determine a victor. Light and darkness fusion. Yin and yang as one. Chu Chaoyun shouted, and the two extreme energies merged in the black and white sword domain. Suddenly, his body burst forth with alternating black and white light. This looked extremely strange. A sword light flashed as it shot toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not show any weakness. The Taiji saber domain under his feet quickly merged with the two saber dragons, one bright and one dark. The saber dragons coiled around the saber and blocked the sword light of the other party's black and white sword domain. Boom! The two great killing moves clashed. It was like a star exploding, forming a horrifying shock wave that surged out. Xiao Chen quickly retreated. However, the shock wave still struck him, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Then, he pushed off a meteor and stood firmly. However, Chu Chaoyun was more severely injured than Xiao Chen. His long hair was disheveled, and saber wounds covered his body. Occasionally, black qi poured out to heal these saber wounds. However, its recovery speed could not compare to Xiao Chen's Azure Dragon Warbody. It was slightly inferior. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the other party. Then he said indifferently, "It looks like your physical body is really your burden." Burden? A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He did not deny it or admit it. Perhaps. However, this will not stop me from defeating you. The limitless sword Dao, sword traversing the sky. Chu Chaoyun also walked a different path. Unlike Xiao Chen's flawless saber Dao, his limitless sword Dao was extremely pure. The so-called Wuji was boundless and limitless. It implied that his sword Dao was boundless and endless. With this sword Dao as the core, he also created his own limitless sword technique. One sword across the sky, this was the first move of the limitless sword technique. With a flash of sword light, Chu Chaoyun charged over with his sword in hand. When the sword was drawn, it locked down the 9 heavens and completely froze the space. In an instant, Xiao Chen felt that the space around him had been locked by a sword aura. Imperceptibly, it formed a prison that locked him up and prevented him from moving. Breaking. Flawless saber technique. Void-breaking stance. After executing the first move of the flawless saber technique, Xiao Chen turned the tables and suddenly vanished. When Xiao Chen reappeared, he released a resplendent saber light from his body, tearing through the air. Limitless sword Dao. 1,000 turns and 100 turns. Chu Chaoyun quickly changed his move, and his figure turned blurry. The sword light was ethereal and formless. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could not immediately lock onto the other party, much less make a move. When looking around, it looked like the other party's body was floating in a winding corridor, crisscrossing each other, creating a sense of spatial confusion. Limitless sword Dao. 10,000 swords become one. Chu Chaoyun took advantage of the moment when Xiao Chen's aura was exhausted and his move was already over to charge back with his sword. After thousands of turns, the countless figures merged and turned into a sharp sword stabbing at Xiao Chen. This sword strike was too fast, too ruthless, and too accurate. Xiao Chen did not have time to change his move. He could only hold his saber horizontally in front of him to block this sword strike. Dang! Amid the clanging sounds, Xiao Chen nearly lost his grip on his saber, forcing him to retreat quickly. No matter how strong your physical body is, if you keep getting beaten up, you can only lose. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. Then, he took advantage of Xiao Chen's mistake and chased after him while holding his sword. The sword move was sharp and indestructible. The starry sword light flew at Xiao Chen like a torrential storm. Ding! Ding! Dang! They were like raindrops landing on the ground, giving off a continuous melodious sound. With one mistake, Xiao Chen was pushed back again and again. Countless stars flashed by the two. The stars did not move, but the two were too fast. The stars looked like reflections, flashing rapidly. Chu Chaoyun's sword moves became increasingly ruthless. He only had one chance. He could not give Xiao Chen a chance to turn things around. Otherwise, his momentum would plummet, and his sword would lose its sharpness. Xiao Chen remained calm, not flustered at all. Right now, he had many ways to counter the other party. However, for some reason, he did not really want to do so. Just based on the saber and the sword, the two should be evenly matched. Their attainments were about the same. It all depended on who made the first mistake. However, with other factors, Xiao Chen held too much of an advantage over Chu Chaoyun. Be it the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, the Dragon Blood Soul-Breaking Finger, Dermic World, or the Divine Lightning Eye, they could all allow Xiao Chen to turn things around in an instant. Up until now, Xiao Chen had thoroughly figured out his opponent's strength. Chu Chaoyun's cultivation was at peak prime. However, he also cultivated the demonic race's cultivation techniques. Hence, he could contend with Xiao Chen alone. Chu Chaoyun's sword skills were about the same as Xiao Chen's saber skills. It was hard to say who was superior. Chu Chaoyun's trump card was the state of primal chaos, a state even stronger than the state of cycle. Before primal chaos split, there was no day or night. There was no time, no space, and no cycle. However, from the very start, Xiao Chen discovered that the merger of light and darkness was not perfect. The reason was that Chu Chaoyun's state of light and state of darkness needed to be perfected. Primal chaos was not as simple as light and darkness. He had forcefully fused them completely by relying on his own willpower. Perhaps that willpower was his greatest trump card. It could allow him to go further and fly higher. Of course, that was under the condition that he could leave the Kunlun realm. However, right now, Chu Chaoyun forcefully raised himself to a higher level. Compared to Xiao Chen, who fought steadily, advancing step by step, Chu Chaoyun was like a tall, dangerous building. Since Xiao Chen knows his own situation, why does he still want to fight me? Whoosh! As Xiao Chen pondered, he became distracted. Then, Chu Chaoyun stabbed his sword into Xiao Chen's chest. A black and white light flowed out of the sword and quickly entered Xiao Chen's body. The muscles and bones around Xiao Chen's wound immediately rotted. Blue Dragon King, you are distracted, Chu Chaoyun said indifferently as he looked at Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I am indeed distracted. I just figured out why you insisted on fighting me. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I was indeed distracted. I just figured out why you insisted on fighting me. A smile appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face as he said calmly, No one has ever been able to guess my thoughts. Very well. Before I kill you, let me hear you out. If you guessed correctly, I will not stab you with this sword. The tip of the sword stabbed into Xiao Chen's body pressed against Xiao Chen's chest, releasing strands of black sword qi. Strands of black sword qi surged out from the tip of the sword and wrapped around Xiao Chen's chest. As long as Chu Chaoyun wanted to, he could crush Xiao Chen's heart at any time. Do you really want to say it? I feel that it is better to prove it with my actions. Chu Chaoyun was slightly stunned. Before he could react, he saw 3 purple petals spinning in his eyes. When the petals layered over each other, the power of the tribulation lightning instantly descended. Chu Chaoyun was immediately blasted away. His clothes were tattered, and electricity flickered all over his body. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. A berserk tricolor dragon appeared in Xiao Chen's left palm. As the wind blew, it charged at Chu Chaoyun, who was injured by the tribulation lightning. Pussy. Chu Chaoyun vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. His internal organs ruptured, and he fell weakly onto a small planet. It was not over yet. Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly as he executed Dermic World. Then, his huge body stomped on the small planet. Rumble! The small planet shattered on the spot. Chu Chaoyun was in a sorry state. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he no longer had any combat prowess. Chu Chaoyun lay on a rather large piece of the small planet. Right now, he did not even have the strength to stand up. Dermic World vanished, and Xiao Chen pulled out the sword at his chest and casually tossed it aside. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed on the asteroid. Then, he looked at Chu Chaoyun coldly and asked, Am I right? Chapter 1553. On the shattered meteor, Xiao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyun and said indifferently, You should know my strength. Before I entered the Blue Dragon Palace, I might not be as strong as you. However, after I entered the Blue Dragon Palace and obtained the bloodline inheritance, I broke through the shackles of Prime. No one in the Kunlun realm is a match for me. Since a long time ago, you said that there would be a battle between you and me. Even though you knew that you were no longer as strong as me, you stubbornly insisted on fighting me. In the past I could not understand it. Just now I finally understood why. In the end, deep in your heart. In the end, you were still unwilling to destroy the entire Kunlun realm to fulfill your wish. If you really wanted to achieve your goal, the battle between me and the demonic god would have been your best opportunity. However, you did not. This means that from the very start, your greatest goal was not to destroy the Kunlun realm. What are you trying to do? You are seeking death. Towards the end, Xiao Chen's voice became heavier as he enunciated every word. When Chu Chaoyun heard that, he was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "You are right. Do it then. Borrow your hands to kill me. That way, I will feel more at ease and not feel too guilty toward those remnant elders of the dynasty." Xiao Chen did not make a move. He said indifferently, "However, I do not understand why you seek death so much." Chu Chaoyun remained expressionless, his eyes numb. He said calmly, "I'm tired. Do it. I have been waiting for this day for a long time already. I can only say that Xiao Chen, you have not disappointed me." Xiao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyun, feeling that he was very pitiful. Who could avoid death in this world? However, some people were not born to live but to seek death. You seek death wholeheartedly and have no regrets? Regrets? None. After I merged the 3,000 lower realms, no one above Emperor Wu can enter. Only the people inside can come out. The people outside cannot enter. The Tianwu dynasty is already established. Those remnant elders like to dream, so I will give them a dream. I've already done what I promised Lang Yu. He had also fulfilled the dying wish of the last Tianwu emperor, the Tianwu emperor, to fight with you. I, Chu Chaoyun, have nothing to regret. Seeing the other party's calm expression, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "You are lying. Do you not want to leave and ask the first-generation Tianwu emperor why he abandoned you?" Hearing this, Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "To be honest, this is the reason I am most unwilling to live. You don't know how powerful he is, and you don't know how terrifying his background is." After pausing for a while, Chu Chaoyun revealed a self-mocking expression. He was not a person of the Kunlun realm in the first place. The establishment of the Tianwu dynasty was his springboard to leave the Kunlun realm. He has never cared about the survival of the Tianwu dynasty. They are just tools for him. Xiao Chen felt somewhat astonished. He had not expected the Tianwu emperor to have such a secret. "Send me on my way. I no longer have any regrets. I am really tired," Chu Chaoyun said again, getting Xiao Chen to make a move. Xiao Chen remained silent for a long time. Just as Chu Chaoyun gave up and prepared to make a move himself, a force suddenly restricted his body. It was Xiao Chen. He made a move, but he did not kill Chu Chaoyun. Instead, he treated his injuries. Xiao Chen was a prime in the first place. His injuries recovered very quickly. With the help of an external force, his recovery was even faster. Just as Chu Chaoyun's injuries were about to recover, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the divine item that the Tianwu emperor left behind appeared in his hand. Chu Chaoyun's expression changed slightly. "What are you trying to do?" "Nothing much. I'm just sending you out of this abandoned land. There are some things that you have to ask personally. When you are outside and truly have no regrets, we can have a good fight. In this life, one cannot live for others. Chu Chaoyun, don't disappoint me. I do not have many true opponents in this life." Xiao Chen controlled Chu Chaoyun and got him to activate the divine item. The palm-sized sword immediately merged with Chu Chaoyun's body. A vigorous energy started to erupt in Chu Chaoyun's body. His clothes fluttered about, and he had a malevolent expression. Clearly, he was in pain. Black lines appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face, looking like tentacles about to come out. These were the side effects of the clash of light and darkness. Xiao! A sharp sword light shot out from Chu Chaoyun's body. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen went flying. The divine item slowly melted in Chu Chaoyun's body, suppressing the powers of darkness and light. Chu Chaoyun soared into the air, and a melodious sword hum came from his body. With a buzz, He broke the barrier of a world. Chu Chaoyun turned into a resplendent light, lighting up the entire boundless starry heavens. Boundless radiance radiated out from Chu Chaoyun's body. As the light spread out, all the stars in the starry heavens dimmed. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Kunlun continent saw a strange scene. In the pitch-black sky, only a resplendent star was shining brightly. Chu Chaoyun's body rose continuously. It felt like the entire world was getting further and further away from him. At this moment, the situation was already set. The restriction that Xiao Chen left in Chu Chaoyun's body no longer existed. However, Chu Chaoyun could not change the situation of being brought out of this world by the divine item. Chu Chaoyun searched for Xiao Chen's figure in the pitch-black space. Xiao Chen's figure and appearance slowly turned blurry in his vision. In life, one cannot always live for others, Chu Chaoyun muttered to himself, mulling over Xiao Chen's words. In hindsight, Chu Chaoyun seemed to be in control of the situation at all times, devising strategies. Everything, no matter how big or small, was under his control. Everything went according to his plans. However, in this life, Chu Chaoyun indeed lived only for others. He lived for the dying wishes of the last Qianwu emperor, for the remnant elders of the dynasty. It seemed like he never truly lived for himself. Xiao Chen, I promise you, when I have no regrets, I will truly fight you again. After making up his mind, a brilliant light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Then, he vanished from the starry heavens, leaving this abandoned land. The instant Chu Chaoyun left, the starry heavens returned to normal. The stars filling the sky lit up one by one, and the night returned to calm. However, just at this moment, the heavenly Tao mercilessly erased all traces of Chu Chaoyun's existence in this world. Many of the primes and martial emperors watching the battle showed confused expressions, not knowing what happened. Only Xiao Chen failed again when the heavenly Tao tried to erase all memories of Chu Chaoyun from his mind. This was the same as when the heavenly Tao tried to erase all memories of Lu Ruyue from Xiao Chen's mind after Lu Ruyue left. It failed again. Everyone forgot about Chu Chaoyun's existence. Everything related to him was erased without a trace. It was like this person had never existed in the first place. The heavenly Tao was merciless. No wonder everyone questioned whether there was a peak above prime. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The various primes and sovereign martial emperors found Xiao Chen and quickly asked him what happened. Xiao Chen wanted to explain. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he felt his entire body tremble. Countless strands of strange killing intent descended from the sky, firmly locking down on him. If he spoke, he would definitely be killed. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. The heavenly Tao was not just merciless. It was simply heartless. Since that was the case, there was no need to explain. Xiao Chen casually brushed it off. Xiao Chen glanced in the direction where Chu Chaoyun had disappeared before turning around and flying back to the Kunlun continent. 3 months later, the Blue Dragon Totem was completed. Then, Xiao Chen visited all his friends in the Kunlun realm. This was the last time he met with everyone before he left. His first senior sister, Bai, Wu Xiaotian, Ying Zongtian, Yu Bingyun. He visited all his friends that he had interacted with before. The Deep Abyss demonic world was Xiao Chen's final stop. That was where he met the only demon lord of the demonic world, Lang Yu. There were many places he could not bear to part with and many people he could not forget. However, he still had to leave the Kunlun realm in the end. It was just like what he said to Chu Chaoyun. There were many things that he had to do personally. No matter what Lu Rui's current situation was, at the very least, in Xiao Chen's heart, his former master was the person he loved the most in his life. Many words lingered in his ears like it was yesterday. Even if Xiao Chen hid his feelings in the depths of his heart forever, not touching them or thinking about them, that person was irreplaceable in his heart. This was an undeniable fact. Before Xiao Chen left, he entered the Blue Dragon Palace one last time. Big Brother Dragon and the other item spirits had been waiting for a long time already. Chapter 1554. You are leaving? The old dragon horse was the first to speak, guessing Xiao Chen's purpose in coming. Xiao Chen nodded. He had already done what he needed to do and met all the people he needed to meet. He needed to leave the Kunlun realm. Be it to search for Lu Ruyue or to climb to the peak of the martial Tao, he needed to leave this abandoned land. Big Brother Dragon Horse and the others were not surprised. However, there were some things that needed to be explained. The young girl behind him took out a spatial ring. Xiao Chen received it and sent in his spiritual sense. He discovered that it contained crystal stones flickering with a blue light, looking very crystalline. Such crystals felt like they had the aura of primordial energy. However, they were purer and more condensed. "What is this?" Xiao Chen asked as he withdrew his spiritual sense and looked at the young woman. "I can feel the presence of primordial energy in this. However, it is much purer." The young woman explained, "This is spirit jade, a natural ore in the outside world. Cultivators use this to trade." The so-called primordial energy of the Kunlun realm is actually innate spiritual energy in the outside world. When cultivators reach the innate realm, they can absorb it. Spirit jade grows underground. It takes hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years for a spirit jade vein to form. After such a long time of accumulation, the spiritual energy in the spirit jade is naturally much purer than the innate spiritual energy in the world. Big Brother Dragonhorse continued, "There are about 2 million spirit jades in this spatial ring. The blue dragon bloodline declined, so I can only give you this much. The rest is to maintain the operation of the Blue Dragon Palace." Xiao Chen put away the spatial ring and thanked the old man. "Big Brother Dragon, you are too polite." In reality, Big Brother Dragonhorse was indeed too polite. After Xiao Chen left, he would understand how precious spirit jades were. Furthermore, what Big Brother Dragonhorse gave Xiao Chen were all high-quality superior-grade spirit jades. The azure-clad man stepped forward and handed an ancient book to Xiao Chen. He said, "This is the Book of the Epics. Most sects in the outside world give it to their disciples. Keep it well. It introduces the various things of the martial epic, such as what cultivation realms there are after the veritable essence realm. There are many factions in the martial epic. Some of the larger factions and sects have records of them." Xiao Chen took it and casually flipped through a few pages. It was a simplified version of an encyclopedia. Although it was not a secret manual, it was the most suitable for him at the moment. After leaving the Kunlun realm, he would not be clueless. Next, the artifact spirits took out some more precious personal items and left them to Xiao Chen. They were all Xian weapons used to save Xiao Chen's life at a critical moment. Finally, the old dragon horse handed a jade pendant to Xiao Chen to wear. As he placed the jade pendant on his chest, an ice-cold aura flowed out of the jade pendant and poured into Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen immediately felt a lot better, as his aura was greatly suppressed. On the surface of the jade pendant was an ancient Buddha sitting on a lotus platform with a serene expression. On the back were the words Jing Xin. This was originally a Buddhist amulet. Later, someone polished it into jade. Although its shape changed, its effects remained the same. It can calm the mind and calm the heart. Of course, the most important thing is that it withdraws its aura. It can reduce the black lotus seal's aura to the minimum. The dragon horse Big Brother had put in a lot of effort. In reality, he was the one who carved the original Buddhist amulet. For the sake of helping Xiao Chen suppress the black lotus seal, the dragon horse Big Brother strengthened the effect of the jade pendant's aura withdrawing. However, you have to remember that this jade pendant cannot completely suppress the black lotus seal. You still have to be careful. When Xiao Chen felt the Dragon King's concern, he thanked him solemnly. This could be considered to have resolved his greatest hidden danger. Thinking about what the Thunder King said before he died, Xiao Chen could not truly feel at ease leaving the Kunlun realm. If the Black Lotus Church surrounded Xiao Chen the moment he left, that would be too unjust. I would like to ask Big Brother Dragon, where does the White Dragon race stay? Xiao Chen had not forgotten his greatest purpose in coming to the Blue Dragon Palace. The dragon horse Big Brother replied sullenly, "That is simple. Just go out and ask around, and you will know. However, I believe that the person you are looking for will not be in the White Dragon race's territory. Who would be willing to pay such a high price to pull your friend out of the abandoned land? There is only one reason. Your friend's bloodline is extremely special and has great potential. Such a genius would normally be in Ancestor Dragon City. That is where the demonic geniuses of the various dragon race bloodlines gather. The resources there are the most, and the competition is the most intense. Ancestor Dragon City. Xiao Chen thought to himself, it looks like Lu Ruyue is most likely in this Ancestor Dragon City. As for where Ancestor Dragon City was, Xiao Chen did not ask. He knew nothing about the outside world. Even if he told Xiao Chen, it would be hard for him to understand. Now that he knew the name, He would just ask around in the future. Seniors, Xiao Chen will take his leave first. I will leave the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate to you. Xiao Chen walked to the palace doors and performed a cupped fist salute. The dragon horse big brother smiled and said, "Don't worry. I think that Las Mo Chen will be qualified to push open the palace doors soon. The Dragon's Gate's recovery will be faster than you think. Take care on your journey." The group sent off Xiao Chen with their eyes, feeling somewhat regretful in their hearts. Xiao Chen carried their expectations. Only when Xiao Chen became the Dragon Emperor would the Blue Dragon bloodline truly flourish. However, to become the Dragon Emperor, Xiao Chen would have to face not only the various demonic geniuses and geniuses of the dragon race but also the inheritors of the other great desolate 100 races and the many ancient holy lands. The pressure of such competition was much greater than in the Kunlun realm. Once Xiao Chen left this Kunlun realm, he would welcome the entire martial epoch. The abandoned land of the thousands of great realms was not even a drop in the ocean. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Ing Zongtian, Emperor Forsaken, and the other primes and sovereign martial emperors of the Kunlun realm were waiting. When Xiao Chen's good friends learned that Xiao Chen was coming to challenge the Kunlun Road, they had been waiting for him for a long time to send him off. "Come look. The Blue Dragon King is here." As the sun set, a white figure flew towards the foot of the mountain at lightning speed. This was Xiao Chen, who had come out of the Blue Dragon Palace. "Little brother Xiao Chen, this Kunlun Road has always been known as the Road to Death. For several tens of thousands of years, no one in the Kunlun realm has dared to challenge it. Today, it all depends on you." Ing Zongtian glanced at the people at the side before turning his head to speak to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took out a jade strip and handed it to Ing Zongtian. "This jade strip contains a strand of my will, a tenth of my strength. If I die, this jade strip will shatter. If I do not die, the will in the jade strip will grow stronger as my main body grows stronger." Ing Zongtian put away the jade strip and said, "Take care of yourself. I hope that you can make a trip back while I am alive. Tell Big Brother what the outside world is like." Xiao Chen said seriously, "I definitely will." After a simple exchange with the people he was familiar with, Xiao Chen stepped onto the Kunlun Road alone, heading for the unknown world. As the heaven-punishing corpse god watched Xiao Chen's back, he muttered, "I wonder if he can succeed or not. After all, this is the Kunlun Road." There were too many legends about the Kunlun Road. No matter how strong Xiao Chen was, everyone still worried for him. The Kunlun Palace's palace master said, "Don't worry. It will be much easier for Xiao Chen to clear this Kunlun Road than we expected. He has been suppressing his strength all this while. When he reaches the Kunlun Road, he will not have to continue suppressing it." When everyone heard this, they were startled. Right now, Xiao Chen's strength was already very horrifying. Unexpectedly, this was still not Xiao Chen's limit. On the mountain path, Xiao Chen, who was about to enter the clouds, suddenly turned around. His gaze landed on Bai, Mo Chen, first senior sister, and Yu Bingyun. "Sorry, I finally have some free time, and now I have to leave alone again." Xiao Chen was not a heartless person. He and Bai had depended on each other for many years, and their relationship was the deepest. First senior sister was the person who took care of him the most since he came to the Kunlun realm. Mo Chen established the Dragon's Gate and helped him the most. Yu Bingyun was someone who had gone through thick and thin with him, a confidant who had gone through life and death with him. Xiao Chen could not bear to part with each of them. He swore to himself that he would return to the Kunlun realm one day. Not for himself but for these people that he could not bear to part with. Chapter 1555. The main peak of Kunlun Mountain towered into the clouds. No one knew what lay beyond the summit. They only knew that it was a path to heaven, a path that led to the outside world, a path to escape this abandoned land. Since ancient times, there had been too many legends about the path to heaven. However, no matter how they spread, there was not much useful information. Xiao Chen's figure entered the clouds, completely vanishing from everyone's sight. The instant he passed through the clouds, Xiao Chen's body felt relaxed for some reason. It was like the restrictions he was born with in his body disappeared. Xiao Chen understood that the heavenly Tao could no longer affect this place. The laws could no longer restrict him. After calming himself, Xiao Chen continued forward. The mountain path was rugged. Slowly, the environment on both sides changed at some point in time. The clouds were no longer there. Both sides were empty. There were many spatial storms in the empty space. When the countless spatial shards blew by, they flew around like shards of glass. As Xiao Chen walked on the mountain path, he felt the might of the spatial shards. He no longer dared to underestimate them, so he carefully avoided these spatial shards. The spatial shards here were on a completely different level from those in the Kunlun realm. The space here was clearly of a higher level. For example, it was like the difference between the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm. This place should be a transition point between the Kunlun realm and the outside world. The space in the outside world should be of a higher level. Earlier, a spatial shard passed by Xiao Chen. He had been somewhat careless. Who could have imagined that it would leave a 1 centimeter deep wound when it passed by him? It was very scary. Xiao Chen looked at the summit. He did not know how long he would have to walk to the peak. Furthermore, he did not dare to fly here. As he walked, the danger of getting cut by the spatial shards would increase. If he were unlucky and got swallowed up by a spatial storm, Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine that scene. No wonder this Kunlun road was also known as a dead end. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Chen walked forward step by step, carefully avoiding the spatial shards. If he could not avoid them, he would use his saber to chop them apart. As the top bladesman of the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen's skills with the saber had already reached great heights. Sometimes, when he could not chop the spatial shards apart, he would use force to break them. Oh no! A spatial storm passed above Xiao Chen without any warning. A strong suction pulled his body down. Blue Dragon Divine Wings. Greatly startled, Xiao Chen quickly unfurled his Blue Dragon Divine Wings and struggled against the suction of the spatial storm. Xiao Chen's body spun continuously under the spatial storm, unable to control it. In the spatial storm, many spatial shards flew over. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's movement technique, the fish dragon art, was very proficient in dodging over a short distance. Otherwise, even if they weren't pulled into the storm, they would be cut into pieces by the spatial fragments. When the spatial storm drifted away from his head, his body landed on the ground. Cassie! It sounded like something had shattered. The startled Xiao Chen looked down and saw a rotting corpse. He did not know how long it had been there. His original sovereign body had already completely decayed, and he crushed it with a single stomp when he landed. Beside his palm, there was a rusty broken knife. I'm sorry, Senior. It was unintentional. Xiao Chen said softly. This was a senior bladesman whom he had accidentally crushed. For this senior to be able to leave a corpse on the Kunlun road and not dismembered on the spot, he must have been a famous person in the Kunlun realm. Sighing, Xiao Chen continued on his way. The rest of the road was littered with skeletons. Every short distance they walked, they would see a skeleton. The pressure on the mountain increased. Slowly, it became difficult to even lift one's feet. However, there was still a long distance to the top. Suddenly, he realized that it had been a long time since he had seen any corpses. Xiao Chen came to his senses and stopped in his tracks. Why weren't there any corpses? Clearly, this was a forbidden zone. Most of the people who charged into this place didn't leave behind any corpses. Hoochie! Suddenly, 3 spatial storms blew over from above. Xiao Chen paled slightly. Before Xiao Chen could react, he was lifted into the air, flying towards the center of the 3 spatial storms. Xiao Chen struggled with all his might. At the same time, he circulated his vital qi. Strands of dragon-shaped energy moved around and gathered into 2 cauldrons. With a loud shout, Xiao Chen punched the air 3 times. Each punch boomed like thunder. He used the huge rebound to push himself back. As for the spatial shards flying over, Xiao Chen simply ignored them. He could only let these blind shards fly past his body. After punching 10 times, Xiao Chen, who had exhausted all his vital qi, finally landed on the ground. Xiao Chen's body was covered in wounds, dripping with blood. His white robes were dyed scarlet. His injuries and fatigue prevented Xiao Chen from continuing forward. He could only stop to rest and recover from his injuries, recuperating his vital qi. Even when resting, Xiao Chen had to be careful. He looked around and paid attention at all times, unable to relax. This was because the spatial storms here did not follow any pattern. It looked like the summit was less than a kilometer away. However, for some reason, Xiao Chen felt that it was a very, very distant place. After that, with every step he took, he would experience 3, even 4, spatial storms. Toward the end, there would be even more terrifying spatial tiers. These spatial tiers would close instantly. If he was not careful and got pulled in, he did not know when he would come out again. It might be 100 years later, or it might be a lifetime. On this 1-kilometer path, Xiao Chen took 3 steps forward and took 1 step back. He even had to rest midway, walking for more than 40 days. After almost 1.5 months, he finally arrived at the summit. This period of time was truly a nightmare. In the future, Xiao Chen would not want to recall this experience. It was too torturous. Xiao Chen turned his head back and looked at the Kunlun Road, entering deep thought. Even Xiao Chen was in such a sorry state. If the primes of the Kunlun realm wanted to take this path, they would die for sure. This path should not be so difficult. It was practically a path of death. Something must have happened, resulting in such difficulty. Perhaps the people of the Black Lotus Church really did something to it. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze. There was no longer any path ahead. He looked up and saw a huge spatial whirlpool in the distant sky. Is this the spatial tunnel to leave the Kunlun realm? Xiao Chen muttered to himself, looking travel-worn as he looked at that spatial whirlpool. Go! Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and did not hesitate to fly towards that spatial whirlpool. At this final step it was much safer. He did not run into any trouble as he ascended. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to reach the spatial whirlpool, something strange happened. Black lotus flowers flew out of the spatial whirlpool and quickly formed a huge hand that smashed at Xiao Chen. A strong force gathered in the palm. When the pressure pressed down, Xiao Chen felt like he was suffocating. Sharp spirit finger. With this finger, Xiao Chen retreated quickly. Then, cracks appeared in that huge black palm. The cracks quickly mended, but the palm continued to descend on him, wanting to squash him to death. Flawless saber technique, cloud-reaching stance. Xiao Chen did not hesitate to execute the flawless saber technique's cloud-reaching stance. Lofty aspirations surged in Xiao Chen's chest. His blood surged as he soared into the sky. Kasie! The saber struck that huge palm, and cracks spread out again. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. Ice-attributed and lightning-attributed energies merged in Xiao Chen's left palm. A drop of blood dripped from his palm, and a berserk tricolor dragon appeared. Then, the wind blew and the huge palm ferociously smashed into it. After a series of strikes, the huge black palm suddenly scattered, turning into many lotus flowers drifting in the air. Xiao Chen's heart sank. To think that the lotus flowers were not destroyed and still showed signs of regathering. However, the speed of regathering was extremely slow. Xiao Chen thought to himself, indeed, the Black Lotus Church did something. Aside from me, no one in the Kunlun realm can block that earlier strike. Xiao Chen wanted to completely destroy these lotus flowers. However, after trying a few times, he discovered that after the lotus flowers shattered, they would still split into countless lotus flowers. This was very similar to the thunder hell that the Thunder King once executed when he possessed the demonic god. This would only slow down the speed of the black lotus flowers regathering. It would not be of much use. Never mind. I'll enter the spatial whirlpool first. Xiao Chen shook his head and chose to give up. Then, his figure flashed into the spatial whirlpool. Chapter 1556. As his body entered the spatial whirlpool, Xiao Chen looked forward. There was only one path in the whirlpool. At the end of the tunnel, a faint light could be seen. After testing it out, Xiao Chen discovered that it was very easy to move forward. However, when he moved backward, it felt like the entire world was moving backward. He had only experienced this feeling when he was reversing time and space. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. No wonder people said that it was much more difficult for the people of the outside world to enter than for the people of the Kunlun realm to leave. The cultivators of the Kunlun realm only had to deal with those spatial shards and spatial storms. To the experts of the outside world, their realms far surpassed that of a supreme being, so they did not fear the spatial storms at all. However, every step they took in the passageway of the spatial vortex was equivalent to reversing time and space. Although the passageway was not long, it was enough to make one suffer. Furthermore, according to the old dragon horse, the stronger one was, the greater the obstacles one would encounter. Xiao Chen was a little worried about what he would do when he returned in the future. However, at this point, it was useless to think about these things. He could only shake his head and brace himself to move forward. Fortunately, the Black Lotus Church did not follow up on this spatial passageway. It would be extremely difficult for the other party to tamper with this spatial passageway. The moment Xiao Chen stepped out of the spatial vortex, he looked back and discovered the place he had come from. It was a black whirlpool. The entrance of the whirlpool was like the mouth of a monster. Xiao Chen looked around. This place was the resplendent starry heavens, boundless and boundless. He did not see the Kunlun continent. Xiao Chen thought for a while. It looked like the Kunlun realm was just a drop in the ocean of this universe, truly an abandoned land. After sensing for a while, Xiao Chen found that this starry heavens was very different from the Kunlun realms. Firstly, the level of space was different. Here, one would not be as free as in the starry heavens of the Kunlun realm. He had to constantly consume true essence to maintain himself in the starry sky and not drift away. The spatial pressure was immense, and his speed and strength were greatly restricted. Xiao Chen flipped his hand, and the cycle throne appeared. Then, he gently landed and sat on it. 7 divine weapons appeared, each guarding a direction, forming a simple formation. Kicking Xiao Chen, he resisted the pressure from the starry sky. Sitting on the throne, Xiao Chen began to study the book of the epics that the azure-clothed man had left him. He had to understand the outside world as soon as possible. Book of the Epics, the end of the Great Desolate Era. The Great Desolate Continent shattered into countless fragments, and the world entered the Epic Era. The first sentence introduced the origin of the epic, and it immediately drew Xiao Chen's attention. There was a lot of novel knowledge that Xiao Chen had never come into contact with before. It broadened his horizons and allowed him to have a new understanding of the universe. In the beginning, the universe was chaotic. There was no heaven and earth. Only then did the heavens and earth split apart, and only then did the boundless great wasteland continent come into existence. It was a post-mythological era where all the races fought for supremacy, and the descendants of the gods and devils appeared. That era was too far away. Only the most ancient records of the 10,000 races in the untainted land had records of that era. As for the chaotic era, that was even more distant. The great desolate continent shattered into pieces. Even the smallest piece was half the size of the Kunlun continent. The billions of pieces formed countless worlds of various sizes. Thousands of worlds formed the epic era that followed. The epic era had risen and fallen for many epochs. After the immortal epic came the current martial epic. With the birth of the new epic, the lands of the old epic would be excluded from the new epic, becoming abandoned lands. 3 days later, Xiao Chen finally finished reading the book of the epics. Xiao Chen let out a long sigh. The Kunlun realm was just a drop in the ocean of this entire world. The outside world was much larger than Xiao Chen had imagined, somewhat surpassing his expectations. He now had a certain understanding of the current martial epic. After the veritable personage realm, there was the primal core realm, the cloud sea realm, the divine vein realm, the faux god realm, and the true god realm. Before the veritable personage realm were the ordinary realm and the innate realm. In the vast sea of people, there were probably billions of people cultivating in the martial epic. However, most people would remain in the ordinary realm their entire lives. With some talent, they would advance to the innate realm. Only after becoming a connate life form and passing through the 9 heavens of connate could one be called a perfected being. For example, Xiao Chen had broken through to the enlightened being realm in his 30s. Even in most places in the outside world, he could be considered an outstanding talent. However, the Book of the Epics also recorded that the cultivators with the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline had mostly reached the peak of the veritable personage realm at his age. Among them, there were many with outstanding talents who broke through to the perfected being realm. His talent was not bad, but the resources in the land of exile could not be compared to those in the outside world. His years of experience and combat experience were incomparable to the geniuses in the outside world. It couldn't be said that they were truly weaker than each other. Xiao Chen thought to himself, I need to find baleful Yin energy quickly and advance to the Yin essence stage. After the Yin essence stage there was the Yang essence stage. When the 3 essences merged to form the primal core, one could break through from the veritable personage stage to the primal core stage. In the Book of the Epics, Xiao Chen had seen a rough star map left behind by the azure-clothed man. Roaming the starry sky without a star map was equivalent to courting death. Not only were there all sorts of astral beasts in the starry sky, but there were also many astral pirates. More importantly, if a cultivator wanted to move freely in the starry sky, they needed the strength of a primal core realm cultivator. A veritable personage would barely be able to roam the starry sky, but they would not be able to remain in the starry sky for long. The expenditure of veritable essence energy would be too much. Xiao Chen recalled the information he saw on the star map. The land of exile, the Kunlun realm, was near the Profound Light Great Realm. As for the Profound Light Great Realm, it was in the Purple Sun region. There were at least 1,000 existences similar to the Profound Light Great Realm in the Purple Sun region. Xiao Chen needed to make a trip to the Profound Light Great Realm first. Firstly, he could scout out the situation there. Secondly, he could search for or purchase some baleful energy. Whoosh! With a thought, Xiao Chen used the magic energy in his sea of consciousness to drive the cycle throne to the Profound Light Great Realm. The air resistance in the starry sky was very low, allowing one to fly very fast. However, the air here was thin, and the pressure and light were extraordinary. If one was not careful, one might die. Those with lower cultivations than those who had not broken through to the veritable personage realm would not be able to survive in the starry sky. Originally, Xiao Chen would find it hard to fly for long in the starry sky. Fortunately, he had the cycle throne, which he could drive with magic energy, saving him a large amount of veritable essence energy. After flying for millions of kilometers, Xiao Chen passed by an asteroid belt, and strange sounds came from there. There are many astral beasts in the starry sky. These astral beasts are extremely hard to deal with, and some are extremely strong. This was Xiao Chen's first time roaming the starry sky, so he raised his guard. Normally, he would not pass by such complicated environments. Instead, he would go around them. However, this time, it seemed like he could not avoid them. Suddenly, several black bats flew out of the asteroid belt. They were all huge, looking like strange beasts. Due to the low air resistance in the starry sky, these huge bats moved extremely fast. Furthermore, these bats had strong auras. With one look, it was clear that they were not ordinary astral beasts. Every bat should have the strength of a veritable essence stage cultivator. Xiao Chen did not panic. He remained calm, wanting to test the combat prowess of these huge bats. Kill! Pride of the 7 divine weapons tore through the air. A saber light flashed, and a huge bat that bore the brunt of the attack got chopped in half. The saber light contained great Tao energy, making it easy to kill. Clang! Pride returned, leaving behind the corpses of several huge bats in the starry sky. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he wrapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne. It looks like my combat prowess is completely unrivaled in the veritable essence stage. I think that not many can comprehend great Tao energy in this cultivation realm. With the support of great Tao energy, Xiao Chen's strength surpassed that of an ordinary veritable essence stage cultivator. Unfortunately, I did not run into any essence stage astral beasts, so I cannot test out my true limits. Just at this moment, something strange happened. All of a sudden, a flock of giant bats flew out of the asteroid belt. Some of them had golden patterns on their bodies. When Xiao Chen checked, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Those were at least essence stage giant bats. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them. Flee! Without even thinking, Xiao Chen suddenly stood up. The throne merged with his white robes as he quickly flew away. Chapter 1557. With so many giant bats, Xiao Chen could not deal with them all. Furthermore, there were a few leaders among them. This made things even more difficult. Running was the best option. However, Xiao Chen's speed was much slower than that of these ferocious beasts that grew up in the starry heavens. Their bodies needed to adapt to the environment of the starry heavens. Furthermore, the school bus had just arrived and was not used to the complicated environment of the starry heavens. Soon, a swarm of giant bats surrounded Xiao Chen. When they got closer, Xiao Chen discovered that these giant bats were nearly 10 meters long. They had sharp beaks and huge wings. The scariest thing were their claws. They were incredibly sharp and flickered with a cold light. Chi! Chi! Suddenly, these giant bats let out sharp cries at the same time. The cries were ear-piercing and unpleasant, penetrating into the depths of one's mind. Sound wave attacks. Xiao Chen's face sank. The sound wave attacks of these giant bats were not simple. They were all infused with mental energy. Most importantly, he was in the middle of the encirclement, so the giant bat sound waves were all focused on him. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen tremble in fear. If he was not careful, he might end up an idiot, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Dragon Tone Art. Without much time to think, Xiao Chen decisively executed the Dragon Tone Art. A purple whirlpool gathered in his chest. A huge dragon image coiled above his head. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen roared ferociously. Roar! Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, which far surpassed that of a regular person's, erupted with this roar. Not only did the giant bats fail to injure Xiao Chen, but they were also severely injured by the rebound of the dragon roar. It was no longer possible for the giant bats to attack Xiao Chen with sound waves. Revealing a smile, Xiao Chen looked around the encirclement and fixed his gaze on a giant bat with a golden line on its back. To capture the bandits, one had to capture the leader. Even if this group of giant bats wanted to cause trouble for Xiao Chen, they did not have the courage to do so. Whoosh! After making up his mind, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he executed the fish dragon art and charged forward. The giant bats that pounced at him along the way were all easily dodged, leaving only broken after images. Chi! Suddenly, a gust of wind flashed in front of him. The wind was as sharp as a knife, and it scratched Xiao Chen's cheeks, leaving 2 bloody marks. Retreat! Bewildered, Xiao Chen quickly retreated. Only then did he realize that the golden-edged bat had flown over his head. What a close shave! If he hadn't dodged in time, his head would have been crushed on the spot. Just thinking about the giant bat's golden claws, which flickered with a faint light and overflowed with cold light, made one shudder. However, this also firmed up Xiao Chen's decision to kill this golden-edged bat first. After a few rounds with this golden-edged bat, Xiao Chen actually suffered a small loss. He couldn't help but shout, "Saber!" The 7 divine weapons merged together. Xiao Chen grasped the scabbard. He did not want to end up in a battle to the death, so he executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Xiao Chen's heart shattered, and he felt intense pain. Then, he quickly hacked out with the divine weapon. Cassie! Who could have imagined that the golden-edged bat's claws would firmly grab the saber in the time it took for a spark to fly? What great vital chi! Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he failed to draw his saber. The golden-edged bat flapped its wings, and its sharp teeth flew towards Xiao Chen, forcing him to abandon his saber. Just at this crucial moment, the golden-edged bat suddenly lost all signs of life. Xiao Chen's heartbreaking stance ignored defense, directly attacking the target's heart. At this moment, the golden-edged bat's heart shattered, dying on the spot. Cassie! A saber light flashed. Xiao Chen drew his divine weapon and chopped off the golden-edged bat's golden claws. When looking at the cold golden light and sharp claws, even a fool would know that these were good items. After killing this golden-edged bat, Xiao Chen did not linger. This group of astral beasts was harder to deal with than he had imagined. If there was no need, he would not linger. Look! There is a person being chased by a group of demon-tone bats. So, it is a veritable essence stage rookie. No wonder he offended the demon-tone bats. When such astral beasts work together, even peak primal core realm experts would have to retreat. The demon-tone bats are one of the overlords of this area. This person is dead for sure. Should we save him? What's there to save? Firstly, he does not have the emblem of a sect. Secondly, he has no experience. With one look, we can tell that he is an unreliable loose cultivator. As Xiao Chen retreated, a fortress ship passed in front of him. A group of people on the ship watched the scene of him being chased. When Xiao Chen looked over, he felt somewhat startled. This fortress ship was very fast. This should be an astral ship specially made for traveling in the starry heavens. It should have formations that could adapt to the starry heavens. Xiao Chen had a rough understanding of this in the Book of the Epochs. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, a strong aura swept over Xiao Chen. A primal core realm expert. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling bewildered, a cold snort rang out by his ear. Scram further away. Don't lead the demon-tone bats in our direction. Otherwise, this old man will take your life. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a blue-clad old man at the top of the fortress ship, looking at him coldly. It turned out that Xiao Chen was heading to the profound light world. The direction he was retreating in happened to be the same as this fortress ship. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to bother with this person, so he did not bother explaining. However, he still had to be wary of this person's strength. Xiao Chen lowered his speed. After all, it was not like he could not deal with the demon-tone bats behind him. It would just be more troublesome. On the fortress ship, a man and a woman stood behind the blue-clad old man. The man was handsome, but his lips were rather thin, and he looked somewhat fickle. The woman had some baby fat on her face, but her facial features were delicate. While she was not very pretty, she was very likable. "Master, that person does not look like a bad person. We can save him," the woman whispered as she looked into the distance, at Xiao Chen, who was slowly disappearing from her vision. The young man smiled and said, "Junior sister, you are too young. With one look, it is clear that this person is deliberately leading the demon tone bats in our direction. If we save him, we will fall into his trap. Then, we will take the opportunity to leave. If he is more malicious, he might even take advantage of the situation to rob us." But master, how can a primal core realm expert fear a veritable essence stage cultivator? The woman argued, but she did not have much confidence. The blue-clad old man sighed and said, "Fei, your senior brother is right. At such a time, it is better to avoid trouble. With your character, I am really worried about how you will compete with others when you go to Profound Een Island." "Master, don't worry. Luo Nan will definitely protect junior sister well." The young man immediately stepped forward and expressed his stance. However, the blue-clad old man shook his head and did not say anything. "If you go to Profound Een Island, you might not even be able to protect yourself. Why the need to boast?" The blue-clad old man did not think much of these two disciples. One was strong but soft-hearted. The other was biting off more than he could chew and was too arrogant. However, it was good for him to temper himself. The competition within the sect was still gentler. Outside the sect, suffering a little was good, tempering his character. 3 days later, the blue-clad old man delayed Xiao Chen for a while, so he simply stopped fleeing. He fought as he retreated, tempering his combat experience in the starry heavens and adapting to the environment of the starry heavens, as well as the higher-level space of this great world. By relying on the fish-dragon art, Xiao Chen could make thousands of changes in an instant, moving like a fish in water. Xiao Chen killed the 3 leaders of the demon tone bats one after another. Not a single one of the ordinary demon tone bats managed to escape. The vast magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness turned into mental energy, which he sent out through the dragon tone art. This allowed him to not fear the demon tone bats' killing sonic attacks. As Xiao Chen recuperated on the cycle throne, he thought about his war trophies. There were many pairs of demon tone bat claws. There were even 4 pairs of golden claws, the claws of the demon tone bat leaders. These claws were tougher and sharper, like divine materials. More accurately, they were of a higher quality than the divine materials of the Kunlun realm. Based on that primal core expert's tone, he seemed to fear these demon tone bats. Even primal core experts fear these demon tone bats. It seems like I can make use of them. When Xiao Chen thought of an idea, he took out a carving knife and a pair of demon tone bat claws. Then, he slowly started carving. After another 7 days, Xiao Chen recovered to his peak state. He frowned slightly as he was carving the demon tone bats and stopped what he was doing. A gentle breeze blew in front, and the 7 divine weapons protecting the throne buzzed and trembled. This aura. There are primal core cultivators fighting in the distance. Xiao Chen stood up and gently tapped his forehead with a finger. The heavenly eye flew out and hovered in the air, watching from afar. After a while, when Xiao Chen saw the situation of the battle, his lips curled up in a smile. It was a small world. The fortress ship from 10 days ago ran into astral starry heavens pirates. Chapter 1558. With the observation of the heavenly eye, Xiao Chen could see every movement in the distance. There was a smaller pirate ship in front of the ship that the blue-clad old man was on, but it was even faster. The bow of the ship rose, and a black scimitar banner hung on it. The entire ship was covered in sharp edges. This was especially so for the bow, which was as sharp as a knife. Although this ship was small, it was much faster than the other ship. It was also nimble. No matter how the other ship changed directions, the other ship could not shake off the pirate ship. The other ship was even forced to keep kicking back. Clearly, the two had been fighting for a long time already. Only then did Xiao Chen catch up. Otherwise, given Xiao Chen's speed, he would not have been able to catch up to the blue-clad old man's ship. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the pirate ship, revealing a fervent expression. "Master, is there any way to deal with this black scimitar pirate group? We have already been hiding for 2 days, but we still cannot avoid them," the young disciple Luo Nan, asked with a somewhat grave expression beside the blue-clad old man. The Black Scimitar pirate group was one of the 10 strongest pirate groups in the nearby starry domain. The blue-clad old man said, "I'll go and talk to them." Brothers of the Black Scimitar pirate group. This old man is a second-generation elder of the Tiani sect. Can you give the Tiani sect some face and not make things difficult for us? Otherwise, our Tiani sect is not that easy to bully. The Tiani sect was one of the stronger sects in the vicinity. The sect had a spirit light venerate, who surpassed the core cloud realm, holding down the fort. However, it was not a local sect of the profound light great realm. Although the Tiani sect was rather far away, it still had some prestige. If the Tiani sect was smart, this pirate group would probably give it some face. Ha ha ha. This old man is not blind. I saw your Tiani sect's banner long ago. Cut the crap. If you want to pass through here, hand over 100,000 spirit jades. Otherwise, this old man will have to go far away. A black-clad man holding a scimitar laughed maniacally on the pirate ship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 30-odd people charged out from behind this black-clad man. All of them were at least veritable essence stage. Many of them were at the essence stage or young essence stage. There was even one person who had reached the half-step primal core realm. The veritable personage realm consisted of 3 stages: veritable essence stage, essence stage, and young essence stage. The strength of the pirates on this pirate ship could be considered quite elite, comparable to some small sections. This was especially so for the black-clad man. He was at least a late-stage minor primal core realm cultivator. 100,000 spiritual jades? You must be a maple, right? Let me tell you, it's impossible. A trace of killing chi flashed on the blue-clad old man's face. He said sullenly, "Just a mere pirate, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. Ha ha ha, then let's cut the crap and kill all of them." The pirate leader revealed a sinister smile and shouted. The pirates on the pirate ship laughed strangely and charged out. All of a sudden, the cultivators of both sides quickly exchanged blows in the air. A huge battle could break out at any moment. Xiao. Xiao Chen withdrew the heavenly eye and revealed a doubtful expression. This pirate leader seemed to have another purpose. It didn't seem like a robbery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with an unacceptable price. I don't care about that. The grudges between the two sides have nothing to do with me. It's that pirate ship. Xiao Chen suddenly had an idea. When he saw the speed of the ship earlier, he was already somewhat envious. Then, he thought about how his cyclothrone was like a tortoise compared to that ship. Compared to that pirate ship, it was like a snail. The core of an astral warship is the formation, followed by the warship materials. If I can obtain the formation and modify the cyclothrone, is there a chance? Opportunities came from fighting. If one fought, there would be. If one did not fight, there would be no chance at all. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen made up his mind. Then, he quickly headed for the place where the two sides fought. At the place where the battle was taking place, both sides were somewhat anxious. On the whole, the Black Scimitar pirate group held the advantage. Furthermore, their numbers were continuously expanding. The blue-clad old man was very strong, practically suppressing the pirate leader. His combat style was ruthless and decisive, and he was extremely experienced. However, the situation of the disciples on the ship was somewhat unsightly. It was simply a one-sided massacre. They cried out miserably whenever they felt any pain. As for those pirates, they laughed strangely. These people who kept their heads turned around had a frighteningly ruthless combat style. The more injured they were, the stronger their baleful auras became. Fortunately, the two disciples of the blue-clad old man held on to the ship's side. Otherwise, they would not be completely defeated. Xiao Chen glanced at the situation of the battle. Then his gaze fell on the pirate ship. Senior brother, look. Isn't that the white-clad bladesman being chased by the demon-tone bats? The girl named Fei exclaimed when she saw Xiao Chen's figure. Her eyes lit up. Junior sister, look. Isn't that the white-clad bladesman being chased by the demon-tone bats? The thin-lipped man did not believe it. However, when he saw Xiao Chen's figure, he was somewhat stunned, nearly getting injured by the pirates. Damn, am I seeing things? To think that he is still alive after being chased by the demon-tone bats. Even primal core realm cultivators cannot endure the sonic attacks of the demon-tone bats. They will end up hallucinating and severely injure their mental energy. The blue-clad old man, who was fighting with the pirate leader, also saw Xiao Chen. Hope immediately ignited in this experienced old man. A person who could escape from the demon-tone bats was definitely not simple. Perhaps he could tip the balance. Young hero, will you lend us a hand? Our Tiani sect will definitely thank you heavily in the future. The blue-clad old man had completely forgotten that he had misunderstood Xiao Chen and told him to scram far away. Xiao Chen did not care about the blue-clad old man, continuing to fly forward as if he did not hear what the old man said at all. Ha ha ha. Interesting. To think that you treat a veritable essence stage bladesman as a treasure. However, what's more interesting is that he did not abandon you. Ha ha ha. When the black-clad man saw the situation, he started laughing loudly. However, the black-clad man only laughed halfway before he could continue. Xiao Chen flew straight towards his pirate ship. Damn it! How dare he target my precious ship? Quickly, go and get a few brothers to chop him up. He is just an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. Is he tired of living? Immediately, 3 of the pirates fighting on the ship heard their leader's orders. Then, they immediately flew out and chased after Xiao Chen. The blue-clad old man revealed a confused look in his eyes. He could not figure out Xiao Chen's intentions. What is he doing? Going to the pirate ship? Isn't that just sending himself to death? There were still experts stationed on the pirate ship. Brat, stop right there. Of the 3 pirates chasing Xiao Chen, the one who specialized in speed was the first to charge over. Then, he quickly hacked down with his saber. Cassier. When the saber light landed, Xiao Chen shattered into pieces. Before this pirate could rejoice, he discovered that he had struck only an afterimage. What fast speed! The 3 pirates were startled, their hearts thumping wildly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen dodged this saber strike so calmly. The pirate whose saber light missed looked at the shattered afterimages in front and was stunned for a moment. Dang! Suddenly, a figure charged out of the shattered afterimages in the air. This figure was like a sharp saber, giving off an unparalleled sharpness. Before this pirate could react, he got punched. 2 cauldron force, together with the great Tao might, instantly exploded. The pirate corpse was covered in shattered bones, turning into a clump of blood mist. An essence stage cultivator. It seems like he is not much. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he withdrew his fist light. Right now, Xiao Chen urgently needed to figure out his strength. However, this was clearly not the time yet. Old 7. The 2 pirates behind were greatly startled. They could not accept this. Old 7 died just like that. Xiao Chen glanced over indifferently. However, he did not care so much. He gently waved his sleeves. And somersaulted in the air, spreading his arms and continuing to fly towards the pirate ship. This scene shocked many of the people present. No one had expected this white-robed bladesman to kill an essence stage cultivator so easily. Senior brother. He does not seem to be an ordinary veritable essence stage cultivator. A bright light flashed in Fei Er's eyes as she exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Perhaps he can help us. Stop dreaming. No matter what, he is still a veritable essence stage loose cultivator. If you go to the pirate ship, there is a half-step primal core expert guarding it. You will die for sure. However, he can indeed help us attract some islands, Luonan said indifferently, not showing any emotion. Xiao Chen easily dodged the attacks of the 2 pirates. Soon, he landed on the deck of the pirate ship. Boom! The 2 pirates behind panted slightly as they landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, they shielded Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the skinny bladesman on the left. He said, a young essence stage cultivator. Not bad. I can feel baleful young energy in your body. You are really not afraid of death. You do not show any fear when you see the 2 of us. The skinny man emphasized his words as he looked at Xiao Chen with a surging murderous intent. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. The 2 of you? You have the strength, but your aura is not enough to scare me. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged out from his body. During his 20-odd years in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen had experienced many trials and tribulations. The so-called aura was a reflection of a person's experience and mental state. Xiao Chen's mental state was far from what the two before him could compare to. As for experience, Xiao Chen was a legend in the Kunlun realm. How could these two weaklings compare to him? The moment Xiao Chen's strong aura appeared, the invisible aura put immense pressure on the two pirates, forcing them to take a few steps back involuntarily. Xiao Chen revealed a mocking smile as he said coldly, "You are full of openings. No matter how high your cultivation is, it is useless." Chapter 1559. For a person to have a strong aura, they either had a truly noble background or had experienced the vicissitudes of life amidst a storm of blood, experiencing all sorts of joys and sorrows, becoming a legend. Clearly, Xiao Chen was the latter. Such an aura was even more oppressive than that of those with noble backgrounds. The two Black Scimitar pirate group members standing in front of Xiao Chen trembled slightly. The pressure they felt was even greater than when they faced their boss. "Stop trying to mystify us, you insignificant veritable Essence Stage Bladesman." The young Essence Stage pirate on the left suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted ferociously. Then, he drummed up his courage and charged at Xiao Chen. "Do you think that bluffing and deceiving others and yourself can boost your courage?" Xiao Chen revealed a disdainful smile. The other party attacked like the wind, possessing a strong aura. However, the other party's footsteps were messy, his expression nervous, and his heart flustered. If Xiao Chen stood still, there would be fewer openings. If he moved, there would be more openings. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the other party's saber light was about to chop down. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, leaving behind an afterimage on the ground. In the next moment, a leg appeared. Xiao Chen's foot moved past the other party and accurately kicked the other party's chin, finding many openings in his saber move. "Cassie!" The pirate flew into the air. When he landed, he sprawled on the ground and twitched continuously. However, he did not get up again. The remaining Essence Stage pirate was frightened silly. He actually fled, no longer daring to block Xiao Chen's path. Naturally, there was no need to bother with these so-called nobodies. Although these pirates had pretty good cultivations, their mental states were far inferior to Xiao Chen's. It was like a beggar meeting the crown prince of a dynasty. No matter how strong the beggar was, he would be intimidated by the latter's aura and become fearful. Xiao Chen kicked open the ship's door and walked in without hesitation. He entered. This white-robed bladesman charged into the Black Scimitar pirate group's ship. How can this be? How can this veritable Essence Stage fellow be so heaven-defying? Such a scene shocked not only the Tianyi sect disciples. Even the group of pirates was incredibly shocked, wondering if they were seeing things. Feyre smiled and said, "Senior brother, like I said, this white-robed bladesman is not simple. Look, he has already entered the hold." Luonan thought to himself, if it were me, I could deal with these three pirates. However, it would be hard to say if they wanted to be as relaxed as Xiao Chen. Humph. He is seeking death. There will definitely be half-step primal core experts guarding the control room of the warship. Bunch of trash. You cannot even block an insignificant veritable Essence Stage bladesman. A bunch of trash. You can't even block an insignificant veritable Essence Stage bladesman. How dare you? The pirate leader, who was currently fighting with the blue-clad old man, was so angered that his entire body trembled. He wished that he could personally go over and kill Xiao Chen. Xiao's spirit. Of a fighting he and said he and he one and he of blood and of. Old ghost, don't be too pleased with yourself. My second brother is guarding the ship. He's seeking his own death. I don't need to send more people. The black-clothed man was in a bad mood, and said with resentment. At this moment, the situation was delicate, no longer like before. The blue-clad old man said sullenly, "In that case, let's see if your subordinates kill my disciples faster or if I defeat you faster." As long as either side ended the battle, the victor would immediately be decided. Now that the three pirates were gone, the pressure on the Tianyi sect's disciples was much more relaxed. Most importantly, Luonan and Feyre, these two outstanding talents of the Tianyi sect, were far stronger than those of the same cultivation realm. After familiarizing himself with the pirates' fighting style, his true strength was slowly being unleashed. The internal structure of the pirate society was unique. More than 10 rooms of different sizes with various purposes were created. Xiao Chen headed straight for the core control room. His spiritual consciousness had already sensed that there was a half-step core cloud realm cultivator in the control room. The dragon blood soul-breaking finger silently accumulated power as he hurried along. Xiao Chen was not prepared to clash with a half-step primal core realm expert. This was not the time either. Killing in one strike and then quickly obtaining the core formation was the way to go. Cassier. Xiao Chen kicked open the doors to the control room. A rather young middle-aged man in the room looked at Xiao Chen coldly. The youths these days are getting bolder. To think that an insignificant veritable essence stage cultivator dares to target our black scimitar pirate's ship. The middle-aged man shouted ferociously. Then he waved his hand and charged at Xiao Chen. Baleful Yin energy and baleful Yang energy slowly flowed around his palm, forming a subtle balance. His body also entered a certain balance, becoming compatible with the world. When the middle-aged man leaped up, the entire space moved with him, putting immense pressure on Xiao Chen. Whoosh! The middle-aged man moved very fast, not intending to give Xiao Chen any time to catch his breath, preparing to court death. However, a finger stretched out in the time it took for a spark to fly. A scarlet light flickered on the fingertip. A Soul Dao martial technique. Panic flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He wanted to retreat quickly, but he was already very fast in the first place. Retreating was easier said than done. Xiao Chen only stretched out his finger and tapped the middle-aged man's forehead. It looked like the middle-aged man offered himself up. The eyes of the second-in-command of the pirate group slowly dimmed. His soul was severely injured. To think that he did not die on the spot. The soul of a half-step primal core realm expert was extraordinarily resilient. Startled, Xiao Chen lowered his arm and clenched his palm into a fist. Then, he punched the second-in-command's dantian with 2 cauldron force. Bang! A hole appeared in the roof of the control room. The second-in-command vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Second brother. The pirate leader, who was fighting with the blue-clad old man, happened to see this scene. When he saw his second brother get knocked back, he showed no signs of life. The pirate leader immediately went berserk, utterly enraged. How can this be? My second brother is a half-step primal core realm cultivator. He cannot do anything to an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. Return to the ship. All of you, return to the ship and kill that brat. The black-clad man was no longer in the mood to continue fighting. He called out, and the pirates on the ship scattered back to their pirate ships. A light flickered in the blue-clad old man's eyes. Actually, he could have kept the pirate leader here. However, the experienced and astute him chose to give up. Master, a half-step primal core realm expert died on the pirate side. Let's call second martial uncle out and kill all these pirates. There was also a half-step primal core realm expert guarding the control room on the ship. Luo Nan immediately suggested after he arrived beside the blue-clad old man. Master, let's make a move. If we still don't, that white-clad bladesman who saved us will die. The blue-clad old man's expression did not change. He ignored Luo Nan's impulse and Fei Er's anxiety. He said indifferently, "It is not time yet. I need to watch first." Inside the control room, Xiao Chen knew everything that happened outside like the back of his hand. Life bestowal spell. With a soft cry, many demon-tone bat sculptures flew out of the control room. There were more than 20 of them. Finally, there was even a golden demon-tone bat. Boss, it's the demon-tone bats. There are so many demon-tone bats. There are even chief-level demon-tone bats. When the pirates who just landed on the ship saw a group of demon-tone bats suddenly fly out, they were all frightened silly and retreated in a fluster. A few pirates were too slow. The demon-tone bats' sharp claws dug deep into their chests, breaking a few ribs on the spot. Blood spurted out, and the pirates were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Chi! Chi! The golden demon-tone bat appeared, and its sharp claws dug deep into the roof of the pirate ship. The other demon-tone bats stood in a row around it, squeaking strangely. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over the enraged black-clad man, his heart instantly turning cold. Demon-tone bats. Damn it! Since when did my pirate ship become a bat nest? A strange look flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes. At this moment, he finally made a move, charging out with a half-step primal core realm expert and a Tianyi sect disciple. The blue-clad old man spoke righteously, appearing very righteous. He shouted, Black Scimitar, today is the day you pirates die. Chapter 1560. In the core control room of the pirate ship, Xiao Chen forcefully pried open the deck, and the starship's formation appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen was immediately dazzled, unable to take it all in. The formation below the deck flickered with light. The formation was no more than 100 meters wide. It actually had more than 10,000 nodes. There were other formations within the formation, all interconnected, formations within formations. Every node had a spirit jade in it. The pirate ship did not look very big. At the core of the formation, there was an exquisitely shaped formation plate engraved with complicated patterns. This formation plate was definitely the work of a grandmaster. Activating it would require a significant amount of resources. A total of 10,000 spirit jades. Who knew how long it would last? I miscalculated. I should not have blasted that fellow to death. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This formation was very complicated. He could not figure it out immediately. It would be great if Mo Chen were here. Given her attainments in formations, she would be able to figure it out with a few glances. However, there should be a formation diagram in this control room. Such a complicated formation would be very troublesome to repair. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he rubbed his chin with his right hand. His gaze swept across the control room, searching for the hidden mechanism or the hidden interlayer. After a while, Xiao Chen discovered something. He found a wooden box in a secret compartment under the control panel. After opening it, there were 3 formation diagrams and a detailed star chart. The star chart included not only the purple sun region but also the nearby astral domains. Good stuff. The star chart that Big Brother Long gave me is already very old. This star chart is really perfect. Xiao Chen studied it and was surprised to discover that this star chart had markings of the nearby trade routes. There were also records of the valuable stars, remnants, and resources on the stars. It truly lives up to being a star chart used by pirates. It is really detailed. Now it is mine. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and placed it in his universe ring. Then, he looked at the formation diagram. It was indeed complicated. Every formation diagram was folded, and there were a total of 3. After putting away the formation diagram, Xiao Chen sized up the formation below. Then he took out the formation plate. Immediately, the flickering light disappeared, and the formation came to a stop. It is indeed a good item. Just the materials alone are extraordinary, Xiao Chen commented bluntly as he held the array plate and sensed it. Next up was the spirit jades on the nodes. 10,000 spirit jades was not a small sum. Although Xiao Chen had 2 million spirit jades on him, such things did not appear to be a lot. Boss, something happened to our ship. The pirates fighting the Tianyi sect were greatly startled as they spoke in a fluster. The pirate ship's spirituality had completely disappeared, and some of the glowing water chestnuts had stopped flashing. The entire ship shook violently in the starry sky. My ship. The pirate leader's lungs were about to explode. The Black Scimitar pirate group, which ran amok in this region, actually had their ship hijacked. This would definitely become the greatest joke among their peers. However, they could only watch helplessly as the demon-tone bats guarded the ship's hold. Although these pirates were angry, they did not dare to say anything. Furthermore, there was still the Tianyi sect's large-scale counterattack. This group of pirates could neither advance nor retreat. All sorts of loud sounds came from the ship's hold. The strong pirate ship shook continuously in the starry sky. No one knew what was happening inside. However, no one knew that it was definitely not a good thing. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. The black-clad man was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. His movements were disrupted, and several wounds appeared on his body. The pirates' morale plummeted, and they persisted bitterly, losing their initial ferocity. Following a loud explosion, the hull of the ship collapsed, and the deck began to peel off non-stop. The perfectly fine pirate ship became bare, leaving only the outline of the ship's skeleton. Pussy-eye. When the black-clad man saw his treasured ship in such a state, he could not help vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. He finally understood what Xiao Chen was doing. Xiao Chen was using brute force to tear apart the valuable parts of his ship, piece by piece. Now, Xiao Chen met with someone even more ruthless than him. Brat, I, Hu Fei, will not share the same sky with you. During the intense battle, the pirate leader took some time to glance at Xiao Chen. Then, He became so angry that his entire body trembled. Xiao Chen did not hear what the pirate leader said at all. He held his chin and looked at the skeleton that made up the ship. Suddenly, the pirate leader's eyes lit up. He nodded slightly and reached out to touch a branch. That was the backbone of the entire ship, the most important support point. How many resources had been expended to forge this skeleton? The pirate leader knew this the best. Crack! Xiao Chen pulled hard, and the entire ship's skeleton shattered, instantly falling apart. Xiao Chen tore apart a perfectly good ship just like that. You! Before the pirate leader finished speaking, the blue-clad old man took advantage of this opportunity to strike the pirate leader's chest. The pirate leader sent the blue-clad old man flying. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said in a trembling voice, "You are ruthless. You are ruthless." Since the situation was already over, the pirate leader did not dare to linger. The surviving pirates scattered in all directions, fleeing miserably in the starry heavens. After chasing away the pirates, the many Tianyi sect disciples and the two elders looked at Xiao Chen in silence, deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine that this white-clad bladesman before them forcefully tore apart the Black Scimitar pirate group's pirate ship. "Senior brother, should we take him down? He should have the formation diagram of the pirate ship on him. If we refine the many parts of the pirate ship, they will be invaluable divine materials." The half-step primal core realm old man beside the blue-clad old man sent a voice projection as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Don't get anxious. I originally wanted to let those pirates go back and deal with him. Who knew? A group of demon-tone bats flew out. This fellow is somewhat strange." The blue-clad old man's eyes flickered. After a while, he arrived before Xiao Chen with a wide smile. "I really have to thank you for allowing the Tianyi sect to escape danger this time. Would you like to come to my Tianyi sect ship and have a chat?" The blue-clad old man asked very enthusiastically. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart as he carefully put away the bone structure in his hand. Xiao Chen intended to use the pirate ship's formation to upgrade the cycle throne. He came up with the idea on the spur of the moment and dismantled the entire pirate ship. Unexpectedly, the harvest was bountiful, far surpassing his expectations. As for this old man before him, Xiao Chen just smiled at him. After so many years in the Kunlun realm, he had seen all sorts of people. Xiao Chen clearly knew what the blue-clad old man was thinking. The other party's tricks were not very clever. That's not good, right? I wonder where that group of demon-tone bats flew off to. Who knows when they will fly out again? At that time, someone will tell me to scram again. Xiao Chen said indifferently with a cold expression. He was not a fool to board the ship. The blue-clad old man smiled awkwardly. "It's a misunderstanding. Earlier, I thought that young hero wanted to harm this ship. It really was a misunderstanding." "That's right. My master is a good person. Now that you saved us, come on up and have a seat. Come on up and have a seat. You're going to the profound light great realm, right? We can bring you up." The girl with some baby fat, Fei invited Xiao Chen. "Junior sister, why are you being so polite to him? Master invited him out of goodwill, yet he is putting on airs." "If he is not coming, then so be it," the thin-lipped man Luonan mocked as he rolled his eyes at Xiao Chen. "Goodbye." After all, the other party was a primal core realm expert. Even if he harbored evil intentions, Xiao Chen could not afford to offend him. Waving his hand, Xiao Chen turned to leave. "Wait." The blue-clad old man seemed to have made up his mind about something, suddenly calling out to Xiao Chen. The wary Xiao Chen did not rush to turn around. He only prepared for the dragon blood soul-breaking finger as he silently executed the divine lightning eye. What a strong wariness. The blue-clad old man noticed Xiao Chen's wariness and felt slightly startled. However, he did not intend to attack Xiao Chen. The blue-clad old man feared those elusive demon-tone bats. Before he figured out what was going on, he would not take the risk. "You saved the lives of our entire ship. This old man has nothing to repay you for. However, I know a place with extremely high-quality baleful energy. I can tell you about it." The moment the blue-clad old man said that, the disciples of the Tianyi sect and that old man were all shocked. They could not understand why the blue-clad old man would tell such a secret to an outsider. Peak-grade baleful energy. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he thought quickly. Even though he knew that the other party did not have good intentions, He did not dare to act rashly. Although he knew that the other party did not have good intentions, the other party's offer had indeed tempted him. Agree? Or not? Chapter 1561. No problem, no problem. You can stay on this ship for the time being. Venerable meant that he was an expert worthy of respect. In order to have a chance to become a true god in the future, one had to build a good foundation in order to become a true god. Isn't that obvious? With a single glance, one could tell that he was a wandering cultivator without a sect. If they were from a righteous sect, they would have reported their names long ago. Fei happily agreed. After her master left, she looked at Xiao Chen and asked impatiently, Big brother Xiao Chen, which great realm are you from? Which sect are you from? You are very strong. Perhaps Xiao Chen wanted Fei and Luo Nan to interact more with Xiao Chen because he wanted to use this opportunity to investigate his origins. When the other party raised his hand, it felt as though he was fused with space itself. With a single leap, it felt as though the entire surrounding space was lifted up by the other party. The enlightened being realm was divided into 3 small realms: True Essence, Yin Essence, and Yang Essence. Only by combining the 3 essences and forming an inner core could one enter this realm. When Fei saw Xiao Chen hesitating, she kindly reminded him. As for primal core realm experts, even if they used their trump cards, they would not be able to harm their opponent. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, Young hero is right. This old man can only help you to this extent. After all, how can such a resource be without an owner? When Luonan heard this, he felt upset. This junior sister seemed to be overly concerned about this fellow. Profound Yin Island was a land of fortuitous encounters. There were many high-quality baleful Yin energy, hidden in the depths of the earth vein. There were even peak-grade baleful Yin energy. However, Yin Fiend resources were limited. Ordinary disciples could only rely on Yin Essence stones. However, some of the best Yin Essence stones were not much worse than Yin Qi. According to the rules of the Jianghu, one had to be outside. Unless the other party brought it up on their own initiative, they were not allowed to inquire about the other party's background. It was considered a taboo. Xiao Chen laughed bitterly in his heart when he saw the other party's innocent eyes. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and said, All right, I will thank Elder first. Yin Essence stones and Yang Essence stones were very valuable treasures in the perfected being realm. The supreme-grade baleful Yin energy was too important to him. Xiao Chen was very clever and immediately understood. He looked at the blue-clad old man and said, You want me to pretend to be a Tianyi sect disciple and enter Profound Yin Island? The reason is because of you. Just like you said, don't ask about other people's origins unless they are willing. Xiao Chen, in particular, respected him very much. It's fine. Brother Luo Nan is too polite. Miss Fei, actually, your senior brother is right. If someone isn't willing to expose their own clan, they must have some misgivings. The blue-clad old man smiled calmly and said, I still have a small request. Wherever there is a baleful Yin energy, there will be Yin Essence stones. You only need to absorb the Yin baleful energy. I will leave the Yin Essence stones for the other disciples to use. Back then, for the sake of this profound Yin Island, the various sects fought each other. It was not easy to come up with this compromise. If not for his opponent's carelessness and the fact that he had coincidentally collided with his dragon blood soul-breaking finger, the outcome of that battle would have been hard to say. When the half-step primal core realm pirate second-in-command made a move on the pirate ship, Xiao Chen knew that he was not a match for him. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, What do you mean? Big brother Xiao Chen. Just agree. My master is sincerely repaying you. Senior brother Luo Nan and I also have to hand over Yin Essence stones to the sect. In fact, this pirate ship incident might even have something to do with it. However, this profound Yin Island did not belong to the Tianyi sect alone. At the same time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert drank tea and chatted in a tea hall within the ship. The focus was on Xiao Chen, who was wandering around on the deck. Xiao Chen remained calm and collected, silently dispersing the divine lightning eye and the dragon blood soul-breaking finger. The blue-clad old man before Xiao Chen was strong and shrewd with age. Interacting with this old man was like asking a tiger for its skin. If one was not careful, one would end up getting eaten. The blue-clad old man pointed to Fei and Luo Nan. Then he said, This year, Fei and Nan did well, standing out in the competition between their sect members and obtaining the right to go to Profound Een Island. Senior brother, why did you give this fellow such benefits? He is not from a sect, has no one to rely on, and is decisive in killing. With one look, it is clear that he is a loose cultivator. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen understood the ins and outs of the matter. As for half-step primal core realm cultivators, if they did not use Dermic World, the Divine Lightning Eye, the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, and the Dragon Blood Soul-Breaking Finger, it would be hard to say who would win. It was best to absorb peak-grade Baleful Een energy and peak-grade Baleful Yang energy in the Een Cloud realm and the Yang Essence stage. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the blue-clad old man. It is rare for Senior to be so kind. This Junior does indeed need peak-grade Baleful Een energy to advance to the Een Essence stage. As the saying went, in order to become a god, one had to first become a human. Of the billions of cultivators, only 10% could break through to the mortal realm. Those who could break through to the innate realm were even fewer. The half-step primal core realm expert was still brooding, not understanding the blue-clad old man's actions. It's that simple? Xiao Chen remained silent. It seemed like he had not seen such a naive girl for a long time already. As long as the other party had a chance, she could kill him at any time. Xiao Chen smiled, not minding it. His eyes could understand the ways of the world. Instead, the islands were managed by the surrounding large sections. At this time every year, the various large sects would send out veritable Essence Stage or Een Essence Stage outstanding talents to compete on the islands. Senior brother, how can you say that? Faber said angrily. Master wants us to properly entertain our honored guests. Quickly apologize. Faber seemed to understand, but not really. After a while, she nodded and smiled. Big brother Xiao Chen, you really know a lot. With one look, I can tell that you are a good person. On this trip, Xiao Chen wanted to go to a star close to the profound light great realm. Xiao Chen already made up his mind to take a risk. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen boarded the ship with Xiao Chen. The three casually walked on the deck, admiring the scenery of the boundless starry heavens in the night sky. The Tiani sect disciples on the deck all respected the three. The blue-clad old man did not care. He laughed straightforwardly and stood up. Nander, you are all cultivators of the same generation. You can interact with them. At the same time, help me properly entertain them. Your martial uncle and I will take our leave first. In my opinion, they are no weaker than the elite disciples of those rank 2 sections. The blue-clad old man was a primal core realm expert. What was the primal core realm? Luo Nan asked sarcastically, not waiting for Xiao Chen to reply. Luo Nan's words angered his junior sister. To Xiao Chen, it meant that he knew a lot and was definitely a good person. Done. The blue-clad old man spoke casually. However, Xiao Chen could feel the bloodshed in his words. Cultivators who could reach this level could be called venerates in the Great Thousand Realms. Breaking through to the veritable personage realm and becoming a primal core realm expert was worthy of respect, regardless of one's age. Luo Nan felt upset in his heart. However, he still said reluctantly, Sorry, I was too rash earlier. Brother Xiao Chen, please don't take offense. As Luo Nan looked at the other party, the hidden meaning in Xiao Chen's words was very straightforward. Are you that nice? The female disciple named Fei smiled politely at Xiao Chen when she heard that. However, Luo Nan feigned indifference, not moving at all. Since ancient times, riches and honor came from danger. This person who dismantled the Black Scimitar pirate's ship with his bare hands was filled with mystery in their eyes. The blue-clad old man was an experienced person. Aside from asking for Xiao Chen's name, he did not say anything else. We should just directly kill such an existence. He definitely has the formation diagram of the pirate ship on him. That is something worth cities. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, That's easy. Please come on board for a chat. I will tell you in detail. There was an island on that star called Profound Een Island. What is this? When Luo Nan heard that, he nearly vomited blood. These words were not an exaggeration at all. The sect had a Cloud Sea powerhouse, who surpassed the primal core realm, holding down the fort. It turned out that this Tiani sect came from the Enlightened Great Realm, a rank 1 sect that bordered the Profound Light Great Realm. The blue-clad old man waved his hand and said, Young hero, please do not misunderstand. This matter is rather complicated. Now, Xiao Chen more or less understood what he understood. Ordinary Essence Stage and Young Essence Stage cultivators would not be a match for him unless he was an outstanding talent of a sect. Chapter 1562. The blue-clad old man said indifferently, "Junior brother, you still do not see things clearly enough. Although this Xiao Chen is only a veritable Essence Stage cultivator, he has an extraordinary air about him. Think about it. How would a regular veritable Essence Stage cultivator behave when they see the two of us?" The half-step primal core realm expert quickly said, "They would definitely be very respectful and amiable. It is normal for them to try to suck up to us if they feel uncomfortable." Before a veritable Essence Stage cultivator, a primal core realm cultivator was a godlike existence. The blue-clad old man nodded. "What about him? He is neither servile nor overbearing, extremely calm. With one look, it is clear that he is someone who has seen a lot of things. Such a person either has a noble background or has experienced many things. He looks young, so it cannot be the latter. It can only be the former. Could he be a rank 2 sect disciple or a noble clan disciple?" The half-step primal core realm old man was startled when he heard that. If that was the case, then they could not touch him. If they touched someone with a deep background, then the consequences. Yes and no. "Senior brother, what do you mean?" The blue-clad old man smiled strangely. "It is true that he comes from a noble clan. However, look at him. He cannot even find a good baleful energy, wandering the starry heavens alone. Is there such a noble clan? Then, senior brother, stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want to say." The blue-clad old man smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. In that case, I'll say it directly. He is indeed a noble clan disciple, but his clan should be in dire straits. It is more likely that it was destroyed. That's why he is wandering the starry heavens, hiding from his enemies." The half-step primal core realm old man's eyes lit up. After a while he gave a thumbs up and said, "Senior brother, you can even guess that. You are amazing." Given this, it explained why Xiao Chen could kill the second-in-command of the pirate group. How could such a fallen disciple not have any life-saving trump cards? This also explained why Xiao Chen's aura and bearing came from. Noble clan disciples had seen many experts since they were young. How could they be so respectful to two primal core realm cultivators? This was also why these disciples in dire straits had more treasures than ordinary loose cultivators. Just the formation diagram and formation plate of the pirate ship were enough for the two to make a move against Xiao Chen. Furthermore, there was Xiao Chen's identity. No matter how one looked at it, this white-robed bladesman was a fat lamb. The blue-clad old man smiled in an unfathomable manner. "I'll get Fei Er and Luo Nan to interact more with him. Youth should be less wary of each other. We should be able to get some information. In that case, why did we send him to Profound Island? If his strength increases, it will be disadvantageous to us." The blue-clad old man smiled and said, "You do not understand this. If we let him go to Profound Island, he can help us collect Essence Stones for free. This can be considered our contributions to the sect. Secondly, the intense competition on Profound Island will definitely exhaust many of his trump cards. How much can he improve? If I wasn't worried about his trump card, I could have easily crushed him." The half-step primal core realm old man smiled and said, "Excellent. Senior brother, with such meticulous planning, even if that Xiao Chen had 9 heads, he would not be able to escape your grasp." Humph. This kind of person is already in decline, yet he is still proud and arrogant, believing himself infallible. He is the one who refuses to recognize reality. Now that he ran into me, I can teach him a lesson. A greedy look flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke in a cold voice. As the saying went, the world was dangerous. The danger was in the world, and the evil was in the human heart. Back on the deck, Fei Er and Xiao Chen chatted happily. Occasionally, bell-like laughter rang out. This made Luo Nan, who was following at the side, extremely jealous. He could not interrupt even if he wanted to. As Luo Nan looked at Xiao Chen, he hated that he could not use his gaze to kill Xiao Chen. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing someone from the outer realm. He did not understand many of the local customs, sect grades, cultivation techniques, and divine weapons. After all, the Book of the Epochs only recorded a general idea. It would not record everything in detail, no matter how big or small. Fei Er's thoughts were pure. When Xiao Chen occasionally asked questions, she would enthusiastically answer them. Xiao Chen learned that the sects were the leaders of the Great Thousand Realms. Sects were divided into 7 ranks. Below rank 7, they were all unranked sections. Any sect with a rank had at least 10,000 years of accumulations. The Tianyi sect was a rank 1 sect with a Cloud Sea Realm Supreme Elder holding down the fort. As for a rank 2 sect, it required at least 3 Cloud Sea Realm existences to be considered a rank 2 sect. Generally, second-rank sects were powerful and would control more than one great world. They did not need to be like a rank 1 sect, which controlled an entire great realm. As for rank 3 sects, they were already considered extremely strong, with divine Vein realm powerhouses holding down the fort. They were absolute overlord-class existences in thousands of great realms of an astral domain. Take the Purple Sun region for example. Any random disciple of the 4 rank 3 sects would be respected by a primal core realm powerhouse. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt deeply moved. This great thousand realms truly had limitless possibilities. No wonder so many cultivators of the Kunlun realm since ancient times stepped onto the Kunlun road without hesitation. It was getting late, so Xiao Chen took his leave to rest. He planned to think about how to deal with that blue-clad old man. Junior sister, I'll send you back. You should be tired from the battle with the pirates today. When Xiao Chen finally left, Luo Nen immediately showed a smile. Senior brother Luo, Master is looking for you. Just at this moment, a disciple walked out of the ship and spoke respectfully. Luo Nen felt depressed. After so much difficulty, he finally got a chance to be alone, but it was ruined again. Fei Er smiled and said, Senior brother, go and see Master first. There is no danger on the ship. I can go back alone. Luo Nan stared at Fei Er's back in a daze. Senior brother, it's time to go. Oh, I'll go right away. Inside the tea room of the ship, after Luo Nan bowed, the blue-clad old man asked with a smile. Nan that Xiao Chen spent so much time with the two of you. What did he say to you? Luo Nan could not help cursing in his heart. This Xiao Chen did not say a single word to me. He chatted with junior sister the entire time. Reporting to Master, that Xiao Chen chatted with junior sister the entire time and did not speak to me, Luo Nan said honestly even though he felt somewhat upset. The blue-clad old man said, Yes. What did they say? Luo Nan nodded and repeated what junior sister Fei Er said, word for word. The more the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man heard, the more they felt that something was wrong. Why did this sound like they were exposing their wealth? They told Xiao Chen everything about the Tianyi sect situation. Fei Er even gave Xiao Chen a simple summary of the two's strength. However, Xiao Chen's tone showed great respect for the two old men. The moment he heard it, he knew that it was a careless remark. Stop right there. Who's asking you all this? I'm asking what that Xiao Chen said. The half-step primal core realm old man rudely interrupted Luo Nan with a cold expression. Luo Nan spoke happily. He remembered his junior sister's words. Zhang Xian was stunned by the interruption. Ask Xiao Chen? He couldn't wait to kill that brat, so how could he remember what that brat said? Tell me, what did Xiao Chen say? Don't leave out a single word. The blue-robed old man said expressionlessly. I. Sensing that his master and martial uncle were somewhat angry, Luo Nan flushed red. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember what Xiao Chen said. Master, martial uncle, I really can't remember. Please punish me. Plop. Luo Nan fell to his knees, not daring to raise his head. Trash, what are you thinking in your head? Get out of my sight. The blue-clad old man felt enraged as he waved his hand to chase Luo Nan away. Luo Nan felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He had been suppressing a bellyful of anger in the first place. When he finally got a chance to be alone with his junior sister, his master and martial uncle called him over and ruthlessly lectured him. What is going on? Luo Nan felt so depressed that he wanted to cry. The blue-clad old man could not be blamed for being angry. Originally, he wanted to dig out Xiao Chen's background with the two of them. Who could have imagined that they would not dig out anything? Instead, they ended up exposing their own background. Who could not be angry? Senior brother, this brat is somewhat difficult to deal with. The blue-clad old man showed an unfriendly expression as he snorted coldly. This brat is somewhat skilled. However, he chose the wrong opponent to fight with me. Just wait and see. Chapter 1563. Xiao Chen was dancing on the edge of a knife. The world was dangerous, and the human heart was hard to fathom. Xiao Chen had understood this many years ago. Previously, Xiao Chen had no value in the other party's eyes. Hence, the only comment he received was scram. The word scram was very clever. Only round things could scram. Humans were not round. They were straight. When a person said scram, the subconscious thought was, if you don't scram, I'll make you scram. When Xiao Chen tore apart the black scimitar pirate ship with his bare hands, the blue-clad old man's attitude changed drastically. Of course, it was not because Xiao Chen had saved him. In fact, Xiao Chen had not even thought of saving the blue-clad old man. It would be foolish to expect a person who could say, scram, to understand gratitude. Naturally, Xiao Chen knew that this person had ulterior motives. However, since he wanted to obtain the baleful energy, he had no choice but to take the risk and fight with him. The fortress ship was divided into 10 odd rooms of various sizes. In the room that belonged to Xiao Chen, he raised his head and looked around, entering deep thought. In this place, any movement would not escape the blue-clad old man's eyes. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen brought out the power of his ice domain. Immediately, snowflakes filled the room, and cold chi spread out. The space in the room immediately turned blurry. Amid the drifting snowflakes, Xiao Chen looked like he was cultivating with his eyes closed. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man, who were observing Xiao Chen, exchanged glances. They both saw fear in each other's eyes. What strong ice-attributed energy! He probably comprehended a domain, the half-step primal core realm old man said. Although the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms had higher cultivations than those of the Kunlun realm, they could not compare to Kunlun realm cultivators in terms of wills and domains. The reason was simple. The Kunlun realm's martial cultivation was limited. Most cultivators could not advance further and could only focus on wills and other aspects. However, the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms did not have such restrictions. As they cultivated, they spent most of their time on their cultivation. Life was limited. It was inevitable that there would be gains and losses. It looks like his primary cultivation technique should be ice-attributed. We should pay more attention to him. After the blue-clad old man understood the situation, he no longer paid much attention to it. Although the ice domain was powerful, the difference in cultivation was too great. It was not something that could be made up for with just the ice domain. In truth, Xiao Chen was cultivating the Divine Lightning Eye amidst the hazy frost chi. The third layer of the Divine Lightning Eye was clearly unable to threaten an existence at the level of the blue-robed old man. At the very least, it had to be at the fourth layer. As for the fourth layer, it was a qualitative change for the Divine Lightning Eye. Being able to overlap the first 3 lightning tribulations would result in 6 lightning tribulations, and its might would increase by several times. The blue-robed old man would never have imagined that, compared to the ice domain, the lightning Dao was his main cultivation. Furthermore, they would not have imagined that Xiao Chen was someone who comprehended the complete Saber Dao. Half a month later, the ship stopped in the air above a star near the profound light great world. This was the Mystic Een star. Most of the surface of the star was the Dead Sea, which was unsuitable for ordinary creatures to live in. There was only one piece of land. It was Profound Een Island. The Tianyi sect disciples all came out from the deck and looked at the island below. Those with good eyesight could see that the terrain of the island was very complicated. There were many steep mountains and complicated valleys. Vaguely, a terrifying aura lingered in the air above the island, not scattering. The blue-robed old man walked out and called over Xiao Chen and the other 2. You all can go down first. According to the rules, our ships can only circle in the air. When Luonan heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. We are going down ourselves? That's right. It's all the same. This unwritten rule has been around for many years. After we go down, there is a gathering point of the various sects on the island. You will know everything when you go there. Fei looked at the blue-robed old man somewhat nervously and asked, Master, what do we need to pay attention to? The blue-robed old man smiled warmly and said, Little brother Xiao Chen, I'll let you know. There are some things that I can't say. Xiao Chen looked at the blue-robed old man, feeling somewhat confused. Little brother Xiao Chen, these 2 disciples of mine have not experienced much wind and rain. I'll leave them to you to take care of Profound Een Island. When Luonan heard that, he felt unconvinced. Master, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Junior Sister. Our Tiani sect does not need to rely on outsiders. How dare you say that? The blue-robed old man reprimanded Luonan with a stern expression. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, Don't mind. Little brother Xiao Chen, I'll leave everything to you. Seeing the blue-robed old man's sincere appearance, most people would find it hard not to let down their guard. Xiao Chen did not say anything, only nodding slightly. Go on then. Don't embarrass the Tiani sect. The three of them flew off the warship and landed on a flat land on Profound Een Island. Just at this moment, two cultivators wearing blue armor from the gathering point on the mountain peak shouted coldly, Who are you? What business do you have on Profound Een Island? When Luonan and Fei heard this, they felt the other party's domineering attitude. Come to think of it, this should be an expert from another sect stationed here. Before Luonan could rage, Xiao Chen stepped forward and said, We are disciples of the Tiani sect. We are here to search for baleful Een energy. The Tiani sect? Hand over the Tiani sect identity token. We want to verify your identity. After the two blue-armored cultivators checked, they looked at Xiao Chen and asked, You are Yi Bai. This identity token belonged to another Tiani sect disciple. The words Yi Bai were carved on the back. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I am Yi Bai. How can I help you? It's nothing. You do not seem to have a high cultivation. Unexpectedly, you are the leader. It is just strange. Come with us. After returning the identity tokens to the three, the two turned around and left. The group traveled on the mountain path like it was flat ground. One could often see cultivators wearing similar armor on this peak. Xiao Chen discovered that this blue armor contained a gentle fire-attributed energy. It should be used to resist baleful Een energy. The three of you listen up. As the cultivator leading the way walked, he said, This Profound Een Island opens to the public once a year. Right now, it does not belong to any sect. Everyone is equal when they enter. Everyone has to do things according to the rules here. Otherwise, they will have to bear the consequences. Luonan felt very upset when he heard this, wanting to rebut a few times. Fei felt somewhat nervous. However, when she saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, she felt more at ease. There are not many rules here, just 3. First, you can stay here for only 1 month. After 1 month, you have to return to this gathering point. Second, there are no rules in the competition of the same generation. You can use all means. Third, if you have any grudges, you have to forget them after you come out. Fei Ber's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She whispered, Is the competition that intense? It is just baleful Een energy, yet it is so cruel. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently. Cruel? When this Profound Een Island was first discovered, the fight between the various sects was probably 10 times crueler than this. Baleful Een energy and baleful Yang energy were too important to cultivators in the veritable essence stage. Cultivators of this realm were the foundation of a sect. The importance of Profound Een Island to these sects went without saying. It would be strange if the competition for such a strategic location was not cruel. At this moment, Luonan became much more reserved. Junior sister, this place cannot be compared to the Tiani sect. Be careful. Fei nodded and did not say anything more. Xiao Chen, Luonan, and Fei followed. Soon, they arrived at the highest point of the peak. There were many stone houses scattered in the area not far from the gathering point. The disciples of the other sects are already living in those stone houses. You can choose any one that is empty. When everyone is here, you can formally explore Profound Een Island. After saying that, the 2 armored cultivators headed for the gathering point. Most of the stone houses were already occupied by cultivators. The 3 casually chose one, not picky in this regard. This one. Luonan pointed to a desolate stone house and immediately went in. After entering, the 3 each chose a corner and sat down to rest. Now that there was no one around, Fei asked out of curiosity. Xiao Chen, my master said that there are places to take note of. He wanted you to tell us what we need to take note of. After saying that, Luonan looked at Xiao Chen as well. Although he did not like Xiao Chen, he was also somewhat curious. Why did their master get an outsider to teach them? Xiao Chen looked at the two and saw the word inexperienced on their faces. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen said, "It is useless to say it now. When the time comes, we will naturally know." Acting all mysterious, Luo Nan muttered. Then, he closed his eyes and ignored Xiao Chen. Fei Er glanced at Xiao Chen. She kept feeling that this person was unfathomable. However, her intuition told her that Xiao Chen could be trusted. On an early morning 7 days later, all sect disciples, heed my orders. Profound Een Island is officially open. The voice boomed in the ears of the three, rumbling like thunder. Xiao Chen, Luo Nan, and Luo Nan felt stifled, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from this voice. Chapter 1564. This person is very strong. He is probably a major primal core cultivator. Xiao Chen frowned and murmured in his heart. The core cloud realm had only 2 stages: minor primal core and major primal core. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Although the blue-robed old man was strong, he was only a minor primal core cultivator. The pressure he felt from this voice was far inferior. Under the urging of the voice, the disciples of the various sects who came to search for the Een fiends walked out of the stone houses. Xiao Chen casually looked around and found that there were about 100 people. Some sects sent more than 10 people at once. It was extremely rare for sects like the Tianyi sect to send only 1 or 2 people. After checking, Xiao Chen understood. In terms of strength and talent, the Tianyi sect's Fei Er and Luo Nan were among the best of this group of people. It seemed that the Tianyi sect was a sect that pursued an elite policy. Actually, during the battle on the pirate ship, Xiao Chen had already discovered that although the two of them were only at the veritable essence stage, they were able to fight against many Een essence stage pirates. He had both talent and strength, but he lacked some experience in the Jianghu. Most of the sect disciples who came to search for baleful Een energy were at the Een essence stage. Only a few were at the veritable essence stage. Xiao Chen pondered, it seems that in this place, the true element boundary is the real master. So. From the stronghold on the mountain peak, 3 figures flew over like lightning, coldly looking at Xiao Chen and the other disciples who were about to enter the hinterland of mystic Een Island. The leader of the group of 3 was a white-haired, black-robed old man. His entire body was filled with an austere aura. Everyone, including Xiao Chen, felt an invisible pressure, like a tiger looking at its prey. A major origin core realm expert. Xiao Chen thought to himself that his previous guess was indeed correct. An expert of this level was truly frighteningly strong. Just a glance from him was enough to make him shudder. The white-haired, black-clad old man's gaze was like a sharp blade wherever it passed. It made people feel as if there was a blade in front of their eyes. His head was spinning, and he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He restrained his aura and avoided the old man's gaze. Mystic Een Island opens once a year. Now, all of you can enter the interior of Mystic Een Island. Everyone listened quietly, not daring to be presumptuous. Profound Een Island is a blessed land with ferocious beasts that are terrifyingly strong. Don't let your guard down. There are strange beasts guarding the Een specters, so you have to act according to your own strength. After pausing for a while, the white-haired black-clad old man pointed into the distance. The interior of Profound Een Island is in this direction, about 500,000 kilometers away. Later, there will be a transportation formation to send you there. Back then, over a dozen sects fought over this Profound Een Island, and many people died. You juniors should cherish this opportunity. Now, I will check your identities for the last time. What sect do you come from? Tell me your strength. If you lie, I'll kill you without mercy. The white-haired old man's gaze landed on a young man and he said, You first. I am Wei He from the Clear Feather sect. I am at the middle stage of the Een essence realm. Before the white-haired old man's gaze, no one dared to lie. The various sect disciples stepped forward and reported their backgrounds in detail. Fei Er and Luo Nan both felt worried for Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen gave himself away, not only would he suffer, but he would also implicate the two of them and even the Tianyi sect. Yi Bai from the Tianyi sect. I am at the peak of the veritable essence realm. Xiao Chen said calmly before the white-haired old man's gaze. Yi Bai? The white-haired old man exchanged glances with the 2 people beside him. Their gazes revealed a trace of surprise, clearly shocked. It's over. Luo Nan's body trembled slightly, and his expression sank in anxiety. However, Xiao Chen remained calm. He believed that he did not give himself away. The Tiani sect is truly incredible. You have been in this veritable essence realm for many years already, right? The white-haired old man asked seriously as he looked at Xiao Chen with a sharp gaze. Xiao Chen nodded, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. I have been sharpening my sword for 3 years, and today, I will not advance to the Yin essence realm unless I obtain the best baleful Yin energy. The moment Xiao Chen said that, he attracted the attention of several people. Good. You are ambitious. I hope you will gain something on profound Yin Island. Go down then. The white-haired old man and the 2 people beside him did not notice anything strange. They only felt that the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body was unusually dense and dense. Xiao Chen's cultivation was incredibly stable, far surpassing that of the sect disciples here. The sect disciples here were all elites of the various sections. However, Xiao Chen still stood out from the rest. This was what shocked the 2 people. Normally, such people were proud and arrogant. They believed that they would definitely be able to spread their wings and soar into the sky in the future. Before advancing to the veritable personage realm, they would properly temper themselves. Before obtaining the best baleful Yin energy and baleful Yang energy, they would not advance rashly. Seeing Xiao Chen settle down, Fei and Luo Nen heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Nen thought to himself, this fellow does not look like much, but his acting is pretty good. You report your name. Lotus Sect's disciple, Feng Yun, Peak Yin Essence Stage. Just at this moment, another person reported his sect. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, Buddhist sect disciple? Xiao Chen felt a familiar aura from that Feng Yun. Fei smiled and said, Does big brother Xiao Chen not know? The Lotus Sect's disciple is a rank 1 sect subordinate to the Black Lotus Church. They come from the same great realm as our Tiani sect. The Black Lotus Church. This startled Xiao Chen. However, his expression did not change, not saying anything. It should just be a coincidence. There could not be such a coincidence. The Black Lotus Church should not have discovered his tracks so quickly. Even so, he still needed to be cautious. After the 100-odd people verified that there was no mistake, they were all given a jade strip. The jade strip had been refined. Only the person holding the jade strip could enter profound Yin Island's interior. After putting away the jade strip, the group of people lined up and entered the transportation formation. While waiting, there were people in the surroundings. Luo Nan and Fei discussed the various dangers of profound Yin Island's interior in whispers. I heard from my senior brothers in the sect that the environment of this profound Yin Island's interior is very complicated. There are swamps, mountains, rivers, and ferocious beasts lurking everywhere. This is especially so for places with baleful Yin energy. There will definitely be ferocious beasts, even core cloud realm ferocious beasts. Fei exclaimed in shock. That can't be, right? There are even venerate-level ferocious beasts? There are. Suddenly, a handsome-looking disciple came over and the 3 of them hurriedly looked over. He. The 3 of you, I am the Clear Feather Sect's Wei He. So, it was the first person to introduce himself. Unexpectedly, they were all lined up together. After the other party introduced himself, the 3 had to do the same. Yibai, just call me by my name, Xiao Chen said calmly. How would I dare? How would I dare? Big brother Yi is someone that even the island's guardian elder views in a different light, Wei He quickly replied humbly. Luo Nen looked at the other party and asked, Earlier, you also said that there are primal core level ferocious beasts. How did you know? It is just a legend. According to legend, the best baleful Yin energy on this profound Yin island has already existed for 10,000 years and is guarded by primal core level ferocious beasts. That's impossible. The island's guardian elder already hunted down the 10,000-year-old peak-grade baleful Yin energy long ago. How could it be our turn? Wei He smiled mysteriously. There is something you do not know. No one knows where that 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is. According to legend, that baleful Yin energy already has its own intelligence and can fly. How did you know? Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. Wei He smiled and said, The Clear Feather Sect is in the profound light great realm. Naturally, we know some secrets. However, this is just a legend. Many people who were tempted by it and blindly pursued it ended up with nothing. We wasted 1 month for nothing. Everyone, just listen to me. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. If there was really such a thing, perhaps he might have a chance. His dragon-seeking secret skill could also be of some use in searching for gloomy specters. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. Xiao Chen did not think that he could leave this profound Een island safely after obtaining the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy. It was better to focus on some peak-grade baleful Een energy. Chapter 1565. Soon, it was Xiao Chen's group's turn. They stepped onto the transportation formation, and light flickered. 500,000 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they were at a small transportation formation on a mountain peak. A few old men stood guard by the transportation formation. Remember, you only have 1 month. After 1 month you have to leave. If you run into danger along the way and want to give up, you can come here in advance to receive protection. The few old men gave their final instructions. Xiao Chen's group looked around and saw a swamp below the center of profound Een Island. Rivers crisscrossed in the distance. Farther away, there seemed to be boundless mountains. The 3 of you, do you want to form a team? The center of profound Een Island is filled with danger. It would be better for us to take care of each other. Wei He smiled at Xiao Chen's group of 3. Senior brother, big brother Xiao, what do you think? Fei felt somewhat tempted. After all, 1 more person meant 1 more force. Luonan looked at this Wei He. He looked handsome and had an extraordinary air. Before Xiao Chen could answer, he quickly rejected, "There's no need." Wei He smiled and said, "That is really unfortunate. Let's part ways here." After the group left, Fei said, "Senior brother, why did you reject him so quickly? After all, it is a kind gesture from him." Luonan opened his mouth to say something. However, he found that he could not say anything reasonable. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Although this way he looks friendly, he came with the sect. However, he did not leave with his fellow sect members. Either he is used to being alone, or he has a bad reputation, so his fellow sect members are not willing to bother with him." Luonan nodded and said, "That's right. Senior brother, my eyes are very sharp. I noticed that this fellow was up to no good long ago." Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen, you also noticed something suspicious. You have some good eyes. Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything. He looked around, observing the geomancy of the surroundings. Baleful Een energy was called Earth Ghost in geomancy. It was an extremely ominous existence. Aside from some special tombs, such things would not exist near dragon veins. The more dangerous the geomancy of a place, the more likely it was to have baleful Een energy. Huchi! Xiao Chen flew into the sky. Without Luonan and Fei noticing, he silently opened his heavenly eye. Within 100,000 li radius, the mountains and rivers, the grass, the trees, the flowers, the birds, the insects, and the beasts, as well as the busy disciples of the various sects, everything could be seen. Xiao Chen quickly recalled the records of the dangerous geomancy lands in the Paradise Secret Canon, matching them to the terrain before him. This place is really strange. It's actually a land of death. Could it be that this mysterious Een star itself is an ominous star? Shaking his head, Xiao Chen retracted his heavenly eye and slowly descended to the ground. Big brother Xiao Chen, what are you looking at? Fei asked curiously. Xiao Chen said honestly, let me see if I can find some places where baleful Een energy is hidden. So godly? Hee, Een energy is hidden underground. Could it be that your eyes can see through it? Everyone relies on luck to find baleful Een energy. When you reach a place where baleful Een energy is hidden, you will naturally sense it. Luonan did not fall for Xiao Chen's trick. He said in disdain, "Junior sister, if you follow me, I guarantee that you will find good baleful Een energy." Xiao Chen did not refute. Luonan was right. This was how the sect disciples of Profound Een Island searched for baleful Een energy. However, this method was not only inefficient, but it also could not find baleful Een energy that was more than 1,000 years old. As time passed, the baleful Een energy absorbed increased, and the baleful Een energy would continuously sink. Even when the baleful Een energy was deep underground, the baleful Een energy that could be sensed was mostly 100 years old or several hundred years old. After looking in a direction, Xiao Chen walked over based on his memory. Xiao Chen remembered that there was a dangerous geomancy land in the northwest. The land was away from the sun, and the surroundings were steep. Scattered starlight fell from the sky, surrounding many withered trees. Senior brother. Follow big brother Xiao. Trust him. After Fei reminded Xiao Chen, she followed after Xiao Chen. You want me to follow him? Dream on. Luo Nan said furiously, feeling incredibly frustrated. After about 7 minutes, Luo Nan, who was at the back of the group, silently followed behind Xiao Chen and Fei with a sullen expression. Fei smiled and said, Senior brother, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Luo Nan blushed slightly. I was just worried about junior sister's safety. Fei covered her mouth and giggled endlessly, making Luo Nan feel even more embarrassed. After a long time, Xiao Chen stopped in front of a flat ground. Xiao Chen raised his head to look at the sky, then at the surrounding terrain. Then, he made some calculations in his heart. Xiao Chen was confident in using feng shui to find spirit veins and tombs. However, he did not dare to be careless when searching for baleful Yin energy. He could only say that there was a high possibility. Success or failure depended on luck. However, one thing was certain. Either he couldn't find it, or once Xiao Chen found it, the Yin energy was definitely more than 1,000 years old. Therefore, even if there were occasional mistakes, it could be tolerated. There is baleful Yin energy in this place? Junior sister, you don't really believe it, right? Luo Nan closed his eyes and sensed. Not to mention the aura of baleful Yin energy, he did not even feel Yin-attributed energy. Fei rolled her eyes at Luo Nan. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Big brother Xiao Chen, is there really baleful Yin energy in this place? Xiao Chen answered honestly, I don't dare to be sure, either. I can only say that there is a chance. In that case, let's give it a try. Big brother Xiao Chen, what should we do? Fei encouraged Xiao Chen. She rather trusted him. Xiao Chen smiled and said, You should just call me Yi Bai here. It would not be good to give myself away. Fei stuck out her tongue and said, All right, I understand, senior brother Yi Bai. Junior sister. Let's go quickly. We cannot waste any more time. It would be too unfortunate if we do not find a single baleful Yin energy in 1 month. Fei smiled and said, Let's give it a try. Senior brother, go and help out. Senior brother Yi Bai, it's time to make a move. Luo Nan was not willing. However, since Fei gave the order, he could not disobey. Luo Nan drew out a divine weapon, infused his veritable essence energy into it, and stabbed it down. The ground immediately cracked, giving off loud sounds. Luo Nan, who was responsible for keeping watch, quickly sent out a hand seal. Space trembled slightly, scattering the loud sounds in the air. It was not enough to startle everyone. Xiao Chen glanced at Luo Nan and smiled to himself. This person really listened to his junior sister. Even though Luo Nan clearly did not like Xiao Chen, he still did his best to keep watch. As the crack in the ground deepened, there was still no baleful Yin energy. Fei slowly revealed a disappointed expression. Haha, how is it? I told you that there is no baleful Yin energy, right? Luo Nan said with a smile at some point in time, revealing a cocky expression. Fei gave Luo Nan a strange look. Senior brother, why are you so happy that there is no baleful Yin energy? Could it be that you are not here to search for baleful Yin energy? Of course not, Luo Nan quickly denied. Then, why are you smiling? Seeing Fei innocent eyes, Luo Nan could no longer smile. If he continued, he would become a fool again. You two stand guard above for a while. I'll go down and take a look. Xiao Chen, who had been staring down, did not hear what the two said. Right after he spoke, he jumped down. This startled Luo Nan and Fei. The environment of profound Yin Island's interior was complicated, even more dangerous than the surface. How could he jump down on a whim? Junior sister, stand guard. I'll go down and take a look. This fellow is too rash. Fei nodded and said, In that case, senior brother, be careful. Luo Nan smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. This senior brother is not as rash as that white-clad brat. I will definitely be fine. The crack was very deep. The further down he went, the heavier the cold qi and Yin-attributed energy. When Luo Nan landed, he fell heavily. It turned out that Luo Nan had not noticed the cold qi. His legs had already gone numb, and he could not feel anything before he touched anything. The moment Luo Nen touched the ground, he fell over and over. When Luo Nen managed to stand up after much difficulty, he saw a white figure flash in front, so he quickly gave chase. Bang! Luo Nen only cared about chasing after Xiao Chen, not knowing to lower his head. So, his head crashed into the wall again. As Luo Nen chased after Xiao Chen, he panted. Even after putting in all his effort, he could only see a white figure. The underground environment was very complicated, so Luo Nen suffered a lot as he stumbled around. Fortunately, he did not run into any ferocious beasts as he followed Xiao Chen. After some time, Luo Nan sensed that the white figure in front finally stopped. Luo Nan's eyes lit up, and he rushed over. Ignoring his aching body, tattered clothes and sorry state, he panted, "I finally found you. Follow me. So cold. What's going on?" Suddenly, Luo Nan felt that something was wrong. Only then did he discover the corpse of a ferocious beast in front of Xiao Chen. The entire area was filled with Yin-attributed energy. Even Luo Nan felt a chill in his bones. Luo Nan looked around and saw a black, sinister wind silently gathering at the limits of the area, giving off a cold light. Baleful Yin energy. Chapter 1566. Luo Nan shivered when he verified that he did not see wrong. There really was a clump of baleful Yin energy in front. Based on the light it gave off and its color, it was definitely at least 1,000 years old. Then, Luo Nan swept his gaze across the ferocious beast corpse in front of Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat incredulous. To think that Xiao Chen dealt with the ferocious beast guarding the baleful Yin energy in such a short time. Xiao Chen turned his head and glanced at Luo Nan. Finding it strange, he asked, "How did you end up like this?" Luo Nan's clothes were tattered, and he looked haggard. Scratches covered his face. The other party had been following behind Luo Nan, but there had been no battle. Who knew? The moment Xiao Chen said that, Luo Nan immediately became angry. This fellow! If not for him, how could I end up in such a sorry state? To think that he even asked why. He must be doing this on purpose to anger me. Senior brother Luo Nan, senior brother Xiao Chen, are you there? Just as Luo Nan was about to lose his temper, his junior sister's voice rang out from behind. Luo Nan glared at Xiao Chen and said, "The interior of Profound Yin Island is incredibly dangerous. If not on account of junior sister, I definitely would not care about you. I won't bother with you this time." After saying that, Luo Nan turned around to lead Fei over. 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy? After seeing the baleful Yin energy, Fei's expression filled with pleasant surprise. "Senior brother Yi Bai, you really found it. You are really incredible." Luo Nan coughed a few times to show that he had found it as well. Fei smiled and said, "Senior brother Luo Nan is incredible as well. It was not easy for you to be injured to this extent." Fei glanced at the ferocious beast corpse in front and then at Luo Nan's injuries. Her first impression was that Luo Nan killed the ferocious beast. Xiao Chen smiled and did not refute. Feeling embarrassed, Luo Nan quickly changed the topic. "This 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is sufficient for the three of us to advance to the Yin essence stage at the same time. With such a high-quality baleful Yin energy, the quality of the Yin essence energy we condense will definitely be extraordinary." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "We need to ensure that the baleful Yin energy is complete for it to bring out its greatest effect. After refining a complete strand of Yin energy, the primordial Yin energy will be even purer. When the time comes, the primordial core that I condense will also be of a higher grade." This was what Xiao Chen had seen in the Book of the Epochs. However, most cultivators rarely had such conditions. Ordinary cultivators used Yin essence stones. Being able to absorb Yin essence energy from baleful Yin energy was already a great blessing. Who would dare to think of refining the complete baleful Yin energy? Only the elite disciples of third-rank sects, the disciples of great clans, or the peerless geniuses who possessed the bloodline of the desolate era could have such conditions. Luo Nan immediately said angrily, "You aren't thinking of monopolizing this baleful Yin energy, right?" Fei quickly advised, "Senior brother, don't be angry. Big brother Xiao Chen definitely does not mean that." Xiao Chen's expression was calm. He took 2 steps back and said, "Choose for yourselves. This baleful Yin energy is not suitable for me." The moment Xiao Chen said that, Luo Nan and Fei or immediately felt stunned. I already said that Big Brother Xiao Chen is not that kind of person, right? You still do not believe me, Feyre said as she rolled her eyes at Luo Nan, making Luo Nan feel very uncomfortable. Senior brother, your talent is higher than mine. You can refine this baleful energy. Remember to apologize to Big Brother Xiao Chen later. Junior sister, how can I do that? Furthermore, I cannot apologize to him. What's wrong? You are not going to listen to me? Behind, Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he watched the two speak. Since coming out of the Kunlun realm, he had felt a rare warmth from the two. This baleful energy was indeed not suitable for him. His goal was very clear. He needed a baleful energy that was at least 5,000 years old. To become a deity, one had to first become a human. In the veritable personage realm, one had to lay a good foundation. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. The process of refining baleful energy was an extremely dangerous process. If one was not careful, one might suffer a backlash from the baleful energy. This would injure all the meridians in one's body. Hence, one needed someone to protect them. Feyre accompanied Xiao Chen the entire time. Taking advantage of this time, Xiao Chen continued to cultivate the Divine Lightning Eye's fourth layer. Aside from refining the Cycle Throne, Xiao Chen spent most of his time on the ship on cultivating the Divine Lightning Eye. Xiao Chen could already layer 6 lightning tribulations. However, he was not very familiar with them. His success rate was not high yet, so it could not be considered a true breakthrough. More importantly, there were too many people watching, so he could not truly execute it. Xiao Chen, little yellow feather is about to wake up. It can already communicate with me. Just at this moment, Ao Jiao's voice suddenly came from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then, he revealed a smile on his face. This little fellow is finally coming out. It looks like the solar true flame of the Zodiac Hall is still somewhat effective. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that he would have to wait another 100 years. Being able to wake up so quickly was a pleasant surprise. Hee. It told me that when it woke up this time, it even recovered some of its memories from its previous life. Take good care of it first. Remember, don't let it mess around. This place is not that difficult. Yes. Half a day later, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a strong aura spreading out. The vast veritable essence energy contained an extremely cold energy. Everywhere it passed, a layer of frost covered the surface of the cave. Crack! Crack! When the cold wind blew, countless frozen rocks fell down and turned into ice shards flying everywhere. It looked like countless snowflakes drifted in the cave. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and 6 spinning purple petals flashed in his right eye. Success! Luo Nan successfully refined this 1,000-year-old baleful energy, and formally advanced to the essence stage. As an elite disciple of the Tianyi sect, Luo Nan had been stuck at the veritable essence stage for more than a year, unable to advance. Now that he finally had this opportunity, refining a complete strand of baleful energy, his strength naturally soared. Xiao Chen slowly stood up, and the frost covering his body fell off, unable to penetrate his physical body. Junior sister, I successfully refined this strand of baleful energy. Luo Nan's complexion glowed, and the injuries on his face vanished. His aura seemed to have changed significantly. Feyre smiled and said, I just knew that senior brother could do it. Quickly, go and apologize to big brother Xiao Chen. If not for him, how could you have such an opportunity? You should know that not just anyone can enjoy a complete baleful energy, even a rank 3 sect disciple. At this moment, Luo Nan felt incredibly confident. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he was filled with the pride of a superior. In the past, Luo Nan found Xiao Chen pleasing to the eye. Now he felt that Xiao Chen was not a match for him at all, that they were not on the same level. Apologizing to Xiao Chen was no big deal. Luo Nan casually stepped forward and smiled. Sorry for the earlier offense. Xiao Chen sorry. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. As he looked at the other party, he nodded and said, Congratulations. For some reason, when Luo Nan heard these 2 simple words, he felt his pride vanish without a trace. After the 3 collected all the nearby essence stones, they walked out of the crack. By the time they came out, the sky was already dark. The 3 set up a bonfire and decided to rest for the night. Xiao Chen stood up and said, I'll stand guard. There's no need. Let senior brother Luo Nan stand guard. Senior brother Yi Bai should be rather tired today, Fei Wu said quickly, not wanting Xiao Chen to be so tired. Luo Nan also volunteered, saying, Xiao Chen, just rest well. With my current strength, it would be more suitable for me to stand guard. Xiao Chen smiled to himself. Since this person wants to fight, let him. Stars dotted the sky, and the night sky was beautiful. By the bonfire, Xiao Chen took out a flask of wine and started drinking alone. The wine was the 1,000-year flame that Mo Chen brewed. However, he did not feel happy drinking it today, feeling somewhat bitter. He wondered how his old friends in the Kunlun realm were doing. Fei Er's bright eyes looked bright in the night. As she looked at Xiao Chen, she asked, Senior brother Yi Bai, why do you always look like you have something on your mind? Something on my mind? Xiao Chen did not deny it. Then, he left the familiar Kunlun realm alone, thinking about his old friends who died in the demonic calamity. He felt like it was yesterday. The great 1,000 realms were boundless and boundless. He deeply understood how insignificant he was. He felt lonely, sad, and somewhat hesitant. How could he let go of these? There was also the Black Lotus Church, the faction that caused the demonic calamity in the Kunlun realm. He did not know when he would be able to uproot it. He also did not know if elder sister Ruyue was doing well. Xiao Chen changed the topic. He smiled and said, Junior sister Fei seems to like senior brother Luo Nan a lot. Fei blushed and said somewhat helplessly, even big brother Xiao Chen, an outsider, can tell. However, senior brother Luo Nan cannot. However, everything about senior brother Luo Nan is good. He is just somewhat what? He lacks some of his manliness. I like great heroes. Senior brother is sometimes somewhat childish. Xiao Chen smiled and said, one day, he will become a great hero for you. Fei squinted slightly. Her large eyes, which had some baby fat on her face, looked exceptionally cute. I hope so. At the same time, the half-step primal core realm old man on the Tianyi Sect's ship received a piece of top-secret news. When the blue-clad old man heard it, his expression turned grave. Is this news true? This news was simply too shocking. Unexpectedly, the sect sent a portrait saying that this person was wanted by the Black Lotus Church and told them to keep an eye out for him. It is absolutely true. The news came from the Lotus sect leader. He accidentally leaked it to our great 1,000 realms. Rumor has it that the Black Lotus Church has already issued a bounty for all its subordinate factions. The blue-clad old man said gravely, to think that this fellow actually has a connection to a huge faction like the Black Lotus Church. Senior brother, what should we do? Should we continue fighting? There's no need. Although we are not a subordinate faction of the Black Lotus Church, we will still be rewarded for killing him. For the sake of the Black Lotus Church's rewards, we can bear this price, the blue-clad old man said coldly and emotionlessly. A murderous intent flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke coldly. Chapter 1567. The night was beautiful. Xiao Chen, who was drinking the 1,000-year flame, did not know. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man knew of Xiao Chen's conflict with the Black Lotus Church because of a leaked arrest warrant. He was prepared to completely fall out with him and stop dealing with him. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from him, there was also a bonfire. A man and a woman were chatting as they warmed themselves by the fire. The two of them came from another great world and came from the same sect, the Spirit Star Palace. The man was called by Feng and the woman was Lu Yi. They were the junior brother and junior sister. Due to their high strength and deep relationship, the two of them did not move together with other disciples. There was no lack of such groups in the hinterlands of profound Een Island. After all, it was better to distribute baleful Een energy with as few people as possible. Senior brother, we're really lucky. 300 years of Een energy. Lu Yi said happily with a smile on his face. It is only 300 years of baleful Een energy. It is nothing. It is not enough for us to reach the peak of the Een essence stage. We were quite lucky. We were randomly chasing a ferocious beast, but we didn't expect to accidentally sense the existence of Een spirits. Bai Feng shook his head, not satisfied. Furthermore, he was extremely cautious. We should be more careful from now on. It seems like someone is watching us while we are absorbing the baleful Een energy. Senior brother, you're worrying too much. We've already walked so far and checked several times. We've already shaken off that person. Lu Yi said nonchalantly. It is better to be safe than sorry. Let's not sleep tonight. I'll listen to senior brother. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and the bonfire swayed left and right. Who is it? Bai Feng and Lu Yi showed stunned expressions as they stood up at the same time warily. So it's a friend from the Spirit Star Palace. Don't be nervous. I am the Clear Feather Sex Wei He. I was just chased by a ferocious beast, and it wasn't easy for me to get rid of it. When I saw the fire here, I came over. In the darkness, Wei He revealed an expression of pleasant surprise as he looked at the two. Seeing that it was only the other party, Bai Feng and Lu Yi heaved sighs of relief. So, it is the Clear Feather Sex Wei He. However, my junior sister and I do not accept outsiders as our team. Since you're alone, please leave. Bai Feng calmly asked the guest to leave. It was the middle of the night, and the other party clearly wanted to be his partner. Naturally, he would not allow it. Wei He smiled in surprise. I did not even say anything, and Brother Bai already guessed my intentions. In that case, I will not force you. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past, and the bonfire was suddenly extinguished. A terrified scream rang out in the dark night, and then abruptly stopped. Junior sister! Bai Feng cried out in pain. In that instant earlier, his junior sister, who had lost her vigilance, fell to Wei He's hands. So. A strong wind blew, and in the darkness, a few more figures appeared. Bai Feng focused his mental energy in his eyes. The darkness of the night could not obstruct his vision. He looked at the approaching people with a livid expression. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, Clear Feather Sect, Lotus Sect Temples Feng Yun, Flying Cloud Manors to Obalang. I will definitely kill you all to take revenge for junior sister. Aside from Wei He, there were 4 other people. They were all Yin Essence stage experts. Wei He sneered, Revenge? Don't think too much about it. Don't worry. I'll send you and your junior sister back to the sect later. Haha. It is just in the netherworld. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun laughed loudly and charged over with the other 4. After a while, Bai Feng, who fought 1 against 5, fell into a pool of blood, dying unwillingly. As Wei He looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, he said coldly, Brother Feng Yun, it is your turn. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun smiled faintly. Then, he formed hand seals, and a lotus flower appeared under his feet. A black Buddha image appeared behind him, and the baleful Yin energy in the 2 corpses was slowly forced out. The 2 had just refined the baleful Yin energy, and had not completely merged the Yin essence energy with their flesh. Hence, the Lotus Sect Temple's method could force it out. The 5 did not say anything. They just sat down cross-legged and greedily absorbed this pure baleful Yin energy, consolidating their cultivations. When the baleful Yin energy was completely absorbed, Wei He opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. This is really comfortable. If this continues, our Yin essence stage cultivation will continuously improve. This is several times better than absorbing the baleful Yin energy on our own. This is all thanks to Brother Wei He and Brother Feng Yun. Without the 2 of you working together, we would not have had such benefits, Tuobalang said with a smile at the soaring cloud mountain manor. Wei He said humbly, It is mainly thanks to Brother Feng Yun. Without Brother Feng Yun's Lotus Sect seal, no matter how good my eyesight is, it would not have been enough. Wei He's eyesight was startlingly good at judging people. He could tell who had just absorbed the baleful Yin energy, and who had completely refined the baleful Yin energy and merged it into their flesh. With one glance, Wei He could tell who was the target for the 5. 1 month is just the beginning. When the time comes, all of us will definitely reach peak Yin essence stage. Bai Feng's and Lu Ye's corpses were still warm, covered in blood. However, the 5 seated cross-legged chatted happily, not caring about them at all. Even though the night was dark, it could not beat the hearts of these 5. Early the next morning, just as Xiao Chen's group was preparing to depart, Ao Jiao said from the immortal spirit ring that little yellow feather was about to break out of its shell. The 2 of you, I'll go and take a look first. Wait here for a while, Xiao Chen said to Fei and Luo Nan as he turned around. Luo Nan wished that Xiao Chen would go far away so that he could spend more time with Fei so he quickly agreed. Big brother Xiao Chen, be careful, Fei warned, thinking that Xiao Chen was going to search for the hiding place of the baleful Yin energy again. After leaving the 2, Xiao Chen saw that there was no one around, so he took out the golden crow egg. The golden crow egg was already covered in cracks. Soon, the eggshell completely shattered. Then, little yellow feather appeared amid the golden flames, spreading its wings. A large amount of golden light poured out. Xiao Chen had been prepared long ago. He flung out his sleeves, and saber lights flew out. The saber lights formed a sealed saber formation, covering up all the mysterious phenomena. When the light scattered, little yellow feather, which had undergone a nirvanic rebirth, appeared before Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao. Compared to the previous glistening little fellow, this time, little yellow feather was covered in feathers with a withdrawn golden light. It looked rather ordinary. All its sharpness and the might of a holy beast were hidden under its feathers. Ao Jiao spread her arms wide and said joyfully, "Little yellow feather, come over quickly." Little yellow feather spread its wings and happily flew to Ao Jiao's side, chirping non-stop. The last time little yellow feather was born, it had been like a baby. Ao Jiao had brought it up single-handedly. Xiao Chen knew that little yellow feather and Ao Jiao had a good relationship. He smiled faintly and did not disturb them. After a while, Ao Jiao turned her head and said, "Xiao Chen, little yellow feather said that it can help us search for baleful energy. This kind of cold energy conflicts with its attribute, making it very easy to find." When Xiao Chen heard that, he rejoiced. The golden crow was an extremely young attributed creature. It was naturally sensitive to such baleful energy and found it uncomfortable. Although the golden crow did not like it, if it was willing, it would be much easier to find the source. However, after thinking for a while, Xiao Chen still rejected it. "Thank you for its kind intentions. However, it just came out, so don't let it take the risk. I have my own ways to search for baleful energy." No, it said that there is a attributed energy that it particularly hates here. Even if it hides in the immortal spirit ring, it will still be able to feel it. It needs to be eliminated. Xiao Chen laughed hoarsely. So the golden crow was doing this for its own good. He had thought that the golden crow had changed its character. That's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed. It must be the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. For the golden crow to feel uncomfortable in the immortal spirit ring, it had to be the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Other baleful energy would not be this horrifying. Xiao Chen said gravely, "Ao Jiao, tell it to find the source of this baleful energy. However, it mustn't move alone. After it finds it, just inform me at the fastest speed." When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen's grave expression, she quickly reminded little yellow feather several times before letting it leave worriedly. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "This little fellow won't mess around, right?" "I already reminded it many times. It should not mess around," Ao Jiao said uncertainly. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "Never mind. Let's go back first. If anything unexpected happens, we can just leave this profound star." Over the next few days, Xiao Chen used the dragon-seeking art to search for dangerous lands. Perhaps Xiao Chen used up all his luck on the first day. After searching several times, Xiao Chen and the others did not find any baleful energy. Instead, they ran into danger. Finally, just as Luo Nan could no longer endure it, the three found another 1,000-year-old baleful energy 10 days later. Xiao Chen did not say anything. No matter how Fei rejected, he gave up this baleful energy to her. When Fei successfully refined this baleful energy, the three came out of the crack. "Brother Wei He, there are 3 people coming out of the ground. They seem to be disciples of the Tianyi sect. Take a look and see if they found anything." The scene of the 3 coming out happened to catch the attention of Wei He's group, who were searching for targets in the distance. "The Tianyi sect? I have a deep impression of them. Let me take a look." Wei He smiled faintly and shifted his gaze over. Chapter 1568. After Wei He saw clearly, he nodded and said, "It is indeed the Tianyi sect's people. That girl should have just refined the baleful energy not long ago. Furthermore, that baleful energy is of high quality. The baleful energy we absorbed earlier cannot compare to it." However, the Tianyi sect's people are not easy to deal with, especially that Yi Bai. Even the 3 primal core realm cultivators have a whole new level of respect for him. That's right. Out of so many people, only Yi Bai was asked a few more questions by that old man. "Should we make a move?" The five hesitated somewhat. After all, although they were ruthless, they were not stupid. They didn't want to suffer a double loss after trying to get the bride. Just as the five hesitated and were about to give up, a strange look flashed in the eyes of the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. He said seriously, "There is no need to be so conflicted. No matter how powerful that Yi Bai is, he is just a veritable essence stage cultivator. How strong can he be? At that time, we just need 2 people to delay him. As for the other 3, we can deal with Luo Nan and that girl after dealing with the other 2. It will be easy for the 5 of us to deal with Yi Bai." Furthermore, Brother Wei he already said that the baleful energy that girl absorbed is of extremely high quality. Why can't we take the risk? Feng Yun's long speech swayed the other 4 somewhat. Wei he entered deep thought and said, "That Yi Bai is indeed not simple. However, if we suddenly make a move, we will still have some confidence, just like how we dealt with Bai Feng and Lu Yi." Soon, the 5 of them came to a consensus and began to discuss countermeasures. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun revealed a smile. "Since we have already decided, let's discuss the details. We cannot make any mistakes," the Soaring Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba Yi said calmly. Wei he nodded and said, "Brother Tuoba is right. Otherwise, if we leave any loose ends, it will be problematic for us. I feel that we should do this." When Xiao Chen's group of 3 walked out of the crack, they did not know that they were being watched. "Senior brother Yi Bai, many thanks. Unexpectedly Fei would have such a day." Fei who refined a complete strand of baleful energy, felt exceptionally happy. "You are too polite." Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. After all, he had no use for it. It was just nice to give it to someone who needed it. After Profound Island, he would probably leave soon. At that time they would not have much interaction. Xiao Chen still had to go to the Profound Light Great Realm and ask around. At the very least, he had to figure out where Ancestor Dragon City was. Actually, Luo Nan's opinion of Xiao Chen had already changed significantly. However, when he saw how much his junior sister valued Xiao Chen, he became unhappy out of jealousy. Let's go. There's no need to speak so much." Luo Nan forcefully interrupted the 2. Xiao Chen stopped and raised his head to look ahead. "What's wrong?" Fei quickly asked. "Ha ha ha ha. Brother Yi Bai, Brother Luo Nan, and Miss Fei we meet again." Just at this moment, Wei he brought the other 4 people and appeared before the 3 of them. What a coincidence. As the saying goes, it's a small world. We meet again. Wei he quickly walked over and pretended to be happy as he said this with a smile. Luo Nan had always disliked this Wei he. Seeing Wei he smile so happily made him feel disgusted. "I am not familiar with you, yet you are smiling like a flower. Who are you showing this to?" Xiao Chen smiled and replied, "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. It looks like Brother Wei he has already found companions." As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling person. Xiao Chen still knew how to put on a good show. Right. Let me introduce you." Wei he said enthusiastically, "This is an outstanding disciple of the Lotus Sect Temple. This is the Flying Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba Yi. This is the Flying Snow Palace's young Master Yen. I have long heard of young Master Ye's great name. Brother Yi Bai, how about we travel together? We just discovered a place with baleful energy. The ferocious beasts guarding it are somewhat difficult to deal with." The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun looked sincerely at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing that, Fei immediately felt tempted. Big brother Xiao Chen happened to need baleful energy. Just as Luo Nan was about to speak, Xiao Chen's voice projection rang out in Luo Nan's and Fei ears. "Prepare to attack. Don't ask too much. This group of people is preparing to kill us. Don't show any mercy. Don't show any changes in your expression." In the first place, Xiao Chen did not like Wei he. He already suspected it to be a coincidence that Wei he appeared out of nowhere. Now that he invited them, it was clear that they were going to kill them. The 5 of them had already absorbed a lot of baleful energy. Now, they needed 3 more people. How could it be so good? "I understand. I find this group of people very displeasing," Luo Nan replied in secret. He also felt somewhat excited in his heart. This was his first time experiencing such a thing since he entered the world of cultivation. What? With Xiao Chen's reminder, Fei quickly startled awake. Then she demanded angrily, "How can this group of people be so vicious?" After interacting with Xiao Chen for so many days, Fei already trusted Xiao Chen unconditionally. She was not stupid. After calming down and thinking for a while, she understood that something was wrong with these people. "Listen to me later. I'll kill Wei He first. If the two of you work together, that Tuoba Yi should not be able to block you." As for Feng Yun, he was someone the three needed to kill as well. However, he was still useful to Xiao Chen and could not be the first target to be killed. The three quickly discussed and quickly decided on a countermeasure. Wei He and the others had ulterior motives and did not suspect anything. Feng Yun continued, "What's wrong, Brother Yi? Are you not going to give us face? We are very sincere." Xiao Chen nodded and casually stepped forward. Then he performed a cupped fist salute to Wei He and said, "Sorry, Brother Wei He. I'm afraid I'll have to let down your kind intentions." Wei He smiled and said, "Not at all, not at all. Brother Yi is really too polite. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's work together." While Wei He smiled, he cursed in his heart. "This little bastard is really shameless. He's so vigilant, why don't you just attack him directly?" "Do it." Wei He sent a voice projection, calling for the others to attack. However, the first to make a move was not them but Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, who had already reached the most optimal position, did not give Wei He any time to react. He immediately used the sharp spirit finger to tap Wei He's forehead. The sharp spirit finger was Xiao Chen's unique secret technique. He used all the energy in his body to execute it with one finger. Xiao Chen used all the energy in his body and pointed with two cauldron force, the thunder domain, the ice domain, and the vast ocean-like veritable essence energy. All of them gathered at one point. Its might was so great that even a half-step primal core cultivator would find it hard to endure. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had taken advantage of the situation and occupied the most optimal position. Before the smile on Wei He's face faded away, his life force immediately vanished, and he fell over. There were no signs of him dying. Fei and Luo Nan had grown up in the sect. When they worked together, they did not have perfect coordination. The instant Xiao Chen made his move, they charged at Tuoba Yi together. "What's going on?" Feng Yun, young Master Yen, and the others revealed extremely horrified expressions. They had not made a move yet, but Yi Bai and the others charged over. "Oh no! They saw through us. Don't hold back. Kill them." Their reactions could be said to be extremely fast. After their expressions changed drastically, they immediately displayed their strongest techniques. Flying snow filling the sky. The Flying Snow Palace's young Master Yen waved his hand. Whoosh! Boundless visible icy chi directly encased Xiao Chen, and the temperature plummeted. The young Master Yen before them cultivated the will of ice pretty well. He had already condensed an innate ice crystal. Unfortunately, he was still somewhat weaker than Xiao Chen and had not comprehended a domain. Although Xiao Chen had not comprehended a domain, this flying snow filling the sky had many unique aspects. The snow filling the sky formed a great momentum. A momentum of winter arriving and sealing the world in ice. This was especially so when Xiao Chen's cultivation reached the Yin essence stage. The gentle baleful Yin energy in the flying snow made the flying snow even colder. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like the martial techniques of the outside world did indeed have many aspects worth praising. However, that was all. The other party had not mastered it and could not bring out the essence of this move. Lotus Flower Sword Art. Buddha's Rage. Feng Yun held his palms together and executed a sword art. A black sword light shot out of his palm. A strong wind immediately spread out, and lotus flowers danced around. A Buddhist voice roared in the sky, causing the might of this sword light to multiply. Ice domain, open! With a thought, the ice domain encased Xiao Chen for 1 kilometer around him. Young Master Yan's flying snow filling the sky immediately melted without a sound. As for that strand of sword light, Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Without drawing the saber, Xiao Chen only gently rotated it, and the scabbard firmly blocked the other party's sword light. Xiao Chen, who had comprehended the saber great Dao, would feel like a child dancing with the sword when facing an opponent who had not comprehended the sword Dao, unless the opponent was much stronger than him. There were too many openings, and the sword move was unstable. If the Tao might leaked out, Xiao Chen could easily resolve it. This battle could not be said to be very intense. The enemy had lost 2 of their men in a single exchange. Then, Xiao Chen easily delayed 2 people, waiting for Luo Nan and Luo Nan to finish off their opponents. This resulted in a situation of 3 against 2. Wei He's group thought very well. In the end, Xiao Chen tricked them. Without much effort, under Xiao Chen's intentional control, only Feng Yun remained, holding on bitterly. Xiao Chen wanted to capture this person alive. Chapter 1569. Wei He's group of 5 surrounded Xiao Chen. At this moment, only Feng Yun was still fighting with Xiao Chen, holding on bitterly. The Lotus Sect Temple was a subsidiary sect of the Black Lotus Church in the Purple Sun region. Although they did not have much contact with the Black Lotus Church, they should have some information about the Black Lotus Church. Feng Yun, who was fighting Xiao Chen, felt miserable. The more he fought, the more fearful he felt. A sense of helplessness spread throughout his body. No matter what kind of strong martial technique he used, he could not pose a threat to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen easily dealt with them. Feng Yun's cultivation approached the peak of the Yin-Yang realm. However, before Xiao Chen, a veritable essence stage cultivator, he felt like he was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. This was especially so when Xiao Chen drew his saber. Saber intent spread out in all directions, sealing off all of Feng Yun's escape routes. Lotus flower evasion. Seeing that he could not escape, Feng Yun suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then, his figure turned into tens of thousands of lotus flowers, scattering in all directions. Xiao Chen looked around and found that the lotus flowers were hard to distinguish. He could not find any traces of the other party at all. He got away. Xiao Chen felt somewhat depressed in his heart. Originally, he had been determined to obtain this Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. However, Luo Nan said excitedly, 5 people surrounded 3 of us. We killed 4 of them, and only 1 managed to escape. It looks like these people are only a... Fei said calmly, don't speak nonsense. If not for senior brother Yi by reminding us and taking the initiative, this battle would not have been so easy. This battle would not have been that easy. Xiao Chen nodded and said, these 5 people are not too weak. If I got surrounded, I would not have been able to escape. This is profound Yin Island's inner region. It is best to be more cautious. Senior brother Yi Bai, what should we do now? Fei asked as she looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The 2 of you have each absorbed a complete strand of baleful Yin energy. You have surpassed the goal of this trip. I feel that we can return first. It will be safer there. Fei hurriedly said, no, senior apprentice brother Yi Bai, you haven't refined the baleful Yin energy yet. How can we leave? Besides, even if you find a way to refine the baleful Yin energy, we still have to protect you, right? Otherwise, what will you do if you are injured by the demonic beasts? Luo Nan did not say anything. Luo Nan was indeed embarrassed to ask Luo Nan to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed. He looked into the distance. The weak connection between him and Little Yellow Feather allowed him to sense that Little Yellow Feather was currently in the middle of a huge battle. Moreover, his condition didn't seem to be very good. Without thinking too much, Xiao Chen quickly rushed over to the place where the incident happened. Fei and Luo Nan did not know what was going on, so they quickly followed behind. In the depths of the profound Yin Island, there was a mountain range called the Profound Yin Mountain. Strange beasts roamed the mountain range, powerful and vicious. It was a forbidden land. Very few sect disciples would go to search for baleful Yin energy. There were too many ferocious beasts in that place. Most of the people who went did not return. At this moment, a giant bird with a golden luster was flying through the mountains. From time to time, it would let out an incomparably noisy cackle. Roar! The one that roared was a black ferocious beast that looked like a ferocious tiger, possessing the strength of a half-step primal core realm cultivator. Little Yellow Feather had stolen and eaten 1,000-leaf fruit that it had guarded for 500 years. When it roared, all the beasts in the mountains were startled and ran in panic. The sound wave snapped several large trees. Chi! Chi! On the ground, there was also a 1-kilometer-long snake spitting out its forked tongue as it looked coldly at the giant yellow bird in the sky. Everywhere it passed, cold chi penetrated 100 meters into the ground, directly turning the ground into frozen soil. The snake was very angry. This giant yellow bird had roasted and eaten the eggs in its nest. There was also a gargantuan golden-tailed eagle in the sky, closely following it. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that half of this golden-tailed eagle's feathers were charred. Aside from this, there were many ferocious beasts rushing over from the mountains. All of them were peak young essence stage ferocious beasts. A careful count showed that Little Yellow Feather had provoked at least 10 ferocious beasts. At this level, ferocious beasts were extremely intelligent. They raged, wishing that they could swallow this Little Yellow Feather alive. My goodness, I've gone a little too far this time. Although Little Yellow Feather could not speak yet, it had already gained intelligence. Its eyes looked around, and it was somewhat frightened. Little Yellow Feather had provoked too many ferocious beasts, so they surrounded it. Even so, Little Yellow Feather's nimble speed allowed it to dodge many attacks while surrounded. Sometimes, Little Yellow Feather even spat out flames, burning those ferocious beasts and making them cry out in pain. Every time this happened, even though the little fellow knew that it was dangerous, it could not help laughing cockily. When Xiao Chen arrived before Profound Een Mountain, Fei Er and Luo Nan were stunned. Senior brother Yi Bai, this Profound Een Mountain is very dangerous. Before we come out, Master instructed us to absolutely not go in. Fei Er revealed a worried expression in her eyes. Luo Nan listened carefully. The ferocious roars of many terrifying ferocious beasts came from the mountain range. What's going on? The ferocious beasts in this mountain are very angry. Luo Nan felt somewhat startled and could not help taking a few steps back. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then, he gently pushed off with his feet and slowly soared into the air, flying towards Profound Een Mountain. Fei Er shook her head but followed after. Junior sister. Luo Nan gritted his teeth in frustration. However, he had no choice but to follow. Soon, the three saw the scene of 10 odd ferocious beasts surrounding and killing Little Yellow Feather. Luo Nan exclaimed in shock. Damn! Where did this huge yellow-feathered bird come from? How arrogant! Xiao Chen replied calmly, My spirit pet. When Luo Nan heard that, he exclaimed in shock. Your spirit pet? Fei Er asked directly, Big brother Xiao Chen, are you going to save it? Xiao Chen nodded. However, his expression was rather unsightly. This little fellow wanted it to go look for 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy. After not seeing it for a few days, it created such a huge mess. Luo Nan said sullenly, That is 10 odd ferocious beasts. There is even a half-step primal core realm ink flame tiger. Isn't that too risky? I can't care about that anymore. You all should back off first. Right after Luo Nan spoke, Xiao Chen quickly descended. Little human, what are you trying to do? As soon as he finished speaking, several messages appeared in his mind. Xiao Chen was not surprised. Ferocious beasts that had cultivated to this level would more or less have some intelligence. It's my spiritual pet. I'm taking it away. If I've offended you in any way, I'm sorry. Fei Er and Luo Nan were greatly startled. Xiao Chen, who had jumped down rashly, actually did not get eaten by this group of ferocious beasts. Berserk beasts had been honed in the cruel wild environment for a long time, and their instincts were the most accurate. When Xiao Chen landed, the young essence stage ferocious beast felt its heart palpitate and immediately hesitated. Even though he was infuriated, he did not make a move on the spot. Bastard, it roasted my snake egg. How can I let it go? My old nest in the mountains has been burned down by it. I can't bear it. Scram, you must swallow it alive. A series of furious voice projections rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, giving him a headache. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at Little Yellow Feather, who had already turned into an obedient bird. Then he smiled and said, I didn't realize that you have such talent in the past. Incredible. Little Yellow Feather puffed out its chest and flapped its wings, thinking that Xiao Chen was praising it. Little fellow, we ferocious beasts have an agreement with your sect. Profound Een Mountain is a forbidden land. If we don't go down the mountain to eat sect disciples, the sect will not interfere in our business. That half-step primal core realm ink flame tiger stepped forward and gave off a tyrannical air. Then, it continued sending a voice projection. I'll give you 2 choices. The first is to obediently retreat, and we will pretend that we did not discover you. The second is to stay. We will eat your flesh and drink your blood to raise our cultivation. Chapter 1570. Roar! Xiao Chen's mockery immediately stirred up the violent ink flame tiger's temper. It roared ferociously and launched itself at Xiao Chen. The ink flame tiger moved very fast, tearing through space like a beam of black light, disappearing in a flash. Right after the ink flame tiger spoke, its gargantuan body appeared before Xiao Chen. This development startled Xiao Chen slightly. Unexpectedly, this ink flame tiger was so fast. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art. In the blink of an eye, he left behind several afterimages on the ground. Cassie! Cassie! The afterimages shattered. When Xiao Chen retreated far away and found his footing, 2 crisscrossed claw marks appeared on his chest. 2 crisscrossed claw marks appeared on his chest. Blood seeped through his white robe and dyed a large area red. Luo Nan exclaimed softly, "How did this fellow cultivate his physical body? To think that he only suffered superficial wounds from the ink flame tiger's attack." "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Fei paced around anxiously. She had a kind heart. When she saw Xiao Chen, who had helped her and her senior brother, in danger, she immediately started worrying. When Luo Nan heard this, he quickly pulled Fei behind him and took a few steps back. Then he said, "At this moment, not interfering is the best help. His aura can suppress those young essence stage ferocious beasts. This already explains a lot. If we go down and help, those young essence stage ferocious beasts will immediately tear us to shreds. If we try to save us, we will end up distracting Xiao Chen. Believe in Xiao Chen. Since he dares to go down, he must be confident." Although Luo Nan was upset that his junior sister was so worried about Xiao Chen, he still did his best to calm Fei down for her sake. Below, Xiao Chen looked at the wound on his chest. Unexpectedly, the other party's claws were so sharp. They were much stronger than the golden-rimmed demon tone bat. Xiao Chen no longer dared to be careless. He needed to use his full power to deal with such a half-step primal core ferocious beast. When the other ferocious beasts saw the ink flame tiger rage, they did not dare to interfere. This was good. Since coming to the Great Thousand Realms, Xiao Chen had never truly fought at full power before. He would use this battle to test his own strength. Xiao Chen waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Then, he looked up at the ink flame tiger and unleashed his Dao might. The ink flame tiger felt a wave of pressure, and it roared somewhat impatiently. The ferocious aura emitted from his body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it turned into a thick black smoke that soared into the sky. This scene was immediately sensed by the guards of the profound Een Island stronghold. The ferocious beasts of Mystic Een Mountain are on a rampage again. Should we go and take a look? What is there to see? Every year, there are people who are not afraid of death, wanting to go to the profound Een Mountain. If the old monster of Mystic Een Mountain is provoked, then it will be a big problem. You're right. In profound Een Mountain, Xiao Chen faced the ink flame tiger that had forced out all of its baleful aura. Feeling a trace of pressure, the might of the great Dao slowly condensed into a point. Roar! The roaring ink flame tiger roared at Xiao Chen and a berserk aura surged towards Xiao Chen. Dao! Xiao Chen said softly, and the great Dao energy that he condensed into a point soared up by 1 meter. Then his aura clashed without fear. Boom! Amid loud sounds, the 2 berserk auras clashed, neither giving way to the other. Many ferocious beasts within 50,000 kilometers fled in panic. Countless birds soared into the air. Kill! Xiao Chen drew his saber and immediately charged out to deal with such ferocious beasts. There was no other way but to be even more ruthless than it, even more ferocious. After 20 years of experience in the Kunlun realm, the Emperor's Road, the demonic calamity, and the baptism of countless great battles, Xiao Chen's killing chi was heavy and stable, far from what this ink flame tiger could compare to. In this clash, this ink flame tiger's baleful aura was actually slightly weaker than Xiao Chen's. Rumble! Loud sounds rang out endlessly. 1 man and 1 beast fought in this mountain forest. Xiao Chen used the flawless saber technique together with the Yin-Yang saber domain to support his great Dao energy. He did not need to use Dermic World or the Dragon Blood Soul-Breaking Finger, just his saber techniques and strong physical body. He was evenly matched with the ink flame tiger, not at all inferior. His white robes were dyed red, and there were many wounds all over his body. However, his aura did not weaken in the slightest. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. The saber light flickered and reflected in his eyes. His eyes revealed a calm and ferocious look, startling the surrounding ferocious beasts. The ink flame tiger didn't have it easy either. Although it was a ferocious beast, it had the advantage of having thick skin and thick flesh. However, Xiao Chen's saber energy was infused with great Tao energy, allowing it to permeate his body every time. This made it extremely uncomfortable, and many cracks appeared in its internal organs. Whoosh! The trembling man and beast moved away from each other. The ink flame tiger crawled on all fours, roaring continuously. Its ferocious nature had been completely stimulated. As it panted, black flames surged and danced all over its body. In the ink flame tiger's memory, there had never been such a ferocious sect disciple. Just at the veritable essence stage, he could force it into such a miserable state. If the ink flame tiger could not kill this white-clad bladesman today, it would not have a foothold in profound Een Mountain in the future. Xiao Chen stood upright while holding his saber. The ink flame tiger before him was harder to deal with than he imagined. Even in the Kunlun realm, few people would be able to break the defense of that fur. Furthermore, its speed was even faster than lightning. The other party's slender, streamlined body gave it a natural advantage in terms of speed. For a long time, Xiao Chen had been very confident in his movement technique. However, his body was riddled with wounds of various sizes, all from the other party using speed to forcibly break through his saber light. However, everything was still within Xiao Chen's control. He had not used any of his 4 trump cards yet. As long as he used any one of them, he could immediately turn the situation around. Chapter 1571. The 10,000-year-old Een energy had been found? Xiao Chen was delighted, but in the blink of an eye, he calmed down. Blondie had always been unreliable. Look at what it had done in the mysterious Een Mountain. Roasting snake eggs, stealing spirit herbs guarded by others, burning bird nests. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't be too convinced. Xiao Chen asked suspiciously, "Is that place safe?" "Safe. Very safe. There is only a small snake there," Ao Jiao said. Regardless of whether it was safe or not, he had to rest for a while and recover his yuan qi. After calling out to Fei and Luo Nan, Xiao Chen found a quiet place and sat down to recover his exhausted essence. The battle just now could be said to be incomparably delightful. This also allowed Xiao Chen to recognize his own strength. If he did not use his trump cards, he would be on par with a half-step primal core cultivator. It was hard to tell who would win. After all, half-step primal core realm cultivators were not like ferocious beasts. Their combat experience and intelligence were higher than ferocious beasts. No matter how ferocious a beast was, it could not be more dangerous than a human's heart. At the same time, Xiao Chen also realized the shortcomings of his movement technique. He seemed to be invincible among his peers. However, when he ran into this ink flame tiger, he suffered greatly. The other party's straightforward attacks were truly fast to the point that he could not predict them. There were still many areas that needed to be improved upon. Movement techniques generally consisted of 2 points. One was speed, and the other was evasion. The fish dragon art mainly focused on changing one's surroundings, dodging within a small area. It was derived from the spirit fish of the immortal world and strengthened. The area that needed to be improved should be short-range ambushes, in other words, pure speed. Thoughts flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. The ink flame tiger leaped like thunder, launching surprise attacks faster than lightning. There were many things that could be used for reference. While Xiao Chen was recuperating and recovering his essence, Feng Yun, who had executed a life-saving evasion technique and turned into thousands of lotus leaves, was also on the other side. It was also at this moment that he revealed himself. His face was pale without a trace of blood, and his body was clearly much weaker than before. That life-saving escape technique obviously couldn't be used rashly, as the price would be unbearable. How unlucky! I actually used this life-saving escape technique in front of a true energy realm. Feng Yun leaned against the wall, touched his wound, and said weakly. At the same time, his mind was spinning. He had long recognized Xiao Chen as the person on the wanted list issued by the sect. Now, he seemed to understand why the sect had ordered him to keep a low profile when he saw this person. All Xiao Chen needed to do was report the exact location and wait for the Black Lotus Church's churchmaster to personally send someone over. After all, the Black Lotus Church was not in this astral region. Even though they were separated by such a long distance, the black-faced sect leader still regarded Xiao Chen with such importance. It was clear that Xiao Chen was not an ordinary person. Initially, he was thinking of capturing Xiao Chen alive and bringing him back to the sect to claim the credit. But from the looks of it now, that was no longer possible. As long as he could return alive and report the news of Xiao Chen, everything would be fine. What is this place? It's so cold. Feng Yun looked around, tightened his clothes, and asked doubtfully. Back then, in order to escape for his life, he randomly chose a direction and flew for half a day. As a result, Feng Yun had no idea where he was now. There was a small river not far away. Strange. It is just ordinary river water. Why is the surroundings so frighteningly cold? Feng Yun startled awake. Only then did he discover that he was in an extremely remote place that he had never heard of before. After checking the river water, Feng Yun did not discover anything special. Just as Feng Yun was feeling bewildered, he stumbled and fell into the river. The rapid flow of the river swept him to the bottom of the river in an instant. A bone-chilling cold immediately froze Feng Yun's body. Oh no! I was already severely injured by Xiao Chen in the first place, so I risked my life to use an evasion technique. Injuries upon injuries. Could it be that I, Feng Yun, am going to drown to death? In his daze, Feng Yun maintained a trace of consciousness, doing his best not to faint. PFFF. After some time, Feng Yun coughed a few times and spat out a large mouthful of cold water. It turned out that he had been washed to a shallow part of an underground river. In his fluster, Feng Yun quickly got up in a sorry state. After calming down and recovering some essence, Feng Yun's complexion improved significantly. He cautiously looked around and walked along the underground river. After a while, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Baleful energy. Feng Yun felt an extremely dense baleful energy. He had never come in contact with such strong baleful energy before. Even from a distance, it sent chills down one's spine. When Feng Yun thought of a certain legend on Profound Island, his body trembled in excitement. Could it be 10,000-year-old baleful energy? Even if it isn't, it should be several thousand years old. One who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune. Is this my fortuitous encounter? Just as Feng Yun was about to walk forward, he calmly stopped. No! Even if I were at my peak, it would be difficult for me to hunt for 1,000-year-old baleful energy. Furthermore, in my current state, it might be 10,000-year-old baleful energy. No matter how great a fortuitous encounter was, one had to be alive to enjoy it. Just me alone won't do. I have to work with others. They have to be the strongest of the sect disciples. Otherwise, no matter how many people come, they will all die. At this moment, many candidates appeared in Feng Yun's mind. For example, the Clear Feather Sect's first senior brother, who was much stronger than Wei He. The Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu, the Soaring Cloud Mountain Manor's Tuo Bayun. These were the disciples of the various major sects, the leaders of this trip to Profound Island. At this moment, they should be leading their junior brothers on an adventure. Aside from ensuring their own harvest, they also had the responsibility of taking care of their junior brothers. It's settled, then. After making up his mind, Feng Yun left behind a set of coordinates and quickly left. If 100 people absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful energy, it would be a great opportunity. He did not have to worry about sharing it with others. On the other side, Xiao Chen's group of 3, who had rested, quickly moved about under Little Yellow Feather's lead. Luo Nan exclaimed excitedly, "Is it really 10,000-year-old baleful energy? This is a great opportunity." Fei Wu rolled her eyes at Luo Nan and said, "Why are you so excited? Just protect Big Brother Xiao Chen later. Don't get any ideas about the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Big Brother Xiao Chen already found 1,000-year-old baleful energy for us. This is already a rare opportunity." When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled. He rather liked Fei Wu's character. She was pure, naive, and knew how to be grateful. As for Luo Nan, although Xiao Chen was disrespectful to Luo Nan, that was only because he was jealous. Luo Nan's character was not that bad. With the two of them protecting him, Xiao Chen felt much more at ease. "Xiao Chen, why do you not seem anxious at all?" Luo Nan asked, finding it strange when he saw Xiao Chen's calm expression. Even an outsider like Luo Nan felt extremely excited about the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. To think that Xiao Chen remained calm, his mental state like a 1,000-year-old ancient lake. If one day, you experience as much as I did, you will be like me, Xiao Chen said calmly with a faint smile. Luo Nan's lips twitched as he said, "You make it sound like you experienced a lot of things." "Oh right. Where did your yellow-feathered bird get its spirit pet?" "I don't know what kind of bird it is. It is very skinny and unprepossessing, but it is very arrogant. To think that you actually managed to find 10,000-year-old baleful energy for it." Boom. Right after Luo Nan spoke, a flame flew over. Caught off guard, half of Luo Nan's hair burned off. This startled Luo Nan. He jumped up and down, putting in a lot of effort before he managed to extinguish the flame. "Junior sister, don't stop me. Today, I have to teach this yellow-feathered bird a lesson." In the blink of an eye, half of Luo Nan's hair was burned off. A charred smell spread from his head, and white smoke rose. Luo Nan was so frustrated that he felt like exploding. Fei who was currently tidying Luo Nan's hair, smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm not stopping you. However, that bird dares to provoke 10 odd ferocious beasts. Are you sure you want to seek trouble with it?" "Hey," big brother Xiao Chen stopped. "We should have reached the place. Let's quickly go and take a look." Under Little Yellow Feather's guidance, the three entered the river and sank along with it. Gurgle. Water splashed everywhere, and 3 bodies emerged from the river. They were so cold that they shivered. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and sensed for a while. When he opened them again, he looked at the dark, unknown land in front. Then he said, "It is indeed 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Its hiding place is really well hidden." Chapter 1572. There was a pitch-black cave entrance at the end of the underground river. The dense baleful energy came from there. When the two walked to the cave entrance, a berserk baleful energy had already formed. The fierce wind was like a knife, and even the wind contained a cold and bleak chi. Standing at the entrance of the cave. Standing at the cave entrance, Luo Nan and Fei felt the pressure. If not for the fact that they had already advanced to the essence stage and absorbed the 1,000-year-old baleful energy, it would have been very difficult for them to enter. Big brother Xiao Chen, the baleful energy here is very strong. Be careful in front. Fei found it somewhat difficult to speak. Walking was even more strenuous. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Luo Nan looked worriedly at Fei as he shielded her. Suddenly, the pressure on the two lessened. They felt that the baleful energy in the wind had weakened significantly, becoming nearly negligible. It turned out that Xiao Chen had blocked the Dao Might that he sent out alone. This startled Luo Nan. As he looked at Xiao Chen in front, he vaguely saw a disk of light shining behind him. Even in the dark night, it did not look very conspicuous. However, that weak light deterred Luo Nan from looking at it directly. It felt like a saber light pierced their eyes. "It's that light again. What kind of martial technique is that? Or is it some kind of realm? It feels like there are traces of saber intent in it, but it is not complete. What exactly are the origins of this Xiao Chen?" When fighting the Ink Flame Tiger, Xiao Chen had released his Dao Might once, instantly suppressing the berserk aura of the Ink Flame Tiger. Now, Xiao Chen released his Dao Might again, reducing the pressure on the two. This startled Luo Nan. Hee. Big brother Xiao Chen is really incredible. Senior brother, let's leave some restrictions here to prevent others from barging in. Luo Nan withdrew his gaze and nodded somewhat absent-mindedly. Then, he and Fei left a formation at the entrance. The Tiani sect had some accumulations in formations. These two were pretty skilled in them. Xiao Chen looked back from a distance. He felt that the restrictions the two left were much stronger than what he learned from Emperor Wu. The Great Thousand Realms martial Dao inheritances were much stronger than the Kunlun realms. And this was only a first-grade sect. How strong would a second-grade sect or a third-grade sect be? What kind of existence was Ancestor Dragon City, where Lu Ruyue was? Xiao Chen turned his head around and looked ahead cautiously. He did not see the small snake that Little Yellow Feather mentioned. He wanted it to come out and give it some instructions, but no matter what, Little Yellow Feather refused to come out. It did not like this kind of cold environment. Luo Nan, who was laying the formation, appeared somewhat distracted as he looked at Fei Er's face. He and his junior sister had entered the Tiani sect at the same time. He had fallen in love with this junior sister the moment he first learned to love her. However, junior martial sister Fei was kind-hearted and beautiful. She had countless suitors in the sect. Among them, there were many senior brothers who were more outstanding than him. Fortunately, his junior sister never agreed and even kept a certain distance from those people. This made his inferiority complex feel a little better, and he even felt a little happy. At the very least, his junior martial sister liked being with him. However, after Xiao Chen came out, everything changed. Luo Nan repeatedly spoke rudely to Xiao Chen, even mocking him. However, due to the sense of danger in his heart, Luo Nan felt that he was inferior to the other party in every aspect. His junior martial sister seemed to be overly concerned about Xiao Chen. The most important thing was that Luo Nan discovered that he was indeed inferior to Xiao Chen. Furthermore, he was far from it. Be it mental state, strength or bearing. Junior sister, I have something to say to you, Luo Nan, who was laying the formation, suddenly said to Fei. Fei was somewhat busy and did not raise her head. Senior brother, what do you want to say? Do you feel that I am very useless compared to Xiao Chen? Luo Nan asked softly after he drummed up his courage, blushing somewhat. Fei stopped what she was doing and looked up with a serious expression. Senior brother, why would you have such a thought? Luo Nan did not know how to answer. He could not say a single word of the words he had already organized in his mind. Fei smiled strangely and asked, Senior brother, what are you trying to say? Luo Nan endured the conflict in his heart and remained silent for a while. Then he said softly, I feel that junior sister and Xiao Chen are quite compatible. The moment Luo Nan said that, he no longer dared to look at Fei expression. The smile on Fei face immediately vanished, and she turned cold. Is this what senior brother wants to say to me? When Luo Nan heard this, he felt that something was wrong. He raised his head and said, No, what's wrong? Nothing. I don't want to speak. Fei remained silent, not saying anything more. After that, the two remained silent. Fei did not say anything either. This made Luo Nan feel strangely empty. However, he did not know what to say. He did not know how he had angered his junior sister. After traveling for 1.5 kilometers, the baleful winds grew increasingly stronger. Xiao Chen turned his head and said, Luo Nan and Fei the two of you stay here. Don't advance any further. We will see the 10,000-year-old baleful energy soon. Fei nodded, surprisingly not saying anything in response. Instead, Luo Nan said, Go on then. The two of us will stand guard here. We guarantee that nothing will disturb you from absorbing the baleful energy. Xiao Chen felt that the two were behaving strangely. However, this should be a private matter, so it was not convenient for him to say too much. Xiao Chen nodded gently and expressed his thanks. After some thought, Xiao Chen got Little Yellow Feather to come out and stand guard here. It was better to be safe than sorry. Nothing could go wrong while absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would not be able to endure the backlash. The 10,000-year-old baleful energy drew closer. Although his vision was obstructed, Xiao Chen could sense that it was not far away. After a while, Xiao Chen raised his Dao might to the peak. Then, he endured the vast baleful winds. Xiao Chen saw a 10,000-year-old baleful energy, hidden on a stone platform at the end of the somewhat dark space. That baleful energy was very dense and frighteningly black. It looked somewhat like some of the black whirlpools that Xiao Chen had seen in the starry heavens. As the whirlpools spun, strands of black light spread out in the surroundings like lightning. This formed an isolation zone, protecting the baleful energy. The black baleful energy spun like a hurricane in the quiet space. Suddenly, 2 clumps of green flames lit up in the hurricane. The glossy green light was like a pair of sinister eyes, making Xiao Chen's heart tremble. According to rumor, this baleful energy already gained some intelligence. Could it be true? Whoosh! A black light flashed, and the 10,000-year-old baleful energy burrowed into the ground. The answer went without saying. The 10,000-year-old baleful energy used its reaction to tell Xiao Chen the truth of the rumor. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? Xiao Chen had worked so hard to get here. Naturally, he would not let it slip away. A divine weapon shot out, and an intense explosion rang out where the 10,000-year-old baleful energy originally was. The ground exploded, and dirt flew everywhere. The 10,000-year-old baleful energy was blasted out. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out continuously. Every time the 10,000-year-old baleful energy tried to flee, Xiao Chen forced it out. No matter how fast the 10,000-year-old baleful energy fled, it was not as fast as Xiao Chen's saber light. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense spread out into the surroundings. He grasped the 10,000-year-old baleful energy's every move. Although this 10,000-year-old baleful energy had a ferocious nature, it also gained intelligence. However, its intelligence had not matured yet. Compared to Xiao Chen, it was just like a child. You can't escape. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and his Taiji saber domain spread out, encasing everything within 10 kilometers. The 10,000-year-old baleful energy turned into an incredibly pitch-black clump of light moving about chaotically. However, the saber domain encased the surroundings, making it like an impenetrable fortress, preventing it from burrowing into the ground. Dao! Xiao Chen called out softly. Then, he gathered the great Dao's might in one direction, and pressed it towards the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. The great Dao's might was like a formless mountain range, suppressing the 10,000-year-old baleful energy in a certain direction, greatly reducing its mobility. As Xiao Chen approached, the 10,000-year-old baleful energy's range of movement shrank. Gather! Finding an opportunity, Xiao Chen focused the great Dao's might on one point. Then, he took a step forward and completely suppressed the 10,000-year-old baleful energy with his aura. The black baleful energy spun wildly, sending out many blade-like strong winds. It was obvious that he was furious. The strong winds also carried traces of sinister electric light. When one touched it gently, one would feel pain in one's finger. The 10,000-year-old baleful energy hid in a corner, looking like a porcupine covered in thorns as it glared at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This 10,000-year-old baleful energy is really not easy to deal with. The other baleful energy were not as crafty and nimble. However, there was some risk in absorbing and refining it. If not for Xiao Chen having some means, he might not have been able to subdue it. The energy of the thunder domain gathered in Xiao Chen's palm and merged with the ice domain. Then, a drop of dragon blood came out of his palm. When the three energies merged, Xiao Chen ferociously smashed his palm down, producing a loud sound. Under the suppression of absolute strength, all the lightning and wind blades that shot out shattered. This strike thoroughly injured the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Furthermore, with the suppression of the Dao's might, it weakened significantly. Xiao Chen took this opportunity to open his hand and ferociously suck, swallowing the 10,000-year-old baleful energy into his body. The berserk energy immediately surged about in his body, becoming like a wild horse galloping about, berserk and hard to tame. The rest would depend on Xiao Chen's ability to refine, absorb, and advance to the essence stage. At the same time, Feng Yun led a group of unwelcome guests underground. Chapter 1573. As expected of the Clear Feather Sect's senior brother Feng. Your mental strength is much stronger than ours. Feng Yun heaved a sigh of relief and quickly flattered the other party. Some people would die from eating too much, while others could perfectly digest and replenish themselves after eating too much. The few of them were in high spirits and did not pay too much attention to it. His strength and talent were much higher than Wei He's. It's a restriction. Feng Yun frowned slightly and said faintly, the method of setting up this formation is not simple. It seems that someone else came in ahead of us. The Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu's face sank. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said furiously, Feng Yun, are you messing with us? Just this alone was enough to keep him busy. He could not afford to be distracted at all. The Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun nodded and said, that's right. There's no need to have any objections. The energy contained in the 10,000-year-old baleful energy is something that the four of us cannot completely absorb even after using all our strength. There's no need for any disputes or schemes. It's fine as long as we are of one mind. Lu Mu's eyes were sharp. He asked in a deep voice, Brother Feng Yun, what's wrong? It was Feng Yun again. This fellow from the Lotus Sect Temple was really like a ghost that refused to go away. That seems to be the case. The other two also noticed it after carefully sensing it. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was much stronger than Fei Er's and Luo Nan's mental energy. He could grasp every movement around him. Among them, the black demonic ape was the strongest, an early-stage primal core cultivator. As for the other two ferocious beasts, they were comparable to the ink flame tiger that Xiao Chen had fought earlier. Little Yellow Feather stuck its head out from Luo Nan's side and looked around, showing that something was wrong as well. The two-headed hound and the blue lion transmitted their voices to each other. He had reached a crucial moment in refining this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. If he was not careful, he might explode and die. Feng Yun hid his smile and said, "It's nothing. It's just that Yi Bai is not easy to deal with. I feel that we should be more cautious." "That's right. He won't be able to swallow the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy alone. If he doesn't know his place, I don't mind killing him as well." At this moment, the Yin Spectre sensed the fluctuation of Xiao Chen's heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it actually broke free from Xiao Chen's restraints and forcefully entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. However, Feng Yun's strength is indeed the strongest among the three, so Feng Yun's first target is him. If he didn't have a certain level of strength, how could he be so trusted? Not to mention, if he was disturbed by an attack, the refinement would definitely fail, and he might even lose his life here. As he spoke, a hint of arrogance flashed between his brows. It was obvious that while he acknowledged Yi Bai, he was also extremely confident in his own strength. In front of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, this bit of risk was completely worth taking, and could even be said to be nothing. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his trump card right away, not giving the other party a chance to escape. Perhaps, such a thing would not have happened. Haha, Brother Wang, don't make things difficult for Brother Feng Yun. We have to thank Brother Feng Yun for sharing the information about this place with us. Just as the four of them entered the formation, water splashed out from the underground river behind them, and three ferocious beasts leaped out. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy contained an enormous amount of energy. Furthermore, it had gained sentience, making it even more difficult to deal with. At this moment, the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun had a flushed complexion and a smile on his face. He was in a very good mood as he led the three-peak Yin Essence stage cultivators along the underground river. To think that this ferocious baleful Yin energy would fight to the death, turning from guest to host, wanting to directly swallow up Xiao Chen's soul and possess Xiao Chen. Tuoba Yun smiled and said, "It is just one Yi Bai. How can he scare the three of us? At worst, we'll just kill Luo Nan and his junior sister, and the few of us can split the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy." Could it be that the person who came cannot even kill Lord Jiao Snake? The one who spoke was the Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun, Wei He's senior brother, the leader of the Clear Feather Sect disciples this time. Feng Yun's mental state experienced some disturbance, causing some fluctuations. Lu Mu smiled and said, "I was just saying it casually. Brother Feng Yun already made a vow. How can I doubt you?" Suddenly, Feng Yun's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand to stop Lu Mu. "Wait a moment." The moment Feng Yun's group of four stepped into the formation, Xiao Chen, who was anxiously refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, sensed it. This was the advantage of having deep accumulations. The group of four advanced along the underground river. Soon, they felt the cold, sinister wind, and they immediately revealed smiles on their faces. It has been more than 100 years. Lord Jiao Snake has not allowed any ferocious beasts to approach this place. Why did it send us here to kill people today? Something is wrong. Feng Yun stopped walking and said doubtfully, "This sinister wind is much weaker than when I arrived. The difference is like heaven and earth. It is completely different from when I first arrived." Yi Bai was strong enough, but the three of them were not weak, either. Their cultivations were even higher than Yi Bai's. The Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun said quickly, "Don't get agitated. No matter what, Brother Feng Yun would not have the guts to trick the three of us at the same time. It should not be fake. Most importantly, I did sense lingering baleful Yin energy. It is very dense and strong." The black demonic ape said indifferently, "Don't overthink. Lord Jiao Snake is an existence that can speak directly with those sect elders. It definitely would not let us make a move against someone it cannot deal with. It must have some reservations." What was impossible about that? Little Yellow Feather was the one who found this place first. He just happened to find it. Inside the formation at the cave entrance, Of course, people like Xiao Chen, who possessed the bloodline of the Great Desolate Hundred Races and possessed incredibly deep accumulations, would definitely be different. What a hidden place. This place is already very desolate and desolate in the first place. Most people would not come here. To think that there is a hidden place under the river, a completely different world. The clear feather sex Feng Yun nodded and said in agreement, a major primal core realm cultivator's judgment cannot be wrong. That Yi Bai is definitely not easy to deal with. However, since we are already here, there is no reason for us to retreat. Feng Yun was bold and skilled. He immediately led the way into the formation. Everyone was entrusted with heavy responsibilities by their sect, having the responsibility of protecting their juniors. Luo Nan sensed for a while, and his expression changed slightly. It's Feng Yun, Tuoba Yun, Lu Mu, and the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. Aside from Feng Yun, none of them were people that the three of them could deal with. What? The three were startled, finding this somewhat strange. He was the Soaring Cloud Mountain Manor's Tuoba Yun. His physical body, movement technique, and leg techniques were exceptionally strong. His thoughts were boundlessly chaotic, and it was hard for his mental state to fluctuate. What's wrong? The three looked at Feng Yun. The last person, a stout man, smiled boldly and said in a magnanimous manner. After walking a few more kilometers, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Then their expressions turned grave. There was a standing black demonic ape, a two-headed ferocious dog, and a gigantic blue lion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the mention of Yi Bai's name, an uncontrollable fear flashed on Feng Yun's face, and his body shrank back slightly. However, just these alone were not enough to cause Xiao Chen's mental state to fluctuate. Feng Yun's expression changed dramatically. That's impossible. Feng Yun's heart immediately sank. He could not afford to offend any one of these three people. With the strength of these three, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were among the top 3 of the 100-odd elite disciples. Fei Er said somewhat anxiously, "This is not good. They are all difficult people to deal with." It is indeed a completely different world. Who could have imagined that there would be a hidden path at the bottom of the river? Brother Feng Yun, how did you find this place back then? Was it really a coincidence? The main thing was that the other three were very strong. Even with the help of the formation, Fei Er and Luo Nan would find it hard to deal with them. Squeak! Squeak! Since the two had promised Xiao Chen, they definitely could not retreat. If that happened, the situation would be extremely dangerous. If the two left, Xiao Chen could still feel at ease. However, if they died protecting him here, he would not be able to feel at ease. They were like thousands of wild horses that needed to be tamed one by one. Feeling vexed, Luo Nan pushed Feng Yun to the side and said, "You little bird, stop causing trouble. Go and play with fire." Feng Yun quickly explained, "I really had a fortuitous encounter with this place. I only discovered it by chance after a series of accidents." The other person at the side, the Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu, looked at Feng Yun with some suspicion. "Right. Let's not delay any further. If we complete Lord Jiao Snake's task, we will definitely be heavily rewarded." The three strong ferocious beasts stopped communicating and carefully walked forward. It looks like the Tianyi sex formation. It should be senior brother and junior sister Luo Nan and that Yi Bai. The Flying Cloud Mountain Manor's Tuoba Yun analyzed after checking. However, they could only feel anxious now. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy contained incredibly vast baleful Yin energy. Come, let's break the formation together. The hearts of Luo Nan and Fei Er, who were in a cold war, sank. They exchanged glances at the same time. Someone is coming. Chapter 1574. At the entrance of the cave, Feng Yun was the first to enter the formation. There were a total of 3 formations in the restriction. 1 was a bewildering formation, and 2 were killing formations. When used together, the threat was extremely great. But since Feng Yun dared to come in, he obviously had a plan. The moment they stepped into the formation, the scene before them immediately changed. A white mist enveloped Feng Yun's group of 4. From time to time, a gust of wind would blow through the fog, interfering with one's senses. Feng Yun looked around and said, "This maze isn't too powerful. Give me some time and I can break it. Everyone, don't panic. Just deal with it calmly." No matter how strong the formation was, The people who laid it were just Luo Nan and Fei Er. It would not be overly strong. With their outstanding individual strength, Fong Yun, Lu Mu, and Tuoba Mu were more than enough to deal with them. As for Lotus Sect Temple's Fong Yun, he was at the very back, so he didn't need to do much. Junior sister, let's activate 2 killing arrays at the same time and scatter their formation. Yes. Fei Er nodded lightly and formed hand seals with a serious expression. Gotcha. Amidst the white fog, in front of Fong Yun's group of 4, a monstrous wave suddenly appeared. The wave was monstrous and terrifying. It was as if it wanted to devour everything. Insignificant skill. The flying snow palace's Lu Mu did not show any fear in the face of danger. He smiled coldly and threw a palm strike just as the towering waves were about to reach him. Hoo hoo hoo. This palm strike stirred up a boundless cold wind, and within the wind were pieces of flying snow. Every piece of flying snow was sparkling and translucent, flickering with flowing light. When the thousands of snowflakes entered the tsunami, the surging waves slowed down. As if in slow motion, it completely froze and was sealed in ice. Bang! Tuoba Yun charged forward ferociously and kicked out. Kasie! Kasie! The frozen sea immediately shattered into thousands of pieces. However, he didn't give them time to celebrate. At the same time the ice shattered, strong winds blew in from all directions, howling and moving astonishingly fast. The few of them hurriedly dodged, but when they looked back, they found that their formation had already been messed up. Don't panic. Protect yourself. I'll break the maze immediately. Just as Tuoba Yun and the other 2 panicked, Fong Yun's calm voice rang out in their ears. A cool breeze blew, and a node of the maze was removed by Fong Yun. The dense fog instantly dispersed, and the few people who were separated immediately calmed down. We cannot let Fong Yun break the bewildering formation. Luonan felt very anxious. Unexpectedly, Fong Yun was so strong. If this went on and no one interfered, it wouldn't be long before the maze was broken. Once the bewildering array was broken, the 2-layered killing array wouldn't last long against Fong Chong's trio. At that time, the 2 of them would be crushed to death. Tuoba Yun and Lu Mu had already given them a hard time. With the addition of Fong Yun, there was no suspense at all. Luonan gave Fei Er a look. Fei Er nodded gently and slowly formed hand seals. In the maze, a murderous aura pierced through the thick fog, piercing towards Fong Yun who was concentrating on breaking the array. Dang! Fong Yun raised his hand and slapped the killing intent away, only to discover that it was just a feint. Fong Yun, you've been tricked. Luonan rejoiced in his heart. His true body appeared behind Fong Yun and stabbed out at lightning speed. Who knew? Something strange happened. When Luonan's sword pierced through Fong Yun, it was just an illusion. Just as Luonan retreated, Fong Yun suddenly appeared on the left and landed a palm strike on Luonan's shoulder, causing him to vomit blood. Trying to trick me? The 2 of you are still too inexperienced. As Fong Yun watched Luonan's figure disappear into the thick clouds, he smiled faintly and did not give chase. Outside the cave, the 3 ferocious beasts rushed over. When they saw the heavy restrictions in the fog, they cautiously chose to stop. At this level, these ferocious beasts were no longer brainless wild beasts. There are sounds of fighting. It looks like there is more than one group of people. I wonder which group Lord Jiao Snake wants us to kill? The black demonic ape sent a voice projection, since he did not say, then just kill them all. However, there is no rush. These sect disciples are rather strong. When they are almost done killing each other, we will attack. Right. After making up their minds, the ferocious beasts decided to watch from the sidelines, playing the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They were very smart. Oh no! Fei Er and Luonan will not be able to hold on for much longer. Xiao Chen, who was currently fighting the 10,000-year-old baleful energy ferocious spirit, felt startled when he sensed the situation in the restriction. Unexpectedly, the situation had turned so bad. The bewildering formation had already been broken, and the 2-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. The bewildering formation had already been broken. Under the attacks of the 3, the 2-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. However, Little Yellow Feather's sudden attack caught the other party off guard. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more unsightly. At this moment, Little Yellow Feather was very busy and could not afford to be distracted. The ferocious spirit rampaged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, and the baleful energy rampaged in his body, troubling him on both sides. If Xiao Chen ignored the baleful energy, he could use his strong soul energy to kill this 10,000-year-old baleful energy remnant soul easily. However, he still had to worry about refining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. It would be hard to avoid giving the ferocious spirit a chance to wreak havoc in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xiao Chen had two choices. He could give up on refining the baleful energy and let it out of his body. He could focus on dealing with the 10,000-year-old baleful energy and help Luo Nan and Fei Er. Or he could gamble, using his life as the stake, taking the risk and forcefully refining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. When he advanced to the essence stage, he could conveniently kill the 10,000-year-old baleful energy's remnant soul. The former was stable and could preserve his life. However, he would lose the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. The latter was radical. Once he failed, the three would lose their lives here. Gambling or not gambling? Gamble. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly made up his mind. He had never been an indecisive person, someone who could not make up his mind when he should. After coming to the Great Thousand Realms, he wanted to stand out and not be satisfied with being mediocre. He wanted to fight with heaven, to fight with others, to fight with himself. With this thought, Xiao Chen endured the torment of the ferocious spirit in his sea of consciousness. He focused on refining the baleful energy, continuously circulating the veritable essence energy in his body. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 10th layer circulated wildly at an unprecedented speed. Boom! 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 Countless purple lightning bolts shot out from Xiao Chen's body. His long hair fluttered in the wind. As Xiao Chen circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to its limits, his skin turned purple. Sparks flickered all over his body. Crackle! Crackle! The sparks crackled endlessly. Xiao Chen's delicate face kept changing, looking ferocious and scary. That was the baleful energy's remnant soul surging in his sea of consciousness, trying to occupy Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness and body. In Xiao Chen's meridians, the baleful energy was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, obediently submitting. As the baleful energy was continuously refined, the pure baleful energy continued to be refined. Xiao Chen felt that his bottleneck was already teetering on the verge of breaking through at any moment. The essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful energy turned into was like a berserk flood accumulating. As for Xiao Chen's bottleneck, it was like a firm dam. Xiao Chen endured the increasingly ferocious flood again and again. It looked like he was about to collapse, but he did not. The situation at the cave entrance in front no longer allowed any delay. One of the two layers of killing formations had already shattered, leaving only one layer. At this moment, Xiao Chen wished that his accumulations were not so deep. Otherwise, the bottleneck would not be so hard to break through. Regular people could break through the bottleneck of the veritable essence stage with just essence stones. Xiao Chen's bottleneck was somewhat exaggerated. Only one layer of killing formations remains. Luo Nan, the two of you just surrender, and I can spare your lives. Feng Yun did not rush, slowly grinding away at the two. Now that victory was in his grasp, there was nothing to fear. As for Yi Bai, he should be absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. There was no need to rush this. Even if he had 3 days, Feng Yun did not believe that the other party could refine much of the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Damn it! Junior sister, you should go. I'll take care of it. I'll repay what we owe Yi Bai alone. At this moment, Luo Nan's clothes were tattered, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His complexion was pale, and the situation did not look good. It's too late. Now, none of you can leave. Wind. Suddenly, a strong wind burst out from Feng Yun's body. Then, he threw a palm strike and detonated this boundless strong wind. Amid the intense explosion, the final layer of killing formations crumbled. Fei Er and Luo Nan both vomited blood and went flying back. However, the instant the killing formations broke, the smiles on the four's faces froze at the same time like they had seen a ghost. Without the concealment of the killing formations, the scene of Xiao Chen absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful energy was completely exposed to the four. Berserk purple lightning, strong winds, a ferocious face, and a horrifying aura all came from Xiao Chen's body. The four squinted, not daring to look directly at Xiao Chen. That aura forced them to retreat continuously. He is refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy alone. Feng Yun and the other three all exclaimed. The Yi Bai before them was actually refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy alone, trying to use it to make a breakthrough. Kill. Quickly kill him. Otherwise, we will all die. Feng Yun revealed a horrified expression as he roared and led the other three to charge at Xiao Chen. Enduring the huge pressure, the four soared into the air and slowly approached Xiao Chen. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! An explosive shock wave surged out from Xiao Chen's body. The four, who were just one step away from reaching Xiao Chen, were all knocked back. Aside from Feng Yun, the other three fell to the ground in sorry states, revealing pained expressions. Chapter 1575. Xiao Chen slowly stood up, and the strong Yin essence energy in his body spread out uncontrollably. The cave was suddenly filled with a chilly air. Mixed within this cold energy was Xiao Chen's original Thunder True Essence power. Ice and Thunder True Essence fused together. A visible purple cold qi, carrying with it an irresistible pressure, pressed towards them. The veritable essence energy lake in Xiao Chen's Dantian essence had already merged with the Yin essence energy. The primordial Yin energy refined from the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy completely covered the quintessential energy. The cold Yin energy filled Xiao Chen's entire body. Since he had just entered the Yin essence stage, the two had yet to completely fuse. Xiao Chen would have to spend a lot of time to consume the Yin primordial energy of this 10,000-year-old Yin qi. 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. As expected of a 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Right now, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Yin essence stage. 10,000-year baleful Yin energy. You actually refined it all. Feng Yun had a look of extreme disbelief on his face. He already expected Yi Bai to be very strong, but he didn't expect Xiao Chen to be this strong. Xiao Chen swept his gaze over Feng Yun, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The next moment, his body appeared in front of Feng Yun, his fingers clenched into a fist. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The sound of ice shattering rang out in the space, accompanied by the crackling of lightning. Xiao Chen's long hair and clothes trembled as he threw a simple punch. It was like a true dragon of thunder and lightning, with a body full of cold air, cold, and violent. Bang! This punch was very destructive. It shattered the martial technique that Feng Yun sent out with his full power, leaving him unable to resist at all. The huge advantage brought by the powerful Yin energy allowed Xiao Chen to crush his opponent. He did not even need to use any martial skills. Just a light punch. Xiao Chen had a pensive look on his face. After absorbing this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, his combat power had at least doubled. More importantly, the bottleneck had been broken, and his potential had increased by countless times. In the following days, the berserk Yin essence energy in Xiao Chen's body was slowly digested and refined. His strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Feng Yun's right hand was sent flying, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Run! The group did not dare to stay any longer. They got up, turned around, and ran. What 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy! What fortuitous encounter! Fear spread throughout his body. Escaping was the most important thing. All of them ran for their lives at the same time. Xiao Chen couldn't chase after them one by one, but there was one person he had to catch. Sure of the Lotus Sect, Feng Yun. Xiao Chen pushed his feet off the ground and tried out some of the footwork that he learned from the Ink Flame Tiger while executing his movement technique. When Xiao Chen's body shot out, a faint layer of flame appeared on the surface of his body. It was because his speed was too fast, and the friction between his protective Zhan Yuan and the air caused it to burn. At this moment, he finally understood why the Ink Flame Tiger's body was always burning with a black flame. It was just a slight attempt, but Xiao Chen's speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. When he reached Feng Yun's side, the latter was only halfway through getting up from the ground. Pussy. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, grabbed Feng Yun's neck, and lifted him up. Only now did the others get up and flee. They were so frightened that they stumbled and nearly fell again. Right now, Xiao Chen focused all his attention on Feng Yun, not caring about the others. He urgently needed information about the Black Lotus Church. Speak. Do you know my identity? Xiao Chen looked at Feng Yun coldly, his gaze icy like that of a grim reaper. An intense feeling of suffocation accompanied by fear completely shattered Feng Yun's mental defenses. He spilled everything he knew without missing a beat. After hearing that, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The Black Lotus Church still did not know where he was. It seemed like the Black Lotus Church did not want to rely on an outsider to deal with him. No matter what the deeper meaning was, this was good news for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen needed time. As long as he had enough time, he would trample on the Black Lotus Church sooner or later. I already told you everything. Can you let me live? Feng Yun begged. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently. You are shameless. When you instigated Wei He's group to kill me, you already knew that this would happen. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not let off such a person. Berserk veritable essence energy mixed with Yin essence energy and poured into Feng Yun's meridians. Instantly, it shattered all of Feng Yun's meridians and internal organs, extinguishing his life force. When Xiao Chen let go, Feng Yun silently fell to the ground, dead. Big brother Xiao Chen, Luo Nan and Fei walked over in fear and shock. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their eyes revealed some fear. After interacting with him for so long, this was the first time they saw Xiao Chen's cold side. I owe you two a favor. There is no need to say anything else. This place is not safe. Let's go first. Xiao Chen had always been cautious. He did not become arrogant just because he entered the Yin essence stage and absorbed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There were still many unanswered questions in this place. Furthermore, for some reason, Xiao Chen felt like someone was watching him from the moment he entered this place. His intuition told him that this place was not safe. Ah! Just as the three were about to leave, startled screams suddenly rang out in front. Those were the horrified voices of Feng Yun and the other two. What's going on? Luo Nan and Fei felt confused. In the next moment, Feng Yun and the other two, who had already fled, retreated in a fluster. Before Lu Mu and Tuoba Yun could stand firmly, two ferocious beasts bit them into their mouths and started chewing on them. The clear feather sex Feng Yun fell to the ground in fright, retreating continuously. The black demonic ape, the two-headed ferocious dog, and the blue lion appeared, radiating strong auras as they looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Ferocious beasts that just advanced to the primal core realm. Fei Er's and Luo Nan's expressions changed drastically. No wonder Feng Yun and the other two looked like they had seen ghosts. To think that there were three such horrifying ferocious beasts guarding this place. It looks like you are the person that Lord Jiao Snake instructed us to deal with. The black demonic ape did not even look at Feng Yun, staring straight at Xiao Chen. Upon seeing the three ferocious beasts, Xiao Chen's anxious heart calmed down. If the strongest existences here were just early-stage primal core realm ferocious beasts, then there would be nothing to fear. At the very least, leaving would not be a problem. As Xiao Chen stood in front of Luo Nan and Fei he looked at the three ferocious beasts without fear. Then, he slowly unleashed his aura, which contained Dao Might. Facing three ferocious beasts alone, he did not retreat at all. At this moment, Xiao Chen was confident of facing these three ferocious beasts. No matter how strong the black demonic ape was, it was just an early-stage primal core realm ferocious beast. Compared to a middle-stage minor primal core expert like the blue-clad old man, the black demonic ape was far from comparable. As for that two-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion, they were merely on the same level as the ink flame tiger. When Xiao Chen was in the veritable essence stage, he did not fear the ink flame tiger, much less now. Wielding his saber, Xiao Chen stood upright with his head held high, not fearing a fight. Before Xiao Chen's sharpness, the two-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion trembled and took a step back. Only the black demonic ape did not retreat. However, when facing such sharpness, its originally relaxed heart tensed up. Simply put, the black demonic ape was afraid. Ferocious beasts that could survive until now and reach such a cultivation were extremely precious, so they were not willing to take the risk. However, just at this moment something strange happened. The entire underground suddenly shook intensely. No matter who it was, they all felt an irresistible chill. Trash. All of you are trash. What is the point of keeping you around? A strange, deep, hoarse voice rang out in everyone's ears. The three ferocious beasts were immediately frightened into kneeling on the ground, trembling continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, A strong suction came from the entrance of the cave. This was an irresistible suction. No one, not even Xiao Chen, could block it. Fear stiffened their bodies, and they flew forward uncontrollably. Cassie! Cassie! The three ferocious beasts and Feng Yun flew out of the cave and were instantly swept away. When the suction vanished, Xiao Chen's group of three stopped at the same time. A swallowing sound rang out, and a gargantuan snake head suddenly landed on the ground, blocking the three. The snake head had scarlet eyes as it looked down at the three from above, making them tremble involuntarily. Xiao Chen was immediately struck by lightning. So, this is the little snake that little yellow feather mentioned. How small. 2 half-step primal core ferocious beasts, an early-stage primal core demonic ape, and a little snack. Without waiting for a breather, the three directly swallowed them, not even leaving scraps behind. Chapter 1576. Xiao Chen's group of three stuck close to the cave entrance and looked at the gargantuan Jiao snake's head. They did not dare to move, not even daring to breathe loudly. The Jiao snake's head was like a small mountain blocking the cave entrance. Its scarlet eyes looked down at Xiao Chen from above. The Jiao snake brought with it an extremely strong pressure, making breathing difficult. Xiao Chen was still fine. However, Luo Nan and Fei are already flushed red, feeling the pressure on their qi and blood. If they continued like this, it would be hard to say whether they would explode in blood and die. At this moment, Xiao Chen even felt like eating little yellow feather. If Xiao Chen had known that the one guarding this 10,000-year-old baleful energy would be such a Jiao snake, he would not have taken such a risk. The Jiao snake before Xiao Chen could give off such strong pressure was not because of its huge size. Instead, it was because it was too strong. Xiao Chen estimated that this Jiao snake was already a late-stage major primal core cultivator. Its cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, and its strength was extremely horrifying. Cloud Sea realm experts could calmly cultivate their soul energy. Wherever they went, they would be considered experts. In the nearby Great Realms, Cloud Sea realm experts were the peak experts. A great realm would not have more than 3 Cloud Sea realm experts. Even in the entire Purple Sun region, there would not be many Cloud Sea realm experts. However, this Jiao snake before Xiao Chen was in existence equal to a Cloud Sea realm expert. It went without saying how strong he was. Not to mention Xiao Chen, even the middle-stage minor primal core blue-clad old man would be like an ant before it, easily crushed. An opponent on a completely different level would not be able to resist at all. However, to everyone's surprise, the Jiao snake seemed to have some reservations and did not immediately make a move to kill Xiao Chen's group. The Jiao snake glanced at little yellow feather, and rage immediately blazed in its heart. It was this little bird. The golden crow holy beast. The Jiao snake in Profound Een Mountain had been the spirit pet of a major character long ago. That major character had moved unhindered in the starry heavens, a character who could leave his name in the history books of the entire martial epic. As the spirit pet of such a major character, the Jiao snake's eyes naturally would not be bad. When little yellow feather came over, it immediately recognized the identity of the golden crow mythological beast, which was an extinct mythological beast. Even the golden crow race, which was the strongest of the great desolate 100 races, did not have a pure-blooded golden crow. The Jiao snake immediately turned small and chatted with it. When it learned that the Jiao snake would not consume 10,000-year-old baleful energy, it relaxed. He wanted to build a relationship with her. Back then, they had agreed on a good deal. Who knew that he would change his mind in the blink of an eye, and bring a group of people over? This was terrible. Snakes were of the Een attribute, and 10,000-year-old Een baleful energy was a rare tonic for Jiao snakes. The Jiao snake guarded this place because it wanted to wait another 1,000 years. When the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy matured, it could directly consume it and advance to the Cloud Sea realm. Who knew that the people brought by Little Yellow Feather were even more difficult to deal with? It had great eyesight and could tell that Xiao Chen's bloodline was extraordinary at first glance. It vaguely felt that Xiao Chen must have the bloodline of the primitive 100 races. However, after observing for a long time, the Jiao snake could not figure out which great desolate Eon bloodline it was. This was because the blue dragon bloodline had been removed from the dragon race for too long. Furthermore, Xiao Chen wore the Buddhist jade pendant, which suppressed the aura of his bloodline. Hence, the Jiao snake could not make an accurate judgment. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen's bloodline would not be weaker than that of the great desolate 100 races. Such a character would definitely be backed by a powerful figure and a powerful force, no matter where he fell. No matter where he fell, the seniors behind him would quickly find out. At that time, the Jiao snake would not be able to escape responsibility and would definitely die. In its early years, the Jiao snake had seen many things and was very clear on the means of those major characters. They were not things that it could contend with. Fearing little yellow feathers and Xiao Chen's identities, the Jiao snake could only watch as Xiao Chen entered this place. Originally, the Jiao snake wanted to find some scapegoats to get the ferocious beasts of Profound Een Mountain to come over. Who could have imagined that this group of ferocious beasts would not come even after so long? By the time the Jiao snake arrived, Xiao Chen had already completely refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy, not even leaving a speck of it. What was the use of it? What was even more frustrating was that even though it was 3 against 1, the Jiao snake still cowered and did not dare to step forward. The Jiao snake raged but had nowhere to vent it, so it could only target these 3 ferocious beasts. At this moment, the Jiao snake stared at Xiao Chen's group and Little Yellow Feather, who was hiding at the back. The Jiao snake's scarlet eyes flickered with a faint light. A sinister killing chi spread out, numbing everyone's legs and deterring them from doing anything overboard. The Jiao snake hesitated, wondering if it should go all out and directly swallow up this group of people and that golden crow holy beast. However, when the Jiao snake thought about the terrifying consequences, it trembled in fear. Scram! In the end, between life and rage, the Jiao snake chose the former and roared. A berserk roar rang out in the minds of Xiao Chen's group of 3. The shock caused them to vomit a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew back uncontrollably. A strong wind howled by their ears, and rocks fell continuously from the sky above. Xiao Chen was the first to land. He stabilized himself and caught Luo Nan and Fei before taking another step back. "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen asked. After the 2 landed, they panted continuously. After resting for a long time, their complexions slowly recovered to normal. Luo Nan said with lingering fear in his heart, "What a terrifying Jiao snake! It is much stronger than our sect master. Why did it appear here?" Fei whispered, "Let's leave quickly. Who knows when that Jiao snake will go back on its word?" That Jiao snake frightened the 2 too much. Now that they had a new lease on life, their bodies were still trembling slightly. Xiao Chen looked around. There were many top-quality Een essence stones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy. Een essence stones were also divided into different grades. The ones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy were clearly the best. It would be too much of a pity to waste so many top-quality Een essence stones. "You guys go first. I'll catch up soon." "Big brother Xiao Chen, you should leave with us," Fei said somewhat worriedly. Xiao Chen shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He vaguely felt that the Jiao snake did not dare to fight the 3 of them. It seemed like it had some reservations. If it had attacked, it would not have survived until now. Now that he understood, Xiao Chen's worried heart calmed down. The 2 could not go around Xiao Chen. In the end, they left first and waited for Xiao Chen to regroup. Without any delay, Xiao Chen stayed behind and quickly mined the nearby Een essence stones. Soon, Xiao Chen finished mining more than 10,000 Een essence stones. The cold chi in the cave vanished, and the air became much drier. The value of Een essence stones was rather special. Cultivators with higher cultivations would not even bother to look at them. However, sects would purchase treasures like Een essence stones in large quantities all year round to nurture their disciples. Some alchemists and blacksmiths also had special needs for Een essence stones. Xiao Chen had such a large number of top-notch Een essence stones in his hands, so he did not have to worry about not being able to sell them. When everything was packed and Xiao Chen stepped out of the cave, he felt as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. Could it be that the Jiao snake hasn't left yet? Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He was in no hurry to move forward. "Young man, you are really greedy." The Jiao snake suddenly appeared from the river, revealing half of its body as it looked down at Xiao Chen. Just half of the Jiao snake's body was already several hundred meters tall, like a mountain. Xiao Chen did not panic. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior. If we are fated to meet again in the future, I will definitely repay this favor." Xiao Chen's ability to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy and obtain such a fortuitous encounter was entirely due to the help of the Jiao snake. There was no falsehood at all. "Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that I followed Lord Pan Huang in my early years and my fierceness had diminished greatly, I would have been killed by him. It really won't care about the great desolate Ian bloodline in your body. You're on your own. Not every ferocious beast has my good temper. Clearly, the Jiao snake was still in a bad mood. Even though Xiao Chen's words were polite, it did not give Xiao Chen much face. Lord Pan Huang. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. As he looked at the other party, he revealed a suspicious expression. The Pan Huang you speak of, is he a bladesman who uses a saber? The Spring Snow Bladesman and the Kunlun Realm's Pan Huang. Could there be a second Pan Huang in the Great Thousand Realms? Chapter 1577. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. He only reacted after a long time. This was too much of a coincidence. To think that he could run into Pan Huang's former spirit pet here. What's wrong? You have not heard of my master's name before? That should not be the case. Few people in the boundless Great Thousand Realms, even in the core Central Great Realm, do not know about the Spring Snow Bladesman. Spring Snow Bladesman? Good name. Xiao Chen immediately understood the meaning of these words. When Xiao Chen first met Pan Huang in Pan Huang Hall, the thing that left the deepest impression on him was Pan Huang's smile. Spring snow probably meant that Pan Huang's smile was like the warm wind of early spring, able to melt the last snowflakes of winter. For a cultivator to be given a title, it would undoubtedly be a very tyrannical title. Xiao Chen rarely heard of a title like Spring Snow. It could only be said that Pan Huang's smile left a very deep impression. Xiao Chen did not say anything, only taking out the Saber Sovereign medallion. The atmosphere changed visibly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock. What is this? It has Pan Huang's aura on it. It looks like I was right. Xiao Chen honestly explained his fortuitous encounter with Pan Huang. Ha ha ha. The matters of this world are really coincidental. Since you received Pan Huang's inheritance, you can be considered half a disciple of Pan Huang. In that case, I will give you this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy without a word of complaint. After the Jiao snake heard that, it was in a great mood, sweeping away all its depression. Xiao Chen asked, Is Senior Pan Huang still around? I'm not sure. Pan Huang's master has a carefree nature and is very open to everything. He likes to roam the world. Back then, I was too severely injured. After Pan Huang extended my life, he let me go. Why? After I recovered, my cultivation fell too much. Furthermore, Master had too many enemies. Clearly, I was no longer suitable to follow Master. Master took pity on me, so he removed the contract and let me go. At the mention of Pan Huang, the Jiao snake felt somewhat sad. Its thoughts drifted to the time it followed Pan Huang. Clearly, the Jiao snake had a very deep relationship with Pan Huang back then. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that this Jiao snake was extraordinary when he first saw it, giving off a strong aura. Back then, it wasn't just a great origin core realm. Although his cultivation was not as high as before, his aura was still there. With a thought, Xiao Chen looked at the Jiao snake and asked, Senior Jiao snake, what are your plans now? The Jiao snake smiled and said, What plans can I have? I definitely cannot remain in this profound Yin mountain. I should roam around and see if I can run into some fortuitous encounters to break through to the Cloud Sea realm. Is the Cloud Sea realm that hard to break through? Of course, one can cultivate soul energy in the Cloud Sea realm. You need some spiritual light to illuminate the sea of consciousness. If the divine light didn't appear, everything would be in vain. I'm still in a good state. I just need to come across a suitable opportunity. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After some consideration he said, Senior Jiao snake, there will probably be some trouble in the second half of the month. At that time, I would like to ask for your help. In the future, after I become the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely repay this kindness. The Jiao snake's eyes narrowed. Dragon Emperor? Could it be that your bloodline is the dragon race's bloodline? That's not right. The dragon race has a total of 6 bloodlines. The white dragon, black dragon, red dragon, blue dragon, golden dragon, and green dragon. I have seen every single one of them. I am of the blue dragon bloodline, Xiao Chen answered honestly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock. The blue dragon bloodline. So that is the case. I was wondering why your great desolate Ian bloodline was so familiar, but I could not recall it. It turns out that it is the long-extinct blue dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen nodded. Then, he looked at the other party and asked, Senior, what do you think? It's fine. It doesn't matter what bloodline you have, what identity you have, or what background you have. Just based on the fact that you are half a disciple of Pan Huang, I will definitely help you with this. The Jiao snake appeared exceptionally straightforward. It did not ask Xiao Chen what the trouble was or ask for any other details. The Jiao snake immediately agreed, making Xiao Chen feel very touched. Just cultivate properly first. Right now, the baleful energy is leaking out of your body uncontrollably. Not to mention the waste, if others discover the signs, they might not let you leave. Xiao Chen indicated that he understood. There were many methods in this world. Even if one absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Like them, they can get it out of your system. Following that, Xiao Chen told the Jiao snake about the trouble he encountered in detail. The Jiao snake smiled and said, I was wondering what it was. It turns out that it is just such a small matter. Don't worry. I will help you with this. I will go to Profound Mountain first and take a look around before leaving. Many thanks. After leaving the underground river, Xiao Chen saw Luo Nan and Xiao Fei who had been waiting for a long time already. Both of them appeared somewhat anxious. After Fei saw Xiao Chen, she revealed a smile. Big brother Xiao Chen, you finally came out. If you still did not come out, senior brother and I would really have to go down and look for you. It's fine. I just spent some time collecting the essence stones. There is still half a month. There is no need for us to go anywhere. Let's just stay here and stabilize our cultivation properly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Right, that suits me. Since Luo Nan and Fei already gained something, they were not willing to take any more risks. A complete 1,000-year-old baleful energy was sufficient for them to cultivate the entire essence stage. The vast essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful energy brought far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Right now, baleful energy leaked out of Xiao Chen's entire body. It was as the Jiao snake said, it was a great waste. The veritable essence energy and essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian mixed together and merged. Xiao Chen found it strange that the veritable essence energy was clearly much weaker. However, when the two merged, the veritable essence energy was the main one. The appearance of the essence energy merely strengthened the veritable essence energy, perfecting it. If Xiao Chen guessed right, it should be the same when he advanced to the yang essence stage in the future. Essence energy and yang essence energy were used to supplement and strengthen veritable essence energy. Cultivators still focused on veritable essence energy. At this moment, the essence energy of the 10,000-year-old baleful energy had yet to merge with Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, just a simple mixture. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was to slowly infuse this vast essence energy into his veritable essence energy, slowly merging it. When the essence energy completely merged, he would have cultivated to the peak of the essence stage. Half a month passed peacefully. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, the sharpness in them was much more withdrawn. His body no longer leaked any essence energy. It was no longer as exaggerated and horrifying as when he first advanced to the essence stage. Luo Nan and Fei opened their eyes one after another, giving off the impression that their eyes had lit up. It looked like the two had gained a lot in just half a month. Fei smiled and said, Master definitely did not expect us to improve so much. He will definitely be very happy. Luo Nan smiled embarrassedly and did not say anything. He and Fei were still in a cold war. Back then, Luo Nan did not know what got into him, saying those words and making his junior sister so unhappy. However, it did not matter. It was fine as long as his junior sister was happy now. Let's go. It's time to leave. 1 month had already passed. The surviving sect disciples in the inner region of Profound Island all rushed back. Near the transportation formation. When the sun set, the old man by the transportation formation stopped waiting. By this time, those who had not returned had probably died in the inner region of Profound Island. To think that the clear feather sects Fong Yun and the flying snow palaces Lu Mu did not appear. Could they be dead? This is incredible. The absence of Lu Mu and the others stirred up a commotion in the crowd. Luo Nan and Fei felt somewhat nervous. However, Xiao Chen appeared calm and unruffled. After a while, the group was sent to the edge of Profound Island. Then, they all flew into the sky to meet up with their sections. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert had been waiting on the Tianyi sect ship for a long time already. When the two saw Xiao Chen and the other two flying over, they revealed expressions of joy. The blue-clad old man's eyelids twitched slightly. He had waited too long for this day. Ha 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 ha. Brother Xiao Chen.